Chapter 1, System Activation, Highly Cold and Overbearing President Finds the Door. Jiangnan University. The time dimension June, the order is midsummer.
At this moment, the university playground, about hundreds of people look at the field, do not know thought it was a true love confession, but it is a breakup scene.
Yi Xian, let's break up.
A beautiful girl, with a scornful attitude looking at the boys in front of her, the girl named Su Qianer, Jiangnan University school flower. Yi Xian has been talking about his girlfriend for 4 years. As for Yi Xian, he is actually not from this world. Today, the system still has not arrived. At this moment, its mood was more than 10 times sadder than being humiliated and broken up by a gold-worshipping girlfriend here and there. Looking at Yi Xian's face full of loss, the corner of Su Qianer's mouth hooked up the arc of superiority. In the future, you and I are destined to be people of two worlds. Xiao is 10,000 times better than you. Obviously, Su Qianer climbed up to a broad young man, otherwise she wouldn't be so lonely and arrogant. The surrounding crowd heard this, their eyes looked at Yi Xian with one more point of sympathy. Seriously, Yi Xian, you are nothing but handsome. I don't know whether it is intentional or not, it's on the worthlessness on the ammonia to aggravate the voice. This let the crowd heart shock, seems to realize what, and this is exactly what Su Qianer wants. The reason why she was like this was to stand on the moral high ground and then ruthlessly trample on Yi Xian's dignity.
Because only then could she perfectly end this childish romantic relationship. Ding.
Congratulations to the host who was tragically broken up with his gold-digging girlfriend. The perfect life system has been successfully activated.
Crap. The sudden sound really made Yi Xian's eyes glaze over as if he had discovered a new continent.
Inema, old man activation system conditions actually want a miserably gold-worshipping girlfriend breakup.
This operation. Dog system, motherfucker too shameless, so conscience does not hurt. I'm not sure if this is a good idea.
Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Su Qianer thought that he could not bear the blow of breaking up with himself. Next, this guy should kneel down and lick himself, begging himself not to break up. Then, she humiliated him again and left in style.
Ding. Detecting that the host has a newbie gift package, may I ask whether to open it? Open.
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Damn, I waited for this day. Flowers are thankful, not open. Screw ah.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cold president's wife.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host to obtain the value of 1 billion Imperial Palace 1 Villa X1.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host to obtain the value of 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1.
Successive three voices ringing in the ears. Yi Xian, the whole person are frozen. Good guy, high cold president, 1 billion Imperial House?
The first three voices rang in his ears, and Yi Xian's entire body froze.
The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. This operation directly peak rhythm of life.
Horse stepping, there is such a configuration. District gold worshipping woman is not worth mentioning, can be said to be in front of this kind of. Its dregs are not counted.
The first thing I want to say is that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it.
Yi Xian did not even think, directly agreed. Break up, I agree.
Ha!
Hear this, really opposite Su shallow child to the whole will not, incredibly look at the opposite Yi Xian, you actually agree to break up? Should not ah, this guy is not the kneeling lick, how will this? Around many students secretly thumbs up, Yi Xian Sr. is a man.
What else could it be?
Yi Xian is now the peak state of his life, glancing at Su shallow where genuinely pitied her, and it's never known what he missed. I am not interested in broken shoes.
You. Su Qianer words have not finished, is the distant whistling sailing luxury fleet, squeaking followed by parked on top of the playground, the first time to attract the attention of all people. Click.
Not waiting for the crowd to react, the first a red Ferrari supercar down a stunningly beautiful domineering president, a red dress, pupils cut water, skin is gelatinous, beautiful as heavenly fairies.
Kudu.
The moment he appeared, countless channels swallowed saliva sound from the throat.
Beautiful.
Too beautiful, this woman is beautiful to the extreme, leaving behind Su Qianer's stream of 10,000 streets.
This.
Regardless of the figure, face, temperament, all are excellent, both men and women cannot stop liking. It can be said that this stunningly beautiful woman can kill both men and women.
It's her.
Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian's eyes glared. It's the only one in the scene who was stunned, because this woman is the girl who encountered that night a year ago. After not seeing her for a year, she was even more graceful than before.
Just why did she suddenly come here?
At a certain moment, Yi Xian thought of something. Swish incredulously looked at the opposite side of the absolutely beautiful girl. Crap, this will not be the system to the old man's high cold president wife it. The absolute beauty of the domineering president walked straight towards Yi Xian and made a channel wherever he passed. Behind him there were more than 10 bodyguards in suits, and the lineup could not be described as not big.
Yi Xian.
Lin Ningshua's absolutely beautiful eyes fell on the man in front of him, eyes determined, with me, to get a license. The unquestionable voice resounded in the field, everyone's eyes brushed together and suddenly fell on Yi Xian, their minds roaring.
What? What did they hear? That absolutely beautiful boss actually want to get a license with Yi Xian? My god, crazy. Or were they hallucinating?
Sudden turn, really shocked everyone, to know just Yi Xian also by their shallow child school flower breakup trampled dignity at this moment, directly to 180 degrees big turn.
I Nima.
This plot, the TV series are not dare to act so, no doubt this scene stunned I do not know how many people. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but Lin Ningxue behind the dozens of bodyguards' eyes narrowed. There is as long as you do not agree to forcibly take away the momentum.
Of course I agree.
Dry cough. Yi Xian at this moment has confirmed 8 or 9 points, plus gold-worshipping girlfriend breakup, out of the scene is undoubtedly the best decision.
Crap.
The hearts of the surrounding students exploded straight into foul language, and the envy in their eyes was not hidden at all. As for Su Chenner, her heart thumped, and she seemed to feel that something extremely important had left her.
How could it turn out like this?
That absolutely beautiful goddess was actually rushing towards Yi Xian. When did they hook up? Directly calling out Yi Xian's name, it was obvious that the two knew each other. For a moment, Su Chenner felt that her head was green with grass. This plot was completely different from what she had envisioned.
Getting into the car.
Dryly, Lin Ningxue turned around and left, while Yi Xian followed with the corners of his mouth twitching. I drop a wipe. This high cool domineering president given by the system, it really makes people want to pull full of conquest.
However,
after today, he is afraid that he is famous in the entire Jiangnan University, and even more will be crowned as the strongest soft rice king are not certain.
Su Chenner is it? But at this time, a secretary's gaze fell on Su Chenner. In the future, stay away from my aunt, or I don't mind making you disappear.
Hiss. These words, listening to the surrounding crowd sucked in a mouth of cool air. I drop a mother, in such a large public, threatened the schoolflower to let it disappear, mother of a king law.
Puffing. Su's shallow child feet soft, directly fell to the ground. Stunned God looked at the direction of the departure of the supercar. How can this be? Breakup is not I really wrong. Chapter 2 One shot 3 times, this accuracy probability is not too big. Long time no see.
Supercar, Lin Ningxue's slightly relieved breath, really faced this guy. She cannot maintain absolute calm, perhaps because of its take away the most precious thing sake.
Yes cough cough, you are even more beautiful.
Yi Xian dryly coughed, remembered that after that night a year ago he was also given 10,000 hard-earned money to come. Every time he thought of that night his blood was churning.
Ding.
Detecting the host's perfect face to the gold-digging female predecessor, rewarding wealth of 100 million, with a passive ability to randomly consume rebates. In the middle of the conversation, a voice suddenly came to his ears, and Yi Xian who heard the voice froze.
Face punching a gold-worshipping woman, and a reward.
Subsequently, the attribute panel was called up.
Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 23 years old.
Ability, none. Item, Imperial House 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1.
Passive ability, random consumption rebate within 100 million times.
Wealth, 100 million.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian is quite staggered. The dog system seems to be very generous, however, the old man likes it.
Right.
After lamenting for a little while, Yi Xian came back to his senses and said, just now, thank you for helping me to solve the siege.
I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. Lin Ningxue looked at Yi Xian. I didn't help you out.
This is the contract, take a look. Then Lin Ningxue handed to Yi Xian a contract. Yi Xian suspiciously looked at the past. This is a marriage agreement.
Put.
Sudden information really hit Yi Xian caught off guard. You are, to really?
Humph.
Lin Ningxue glanced at Yi Xian. Honestly, she really wanted to kick him out, and then threw him a photo. A year ago he did it himself. This lady is giving you a chance. Looking at the photo in his hand, it is a child of 3 treasures. The appearance is very cute. The first glance is to hit the bottom of the heart like, this moment Yi Xian mouth twitching, crouching dog system this play big ah. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. In fact, Yi Xian heart panicked to force, joking, this is a matter of 3 lives, although I do not have money, take over the things I do not do. The first thing that I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in my life. Lin Ningxue direct to sharp eyes, face halo red for a moment. This lady, just with you happened that time, not your who's who. I don't know why, that look makes Yixin can't help but feel weak. Maybe Lin Ningxue will be a year of grievances all vented out of the reason.
Then what?
I just asked. Stuttering his voice, Yixin couldn't help but spit out, a cannon 3 times, this accuracy probability is not too big. Of course. Lin Ningxue glanced at Yixin, her beautiful eyes flickered for a minute, pretending to be calm. If you are not willing to lie, but in the future you have no relationship with the 3 children.
I'm willing to. The only person who is not willing is a fool.
Yixin instantly clapped the decision. He laughs. There is a beautiful boss to eat soft rice. There are 3 children, properly less struggle for 20 years.
Humph.
Lin Ningxue hummed. The heart cannot help but be relieved. After all, this guy is the father of the 3 little guys, such as if the lack of fatherly love that must be the 3 little guys' childhood regrets.
Look.
Think here. Lin Ningxue took out a bank card. Here is 10 million, counting your advance 1-year salary. Looking at the beautiful boss handed the bank card, Yixin access to the hand. The 2 hands encountered that instant are all hard to swing.
Wife, you so let me eat soft rice really good?
Listening to someone's intimate name, Lin Ningxue mouth corner of a draw, but did not refuse. After all, the future with the time this name she must adapt.
I don't want to eat, you can go. Glaring at Yixin, no one is stopping you. Hey, how come?
Yixin faint smile, then awkwardly asked, Ahem, that what wife I still do not know your name. Lin Ningxue, president of Hongsheng Group. After a pause in the voice, Lin Ningxue continued, 3 little ones, the oldest called Miao Miao, the second called Noa Noa, the oldest called Xin. Mentioning the 3 little ones, Lin Ningxue's face became soft, and even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up in a happy arc. However, very soon, Yixin knew something even more shocking.
After a conversation, Yixin looked at Lin Ningxue in dismay. What?
Wife, you said that your old father-in-law and mother-in-law don't know about you giving birth to a child. Hearing this, Yixin looked at Lin Ningxue's eyes changed. This bitch is a bit of a tiger.
Just.
Somehow, Yixin heart guilt is 1 point thicker, and even some heartache for the seemingly thunderous overbearing president's wife. Yeah, the dog system this is for their own wives, or to make amends to atone for their own sins.
Eh?
Yixin sighed, gaze if Ching looked at the body in front of the absolutely beautiful president. Wife, this year hard work. Feeling someone's gaze, Lin Ningxue's heart trembled, the beautiful eyes are rippled for a minute. A year, this is the first time someone's heart hurts her, it feels wonderful.
What is this?
However, soon recovered overlord temperament, do not care, I chose to give birth to them, even if I do not tell you this lady as usual will raise them to adulthood.
Thank you.
Yixin paused for a long time, casting a sincere gaze of gratitude. He did not expect to almost become his most hated scum.
Half an hour later. Jiangnan Civil Affairs Bureau, Registration Office. Miss Lin, the certificate is done.
Civil Affairs Bureau Director personally handed 2 marriage certificates to Lin Ningxue. Attitude dare not trust the slightest, but looked to Yixin's eyes full of envy. This kid, really good fortune actually can get this kind of absolute beauty god favor, sometimes handsome really important.
Call.
Back to the supercars, Yixin this only breathed a sigh of relief stunned look at the hands of the marriage certificate. Wife, I'm this on the license? In fact, until this moment he was a little confused, even like in a dream. Seriously, our license news to let my mom know, absolutely break my dog legs.
Put.
Hearing a certain guy laugh at himself, Lin Ningxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. From Yixin's perspective, the absolute beauty of the hegemon's wife was beautiful.
You, what are you looking at?
Lin Ningxue naturally perceived a certain guy's mesmerized eyes, her face slightly flushed for a minute, but it was unexplained secret delight, as to why she was not clear.
The wife is so beautiful.
The main thing is to look at the beautiful wife. Honestly, this moment is to drive him he will not go, and this statement but let Lin Ningxue did not have a good breath wipe its glance. A little, back to God over Yixin looked at the drive of the good people, Ningxue wife, or your husband with the rest of his life to return.
The rest of my life? Count you a little conscience.
Lin Ningxue perceived someone close to confession words, a heart as if dear collision, this feeling is very wonderful she never had.
Chapter 3, the absolutely beautiful hegemonic president spoils his husband and acquires Jiangnan University. Red Leaf Villa. Miss Good. Auntie Good.
After the supercar stopped, the maids had already been waiting for a long time, obviously for Yixin to arrive also knew in advance, but when they saw their own aunt's super handsome face, all of them had their eyes lit up. Auntie so handsome.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
Entering the villa, Aunt Zhao said,
Yi Xian then appeared in front of the eyes of the three cute and adorable little guys. Ahem, these are the three little ones I came to hug. Looking at the three treasures in front of me, Yi Xian's heart cannot stop like surging with inexplicable emotions. Perhaps this is the blood relationship. Detecting the host recognizing with the triplet daughters, rewarding the divine milkman ability. The system sound came from his ears. Yi Xian first froze, then the posture of holding the triplets were quietly much smoother. Giggle. Looking at being held comfortably by Pupa, Debao let out a giggling little sound, which made Lin Ningxue blankly glanced at the master and the two, while the maids were full of envy, thinking in their hearts how good it would be if Auntie was their future husband. However, soon the three little ones were crying. What's wrong? In the room, Lin Ningxue looked at the three little ones with concern, while Yi Xian was full of weirdness. Ahem, so what, they seem to be hungry. Coughing dryly, his eyes couldn't help but aim somewhere towards the absolute beauty of the hegemonic chief. Should I go and call the maid? Don't go yet. Seeing the three treasures crying, Lin Ningxue, heartbroken bad, cannot bear them to cry more than a moment, and cannot always bear themselves, but also let this guy taste three ancestors more difficult to bring. Of course, there are some things that this guy always have to personally do as not. First, hold big treasure and two treasure. Speaking, Lin Ningxue skillfully unclothes, just like this, and Yi Xian froze under the feet up two treasure. See the double bear after Yi Xian's brain rumbled. I don't know how long. You still see the line of sight from the sleeping three little ones to move away, but found that someone stared straight at, which made the absolutely beautiful Beauty Tang's face red to the point of not being able to. Originally, she only cared about letting him exert his strength, but she didn't expect to let him take advantage of her. Humph. But thinking that San Bao are so big, to restore the temperament of the hegemonic general, just saw, forget it all. Cough, good. Yi Xian dry cough, then curiously asked the body in front of the stunning beauty, that what, when the pregnancy to the family said that perhaps it will be a lot easier. This, I do not want to awe. Lin Ningxue bit her lips, hand clutched the bedding, not for the group to consider, once I was unmarried first pregnant news spread out, will let the group by unprecedented crisis. Moreover, if I suddenly talk to my family, my parents will not be able to bear it. After talking for a while, Yi Xian thought of something. Right, I have to go back to school in the afternoon to deal with the defense. Yi Xian thought of something, although now the peak of life, but mom's side still need to transition a bit, graduation certificate is still necessary. Well, go. Lin Ningxue nodded slightly, to Yi Xian left this only back to God. I do not know what thought of the face red point Su, that guy are seen by its? Thinking of the scene just now, the heart cannot stop beating violently, like to jump out at any time. At the same time, outside the villa group. Buzz. A dazzling supercar appeared in front of the eyes. It was precisely the Lamborghini Poison worth $80 million, a foot of throttle toward Jiangnan University. Detecting the host's supercar debut, rewarding driving omnipotence. Note, this skill allows the host to drive any means of transportation, including but not limited to cars, tanks, and fighter jets, etc. Listening to the sound of the system ringing in his ears, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up. The system is really enough to be bold, worthy of the name of the perfect life. Ding bell. But at this time, Yi Xian's cell phone rang, opened it and couldn't help but be bitter. Hey, brat. Just connect the phone, the opposite side is coming from Yi mother. Greetings, so long to answer the phone, skin itchy is it? Ahem, mom, pay attention to the image, you are a teacher. Go to go. The voice of Yi mother came from the opposite side. Don't talk to me about that useless, this 2 days to go home to meet a pro. Put. The words, Yi Xian almost did not be spit to choke to the back over the gas, like a hairline. Now he has a wife and child. After a conversation. What? You kid already have a girlfriend, not tell me earlier. Well. Yi Xian dry cough, continued, Mom, I hang up first, start the defense. Beep beep beep. Not waiting for mom to speak, is hanging up the phone, and Jiangnan University is already in sight. Call. Deep breath, Yi Xian a foot gas pedal into the school door. Ding tong. Entered Jiangnan University not long, the counselor is to send a message, point in a look, Yi Xian students, to the school after the first to go to the principal's office, the principal has something to look for you. Yi Xian, the principal wants to see you. After reading the message, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown, the principal looking for me? To know. Jiangnan University president is a busy man, this point in time to find themselves, it is difficult to be beautiful wife away from the bad influence, pull me to lecture. Good. Return the message, Yi Xian is toward the direction of the principal's office. However, all the way up the road,
but attracted a lot of 3 or 5 groups of students side-eye.
The next thing you know, that supercar isn't Lamborghini poison, is it? Grandma, where is the second generation dude?
To be able to come to an encounter, may be able to marry into a rich family. Around the students' hot discussion, a lot of people are clicking photos will be transmitted to the school exchange group, in a moment will be the exchange group to fall. Under the attention of everyone, Yi Xian arrived at the principal's office.
Yi Xian.
When he came to the principal's office and sat down, the always serious principal's face was full of smiles at the moment, and he even took out the treasured tea leaves. Come on, have a cup of tea. Yi Xian, the headmaster, was very serious, and he was smiling. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned at the situation. Is a bit wrong, the principal, you have something. Long story short, I still have to defend it. I still have to defend myself.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, the principal Zhao Zifang showed surprise. You still use the defense? Could it be that you don't know that Ms. Lin has already acquired Jiangnan University?
After a pause in his voice, Zhao Zifang lamented, Yi Xian student, I didn't expect you and Miss Lin to get a license so soon.
Pooh cough cough.
Yi Xian, who just drank a mouthful of tea, directly choked, confused, looked at Zhao Zifang. Principal, what did you say?
Lin Ningxue, that loser bitch, acquired Jiangnan University.
In fact, this information on Yi Xian's impact is not small, that tiger bitch crazy, so let yourself eat soft rice after their consent.
It seems that you do not know. Principal Zhao Zifang dry cough a laugh. You young people really will play, but Miss Lin to you but no say, you know the acquisition of Jiangnan University need 4 billion funds.
So Yi Xian students and the future Miss Lin that still need you to say a few words. Said here, Yi Xian is also to understand over the purpose of the principal to let himself come here, together is to let himself to that tiger lady for its good words.
Yi Xian student, take care.
Yi Xian was accompanied by the principal with a smile as he left the principal's office in a short time, which really startled the students who passed by. What is the principal's wind?
Crap.
At this time, 3 figures just came close to the front. It is Yi Xian LSP and scrupulous roommates, but looked at their own boss from the principal's office out, eyeballs wide, living ghosts in general, the principal of the boss so respectful, not in a dream.
Chapter 4 Worry Boss, you and the absolute beauty of the boss really married. Boss.
The principal returned to the office, Chen Ziong 3 talents a hand to pull Yi Xian to the corner. Still really you? After the 3 of them made sure, they looked at the boss beside them.
By the way, I heard this morning that you were taken away by a rich woman? The absolute beauty goddess also want to get a license with you.
Dong Cohen and Xiao Ming looked at each other, watching the fun said, how sleeping for 4 years naturally formed a shallow friendship, and now separated for many days to reunite, less joking.
No need to guess.
Glanced at the 3, and then took out the marriage license from his pocket. Look, you want to know are here. Seek eyes to see, the 3 eyes fell on the marriage certificate, shocked for a moment, are full of dismay.
Worry. What's the situation? This boss, you and the beautiful boss really married. Chen Zion 3 people eyes wide, really cannot believe everything in front of them, and even feel a hallucination. This shock is also too sudden point.
Then, Yi Xian will 2 people's things out, really put Chen Zion 3 people shocked enough.
A year ago, after that barbecue.
Boss, you actually really had an encounter with a peerless beauty that time. I thought you were blowing smoke. Then, when seeing the boss a child of 3 little cotton padded, really envious, this is the pinnacle of life properly.
That's right.
It's not easy to digest the information from the boss and the absolute beauty of the hegemony to get married and give birth to a baby. Chen Ziong suspiciously looked at Yi Xian. Boss, just now the principal of the school to you that attitude will not be also due to the hegemony of the sister-in-law, right?
Cough, sort of.
Yi Xian dry cough, then bitter smile, said out you may not believe it, that tiger lady acquired Jiangnan University.
Hearing the boss's words, Chen Ziong's trio felt their cerebellum shrink. Shocked. Stunned. Appalled. For a moment, their eyes changed as they looked at their own boss. Holy shit, what did they just hear? The stunningly beautiful boss's sister-in-law actually acquired Jiangnan University for her boss. Boss, is it really good for you guys to show your love like this?
It's so hateful, it doesn't take into account the feelings of our single dogs.
Hate you, boss, oh.
While talking, the 3 of them came to the principal's office downstairs, but they found no less than 100 students gathered around the Lamborghini supercar.
Look, it's Mr. Yi Xian.
Unsurprisingly, Yi Xian just came to the field will become the focus. Chen Ziong 3 people eyes are also looking at the cool supercar, joking, that kind of eye-catching supercar won and out attention cannot. This year's newest model, worth 80 million Lamborghini poison. Dong Cohen deep breath of cool air, almost screaming voice came out, However, this a broken price really stunned aside all the small partners.
Shrimp? $80 million, this supercar is actually worth $80 million.
A lot of people have to search the internet, and it is not surprising that followed by the sound of inhaling cool air one after another.
Ahem. Shen Xiang dry cough, think of what, the corner of the mouth hard twitching, boss, this car will not be sister-in-law to send you it.
If it was before he naturally would not have this idea, but now his sister-in-law for the old Dalian Jiangnan University can be acquired, what else can not be done?
Swish.
Once this statement came out, countless gazes gathered on Yi Xian in unison, and it was the principal upstairs who looked over because of the commotion outside. Yi Xian knew that he could not hide it, and then took out the car key and pressed it, and the beeping car made a sound.
Then what? After a series of actions, Yi Xian said, I'm going to say, this car is my own, do you believe it? Get out of the way. The old man believed you a hammer. Boss point face, can torture?
Unexpectedly, the direct attraction of the triple negative, Yi Xian see the situation only have to shrug his shoulders, however, around the crowd is fried.
I drop good boy, this car is actually Yi Xian Sr.
Mommy, this soft rice is also too delicious. A pair of eyes enviously ask, so treatment who do not like, upstairs the principal Zhao Zifang are the corner of the mouth a twitch, good guy, directly send $80 million of supercars, nowadays the young people are so good at playing it. Really, poverty limits the imagination of this principal.
However, not far from the principal's office downstairs. $80 million supercar, this.
A silhouette face pale, looking toward the field pursed lips, eyes full of bitterness, the girl is Su Chenner, at this moment its face is red, like being slapped hard.
It is hard for them to really get a license.
Deep breath, tightly clenched pink fists, to know but where the relationship is almost impossible to have this treatment, even if eating soft rice this is also too advanced point.
A quarter of an hour later. TSK, worthy of 80 million level supercar. Pushback feeling full.
Shen Xiang's three people were overwhelmed with emotion after trying to sit down, and the surrounding students exploded in place with envy.
Boss.
Shen Xiang thought of something, then said, I heard that you still have a program for the graduation party tonight, now that you are wealth-free still participate.
Yes.
Dongku and Xiaoming two people also looked over, after all, they struggle for 10 lifetimes or not necessarily have the boss now powerful, who let the boss as a super boss wife.
Of course, I will participate. What I three people, Yi Xian continued, that tiger lady for me not hesitate to 4 billion acquisition of Jiangnan University, and negative people a year, always have to show as not.
Shen Xiang three people heard this stunned, good guy boss this said is still human words, just for the hair sounds a little small man ambition hit. Surrounding the crowd, heard here eyes jumping more than wildly.
I knock.
Thomas, all heard what, absolute beauty hegemony for Yi Xian long 4 billion acquisition of Jiangnan University, but also negative hegemony goddess a year, on this earth absolute beauty hegemony also looking for the door to get a license.
In a flash, everyone looked at Yi Xian eyes have changed. I drop good boy. Yi Xian Sr., what kind of magic power, can let others absolutely beautiful boss for it to do so? Too strong, this is simply the grandmaster of the girl flirting world. No, it can't be.
Not far away, Su Chenner, her eyes reddened, couldn't believe what she heard, $4 billion to acquire Jiangnan University, negative that absolutely beautiful goddess for a year, even the other party threatened to make herself disappear.
A year could it be that a year ago, they positioned themselves to see the hotel, that night they had a relationship. A huge boom.
Su Chenner thought of something at a certain moment, for which she almost broke up with Yi Xian in the beginning, it turned out that a year ago this guy Green himself.
The soles of her feet were soft, if not holding the wall beside her, she had long fallen to the ground softly, hit by the blow of her face once again pale 1 point, the whole person lost his soul and turned away, this moment, even she felt that she had been abandoned by the whole world. Every word of marvel and envy coming from the ear, are as if a slap hard in her face, the original clown has been their own. Chapter 5 Move my man, believe it or not now I will make you disappear.
Night falls, under the dormitory building.
Boss, so envious of you.
Looking at the boss-loaded luggage supercar, Shen Xiang three people's envy is not the slightest bit hidden, this treatment not to mention eating soft rice, is the door son-in-law can be.
Let's go, the party is about to start.
Yi Xian smiled faintly, and then the group headed in the direction of the auditorium. Detecting that the host is about to confess his love for the overlord's wife, rewarding divine music ability. Note, this ability will automatically create a recorded version of the music that the host has sung. Listening to the sounds ringing in his ears, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up, for which he had already grown accustomed to.
School auditorium audience. Hey, did you hear? Senior Yi Xian has gotten rich.
But, I heard that he got a license with the goddess of the hegemony.
They all say that eating soft rice, which has the absolute beauty of the hegemony of this stupid, 4 billion to buy Jiangnan University he's a total husband protector, oh.
Backstage lounge, Yi Xian sent the link to the school's live website to Mr. Bully's wife.
Ding dong.
As he clicked send, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up. This is sort of the first gift for that tiger bitch. On the other hand, the office of the president of Hongsheng Group. Lin Ningxue, who was dealing with her work, suddenly received a message on her cell phone, and originally didn't intend to pay attention to it, but she saw that the person who sent the message was Yi Xian.
This is the URL?
Seeing the URL sent, the beautiful boss furrowed her eyebrows more puzzled for a minute, and then sent a message, Bing Ning wife for her husband to buy Jiangnan University, this song will be the first gift that my husband will give you.
Gift?
Looking at the look, Lin Ningxue cannot help but be aroused curiosity, that guy cannot also sing.
Then, it is on the computer to enter the URL.
Just entered, is to see with swiped screen comments area.
I'm so envious of Senior Yi Xian, being looked at by the boss goddess. 4 billion to buy Jiangnan University, but also negative the boss a year, so romantic.
Yi Xian Senior cheer, I love you.
Love you, Mamma Mia.
Looking at the win comments in the comment area, Lin Ningxue's mouth arched, that guy, I didn't expect to be so popular in school.
Well, the next.
Just at this time, the party has already begun. The beautiful host came to the field to report to the curtain. Please Yi Xian Senior for us to bring a song full of stars not as good as you, everyone welcome.
Snap.
With the host of the curtain, the audience full of the field resounded thunderous applause. It can be seen that Yi Xian call unprecedentedly high, they are incomparably looking forward to Yi Xian Senior today's song. At this time, the lights focus, a handsome figure appeared on the stage, in the incandescent lamp under the background of the already handsome face value more charming 1 point.
The first time I saw him, he was so handsome that he was able to get a good look at me.
This is the unanimous thought of the audience at this moment. This scene alone has captured the hearts of many imperial sisters and budding girls. The evening wind hides a number of elves. The stars of the sky are awakened.
The light of those exiled during the day.
Cut into the night sky to look up at the scenery. Look at the rooftop passing by a few shooting stars. Warms the heart of the people singing, the original hot discussion of the field instantly with a visible speed into quiet, the road eyes to the stage apparently all were shocked. Every note seemed to turn into happiness and sweetness, filling every corner of the auditorium in a flash, and they couldn't imagine that a song could actually sound like dog food.
Wow! Chen Zion's 3 people looked at the boss on the stage, all of them were wide-eyed and full of incredulity, this is sure it's the boss. Damn, when did the boss sing so well? Ahem, the boss this hidden too deep.
Dong Cohen, stunned to look at the stage, narrowed his eyes, I seem to have some understanding of the boss sister-in-law, why look at the boss?
This guy is actually this romantic.
Su Qian'er clenched her small hand and looked at the prince charming like Yi Xian on the stage, this kind of treatment she had never had before.
Why is it like this? If he had this kind of talent before, how could he break up?
With all the attention on the stage, Yi Xian's song continued to ring out. The stars are shining and the light is falling into your eyes.
Like a charming crystal, the romance is projected. Love is a kind of magic that gives us guidance.
Through the dark forest to find the dawn.
Ouch. Senior, I love you.
With the melody, such a romantic singing voice undoubtedly captured the hearts of many girls, as if they were in a sky full of stars, and the sky is not as starry as Mr. Yi Xian.
And handsome, and talented, but also super romantic good like, how to do. Put.
Lin Ningxue, listening to someone confession song, cannot help but reveal the surrounding light for the dim smile. This scene if let outsiders know may want to set off how much sensation. This guy, don't think that a song can buy this young lady. The beautiful beauty hummed, but the shallow arc of the mouth has already betrayed it, or rather, there is no girl who does not like this kind of confession. Although, Lin Ningxue as the domineering president has seen many storms, but in this aspect of love can be said to be like a blank sheet of paper, in addition to a year ago before that night's encounter. Just like this, quietly looking at a certain guy to give the first gift, mood for a time super good, that guy, also did not think of that bad. Obviously, at this moment, its impression of Yi Xian has changed greatly. At the end of the song, there was thunderous applause in the arena. The students all stood up, the girls were excited, the boys were full of envy. This kind of ability is completely a god weapon to flirt with girls. This little guy. Principal Zhao Zifan looked at the field stunned, could not help but sigh. No wonder you can let Miss Lin so love, this kind of romance is afraid that no woman does not like it.
The party continued while Yi Xian left the auditorium.
Really, boss? Chen Ziong, 3 people said excitedly. Really, just a scene on their impact is not small. Honestly, if not the party, they are really afraid of those beautiful schoolgirls rushed to the stage to pounce on the boss. If I say, the boss, this singing ability to shake those singing world little fresh meat 100 streets.
Dong Koan thinking of today's fresh meat when the singing world spit. Xiaoming nodded his head in agreement. Good, the boss to mix the singing world absolutely proper big star. I have not seen for many days, I invite you to barbecue.
Yi Xian waved his hand. A few people toward the school not far from the barbecue stall went.
A few moments.
Boss, 20 skewers.
10 chicken gizzards.
30 wings, and then 4 cups of beer.
4 people skillfully order food. The boss saw Yi Xian. A few people is also a warm greeting. Good Lu.
I didn't expect, boss, this is the peak of your life.
Yes, I have not seen. The budding girls are crazy. While eating a barbecue, while talking and laughing, the atmosphere is very good.
At a certain moment, Chen Ziong thought of what narrowed his eyes. Boss, a year ago will not be here that drunken you and sister-in-law encounter it.
Ahem, at that time. Then, Yi Xian will be a year ago happened roughly said again, but listen to the LSP. 3 people envious of the very hegemonic sister-in-law actually returned to the boss 10,000 yuan hard fee, this acidic TSK.
But just at this time, the cordial atmosphere was interrupted by a number of emergency braking sound. The car stopped, and a little girl and more than 20 tattooed punks came down, heading straight for the barbecue stall. Detecting that the host is in danger, granting the ability of a martial arts master. A system sound rang in his ears, a warm current went through his body, and he was surprised to see that his mind had many more killing techniques and experiences, and his power had increased by more than 10 times.
You are Yi Xian.
The leader of the little sister came close, narrowed her eyes and warned, in the future, stay away from Lin Ningxue, do you hear me?
Otherwise this young lady will waste you. Blanche. Listening to the words of the little Taiyu, Chen Ziong, 3 people immediately came to the temper, copying the bottle of wine in the hand, obviously experienced, just waiting for the boss to say a word directly to dry.
Oh. Yi Xianxi in front of the little sister, now has been martial arts master in front of these goods, not exaggeratedly said it's a finger can crush a few thousand.
Yes.
Interested in looking at the little sister, slightly narrowed eyes, waste me, you count a thing.
You look for death.
Little sister heard here, face crawling with stern, kill him, all the consequences I am responsible for.
Yes, big sister.
More than 20 gangsters face full of fears, big sister, but Zhao's group gold, not to mention kill that kid. One is to kill the 4 people in front of us, Zhao's group can be easily dealt with.
Stop.
The people just want to move, a cold voice came, not far from the supercar down a beautiful president, followed by a few bodyguards in its side, the person is Lin Ningxue.
Snap.
Without saying a word, come up and directly slap on the face of the little sister. Zhao Mayer, move my man.
Believe it or not, I will let you disappear now.
The stern gaze fell on Zhao Mayer, saw Yi Xian nothing. Lin Ningxue only breathed a sigh of relief, learned the news the first time she rushed here, fortunately caught up, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable.
Lin Ningxue, you.
Feel the eyes surging killing gas, which makes Zhao Mayer suddenly feel the back of the spine cold. She is aware that this bitch can do it.
She knew that this bitch would do it.
Lin Ningxue face icy cold, she is really angry at the moment, around a few bodyguards all forward, around the body breath is completely not more than 20 small punks can be compared.
Kid, give this lady weight. Put down a sentence, Zhao Mayer gray scruples to leave, do not dare to stay for a moment, a pair of eyes deeply remember Yi Xian appearance, Jiangnan Lin family Miss Auntie do not dare to move, a brat if you do not die auntie is not called Zhao Mayer.
Phew. See Zhao Mayer tailed away, Lin Ningxue a deep sigh of relief. Beautiful face is full of apologies, sorry, because of my reasons to let you encounter danger.
Goo.
Seeing the absolute beauty god in front of him, Chen Ziong 3 people's eyes widened, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air, sandalwood mouth and cherry lips, skin like condensed grease, just like a fairy beauty to the point of suffocating people.
This is the boss sister-in-law is also too beautiful point. Chapter 6 with the hegemon's wife feelings warming up, reward unicorn double kidney normal, right? Sister-in-law good.
Chen Ziong bowed and bent down to greet. Lin Ningxue saw the smile and nodded, how are you? However, this smile to see the 3 people are frozen, beautiful face in the light set off appears more charming 1 point.
Boss, this is also too enviable. Ding dong.
At this time, aside Yi Xian has already swept the code checkout, after all, so good brush money opportunity how can miss?
Ding.
The host spent 320 yuan on a barbecue, triggering 100,000 times the reward, gaining 32 million in wealth. Listening to the system sound coming from his ears, Yi Xian's heart froze. The system is generous enough. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Abilities, Divine Level Milk Daddy, Driving Omnipotence, Divine Level Music, Martial Arts Master. Items, Imperial Mansion 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1. Passive ability, Random Consumption Rebate within 100 million times. Wealth, 13.2 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Although the dog system came so many years late, but it is still somewhat conscientious, a small test of brushing a wave of money, the feeling is not bad. Boss, sister-in-law slowly go. Conversing for a little while, Chen Xiang's trio sent the boss and his sister-in-law away, not returning to their senses until they disappeared from view. Boss sister-in-law, transforming into a husband-favoring fiend is too valiant. Dong Kuan's envious gaze was not hidden at all. If he had such a beautiful wife, he would be able to wake up laughing in his dreams. Xiaoming nodded his head as if pounding garlic, agreeing, yes, the boss is definitely the strongest man in the world of soft rice. Cough cough, so look at me why? In the supercar, feeling someone's gaze, Ching face Ting's halo red, without a trace of just the total airfield of the hegemony, really in front of this guy is completely hard to get up. Nothing. Just feel, eat soft rice is actually also good. Looking at the body in front of the beautiful beauty, Yi Xian quite emotional, this girl did not think there is such a side. Put. Eating soft rice, blindly say what? Cannot help but Lin Ningxue thought of that guy saw the double bear feeding 3 treasure picture, why'd it's glance this guy willfully it. Speaking of business. Shu took a breath to smooth out his mind, then said, I lied to my parents before that there is a boyfriend, my parents had to let me bring to the family dinner, tonight accompany me to play a scene. Acting? Hearing the words of the boss's wife, Yi Xian looked at the beautiful person in front of him, the husband can have benefits. For example, eating, sleeping, playing beans and so on. Puff. Listening to someone's words, Lin Ningxue almost didn't get choked by the spittle, eating and sleeping and also playing beans, this guy is crazy. Simply colorful and daring. What are you thinking about? I glared hard at a certain guy, but thinking about tonight's family dinner, at most, I can only hold hands. Pulling hands Yi Xian heart froze, originally he just casually said, did not expect this niece actually agreed to pull hands, have to say it is an unexpected pleasure. Detecting the host with the hegemon's wife feelings warming up, reward wealth 300 million, attached to the unicorn 2 kidneys. Between the mushy, the system sound rang in his ears at some point, which made Yi Xian froze. $300 million of wealth? Carrying kidneys? It always felt like the system was a bit unorthodox, he couldn't say where exactly. Immediately after, a hot current surged into his body from below, and for a moment, he was refreshed and energized. That effect, even better than eating stimulants. On the other hand, Lin Ningxue naturally perceived a certain guy change, that guy's eyes blazing, and it feels like there is a wild beast in its body, at any time may rush out. Obviously, the unicorn double kidney effect is not generally strong. Deal. Nodding his head to reach an agreement, and in the middle of talking the supercar has already arrived at the Lin family villa. I have prepared a gift, don't show your face later. Lin Ningxue took a deep breath, heart thumping with the white eye of a guy, do not hand away. Yi Xian let go of his wife's hand. Yi Xian let go of his wife's hand, this scene seemed to be envious of how many people, to know, Lin Ningxue's suitors from the Lin family villa at least can be lined up to the outskirts of Jiangnan. Ding dong. The door to the villa opened, and then there was a charming woman, although it is already more than 40 years old, but it looks very young at most 30 or so. Ningxue, you're here. Tang Wan saw her daughter return home, and then her eyes fell on the handsome Yi Xian, this is Xiaoya, right? Cough cough, auntie you were so young I thought you were sister Ningxue. Put. Lin mother heard this compliment and immediately closed her mouth, little Yi is really good at talking. What are you talking about? Lin Ningxue white-eyes someone, this guy deliberately take advantage of himself right, he called mom sister, then he is not going to call him uncle Pa, Lin Ningxue what are you thinking blindly? I have to say, this wave of operation will directly take half of the mother-in-law. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Lin mother was in a good mood, obviously the first impression of the future son-in-law is very satisfied, daughter brought her boyfriend back. Oh? Accompanied by a voice, followed by the villa study came a middle-aged man, from its eyebrows to see young must be a big handsome man. That's why he was able to give birth to the boss's wife so beautifully.
Uncle good. Yi Xian smiled and greeted. Lin Tiannan's gaze fell on a handsome face. Ooh, this kid is handsome enough, quite the old son when the style. Dad, what are you talking about?
Listening to his dad's words, Lin Ningxue glared at him. Is this praising others or himself?
But it feels like I've seen him somewhere before.
Not paying attention to his daughter's words, he looked at Yi Xian's old man and fell into deep thought.
At a certain moment,
it's thought of something, and then looked at Yi Xian, right?
Little Yi, you wouldn't be the senior student from Jiangnan University who sang Full of Stars not as good as you. Uncle, you've seen me before?
Yi Xian was also a bit confused. Originally he felt that his old father-in-law would test it a bit, but he didn't expect it to be like this.
Sort of.
Lin fathered scat and lamented. I didn't expect that the song that exploded on the internet was actually given to my daughter.
Student.
Hearing this, Lin mother's eyes lit up. Ning Shui, Xiaoyi is still a student ah.
Cough cough
Lin Ningxue coughed violently. The originally prepared identity speech was all for naught. She also did not expect her dad to actually know this guy. This child of yours really can. Lin mother glared at her own daughter, but the heart is secretly happy. This girl when the Enlightenment also talked about a college student, not ashamed to be the mother's daughter.
After a few explanations, the crowd realized it. Look, this is the song.
Then, Lin's father played the song Full of Stars Less Than You. Romantic and beautiful melody heard Lin's mother for the shock. Xiaodia, you actually sing so good.
No wonder the president of Fighting Sharks will pay attention to you.
And this, Fighting Sharks president is Lin father's good friend for many years, which is also the reason why he knows Yi Xian.
Hey, the old king owes me a big favor this time. Not long after, dinner began.
Lin's father looked at his satisfied future son-in-law and poured a full glass of wine. Come Xiaodia, have a drink with uncle. Detecting the host's desire to drink with the old father-in-law, granting the ability to possess the god of wine. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian mouth curved up, and this time to drink also became the old father-in-law cannot forget the experience of a lifetime. Of course, this is all an afterthought.
Chapter 7 Father-in-law. Oh no, uncle, this wine is too expensive. The god of wine possessed the body.
At the same time, Yi Xian obviously feel throat sense of smell are occurring subtle changes. No doubt this moment Yi Xian drinking level is enough to be compared with God.
Good.
Yi Xian also wanted to try out the effect of the god of wine's possession for the first time.
Wanner, bring me a few bottles of good wine from my collection.
The old father-in-law waved his hand and directly asked Lin mother to take out the best wine to entertain. It was obvious that he had an eye for this future son-in-law.
However,
if he knew that he had 3 children with his daughter, I wonder if he would still be like this. Soon, Lin mother went and returned at the same time behind the maid took a few bottles of luxury wine.
This is lei 925 tequila.
Seeing the extravagant and eye-catching appearance of the god of liquor, Yi Xian recognized it at a glance.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Hearing this, Lin Tiannan was also slightly surprised. This wine is rarely known. Little Yi, you know about this wine.
Lin mother looked at the cool body of the wine, spit, your uncle but these bottles as a treasure, that is, Ningxue grandfather birthday banquet did not bother to take out.
Ahem, father-in-law. Oh no, uncle, this wine is too expensive.
An inattentive bald mouth, which makes Lin father to listen to feel comfortable. Lin Ningxue is angry at its glance, this guy crazy.
Hi.
Lin father does not care, mood for a while, wine to drink with people who know how to be interesting.
Yi Xian, this wine is very expensive.
Lin Ningxue is also quite curious to ask, is the villa maids are also have looked over, after all, these bottles of wine is the master's baby bump. The company's website has been a success for many years, Yi Xian looked at a few bottles of wine, narrated, this wine is called lei 925 tequila, is a super luxury tequila, the bottle is designed by the international famous designer. Using white gold and platinum to create, but also set with 6,400 assorted diamonds. It has a wine in Hermes name, the value of a bottle are more than 20 million.
Ha! When the maids of the villa heard this, their minds were blown. What a great guy! Made of white gold and platinum, and 6,400 diamonds?
For a while, the maids' eyes changed as they looked at the wine again, poverty really limited their imagination.
A bottle of more than $20 million.
Lin Ningxue froze, dad crazy, actually take such expensive wine to greet this guy. Just where she knows. The old couple for her lifelong matters can be worried about, Yi Xian is the only one of these years, and the value of the talent is not to say.
No wonder your father, like a baby.
Lin's mother was also surprised, but her eyes showed a satisfied look. It seems that the old man also attaches great importance to this family banquet.
Come on, little Yi. Bottoms up.
Lin's father raised his glass, then his son-in-law and son-in-law dried up, directly downing a mouthful of wine.
Good boy, you can drink well.
A connoisseur will know if he has it or not. A mouthful of wine and no redness, enough to see that this future son-in-law has a remarkable capacity for alcohol.
Yi Xian. Lin Ningxue mouth corner of a draw. This guy, even to give mom and dad a good impression, also do not have to be so spelled it. Cannot help but remind, my father is very capable of drinking, you take it easy. Ningxue.
Lin father was not happy at once, did not have the good sense to say, you this girl, not married to Xiuye, this after the marriage still have to. A sudden wave of the old man's divine assistance drew Lin Ningxue face red like Xia, flushed to the neck.
Dad, what are you talking about? Ignore you.
Said, Lin Ningxue head to the side, flushed not dare to look at someone, after all, their relationship can be deeper than the parents know a lot.
Uncle, let's not get drunk today. Oh, good. Hearing the words of the future son-in-law, Lin's father showed joy. Look at people, Xiaoye, come dry.
As he spoke, his son-in-law and son-in-law drank another cup, which made Lin Ningxue freeze in place.
This guy deserved to get drunk by his dad.
However, soon the picture changed.
Older brother Yi.
The old father-in-law hooked Yi Xian's shoulder. A brother and sister look. Ningxue, old brother can be handed over to you.
Don't worry, Lin, old brother.
Wine over 3 rounds. Lin Ningxue looked at the field of 2 people picture cannot bear to look straight.
Puffing.
At a certain moment, the old man was dry overturned on the table, which let Lin mother froze. Xiaoye, this drinking capacity powerful ah.
Mom, I will take Yi Xian back first. Drunk like this to go what?
Lin mother directly commanded, Aunt Chen, packing Ningxue room let Xiaoye live. In order to her daughter's lifelong happiness, Lin mother can be said to be worried. It is not easy for her daughter to talk about her boyfriend, cannot run away.
Click.
A few moments later, the overlord's wife was pushed and shoved into the boudoir by her mother-in-law, and it was clearly a drunken person in her arms.
I blame you.
Hardly glared at a certain guy, Lin Ningxue into the bathroom, soon came pattering water, sniffing the room with the general scent of the boss's wife, cannot help but think about it.
Ding bell.
Just at this time the cell phone ringing, smooth hand to connect.
Hey, Xiaoye it. Just connected, the opposite side is a passionate voice.
I am your father-in-law's friend Wang Chongshan, the president of Fighting Shark Platform.
Uncle Wang.
Yi Xian froze upon hearing this, but was not too surprised. Hello. I didn't expect, you are actually Ningxue object, since it is not an outsider Wang uncle will open the door to the mountain. After a chat, Yi Xian with the Fighting Shark Platform signed the exclusive musician.
Yi, you've done Uncle Wang a great favor. Uncle Wang, you're welcome.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian passed the recorded version of Stars in the Sky are not as good as you to Wang Chongshan.
Wow.
Right at this moment, Lin Ningxue came out after taking a bath, but she was only wearing ice silk pajamas, and her proud figure was outlined to the fullest.
Voodoo.
Looking at the overlord's wife as a lotus flower, Yi Xian couldn't help but look stunned, and under the warm yellow light, the absolutely beautiful face was even more fascinating. One point.
Wife, so beautiful.
Wipe the hair of the city beauty, looking for eyes to see the beauty of the eyes suddenly shrinking, face then Tang's halo red, you actually did not get drunk. Lin Ningxue is not stupid, before the eyes of a certain guy state has already explained everything.
Hey, always have to give the old man to keep some faces not.
Yi Xian faintly smiled, the amount of alcohol, I am 1,000 cups not drunk.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that.
No, a guy pretend, Lin Ningxue glared at it, I knew you did not get drunk, go back, Sanbao still do not know how it hiss.
Words have not finished, Lin Ningxue eyebrows knit up, pretty face is full of pain, obviously rations inventory has been on the verge of the limit. What can we do?
Feeling the pain, Lin Ningxue somewhat panicked, Sanbao is not there, cannot be dumped it. Thinking about the image of herself emptying her inventory, Lin Ningxue couldn't stop her face from blushing.
The scene in front of him, Yi Xian looked in his eyes.
At a certain moment, took a deep breath and said in a shocking tone, Wife, why don't I help you?
Chapter 8 Wife, I have to say that it is not on purpose you believe? Burp.
Don't know how long, Yi Xian burped, looking at the stunning beauty blanked its glance.
Wife, this is too good for you.
Yi Xian could not stop spitting, but Drew Lin Ningxue glared fiercely at it, shut up.
You also said.
In fact, this moment Lin Ningxue hate to find a seam to drill in, too humiliating.
Detecting the host to help his wife to empty the inventory, reward God's Cato technique. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the best of the best of the best of the best. The sound of the system ringing in his ears almost didn't make Yi Xian spray out his inventory, he was really choked up. God's Cato technique? Cato finger extreme sublimation? Dog system, what is this for? First it was the Kirin dual kidneys, and now it was the Cato finger sublimation. Following that, his eyes changed when he looked at Jaren's wife, and he couldn't imagine what kind of picture it would be then. What's wrong, are you okay? Looking at a certain guy woeful appearance, Lin Ningxue concerned about said, also thought it was just choked. On the other hand, the headquarters of the Fighting Shark platform. President's office. Mr. Wang, you called for me. Operations Director Feng Ziqian came to the office. He was Wang Chongshan's beloved. Naturally he knew that calling him here this time must not be simple. Mr. Feng Ziqian came to the office. Wang Chongshan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the fire to the explosion of data. Command down, counterattack the major platforms opportunity has arrived. I hope this gift, the major platforms will like. Feng Ziqian suspiciously looked at his own president, but when he knew the so-called big gift, his eyes lit up. This is. Mr. Wang, you signed that Yi Xian is an exclusive musician, and there is already a recorded version. Hearing this, Feng Ziqian couldn't help but be excited. What that song means in today's singing world he knows too well. Great. I'll arrange it right away. A few minutes later, under Feng Ziqian's preheating, Du Shark platform sealed and pushed a video, playing the song sung by Yi Xian at the gala. His handsome face value and singing level absolutely kills the first line of fresh meat in the singing world, and the person who released it was Yi Xian under its background operation. Soon, the video is a tidal wave of comments. Misty grass, fighting sharks so fast speed. This song is super good, love it. Well, the original idol is called Yi Xian, so handsome. Yeah, that girl must be super happy. It's over, I feel in love with a handsome guy, what should I do? Netizens have left comments, likes, comments, favorites and other data whooshing up. In addition, Yi Xian's fans were also as if they were hanging on, and in less than 10 minutes the number of fans broke the 100,000 mark. As things brewed, more and more people saw the video. Jiangnan University, dormitory. Blanche. Dom Cohen, who was brushing the video of the shark fighting beauty, refreshed the interface and saw his boss singing screen, and the number of likes has already broken 1 million, and the comments are all more than 300,000 feet. Of course, the most shocking thing is that the release time is only half an hour. Lao Air, Lao Si, come and see. Screaming voice rang out, a side open black playing the King of Glory Chen Zihong and Xiaoming Fox suspiciously looked at the oldest three. This goods draw what wind. What? Boss, settled in the fighting shark. Looking at the data soaring on the screen, the two men were directly dumbfounded, and even open the black are forgotten. Obviously. Their favorite game, in front of the boss, this operation suddenly does not smell. Campus, a certain corner under the streetlight. Ding dong. With the push message ringing in the cell phone, Su Qianer, who had just returned from doing exercise with Chen Xiao, clicked on her cell phone. It was. But seeing that handsome figure in the screen, Su Qianer's eyes shook. Yi Xian, how is he? 1.5 million likes, 450,000 comments. Seeing this, Su Qianer's mind boomed. How could this be? Unpleasant feelings surged to her heart. The more excellent Yi Xian is, it means that her decision is more and more wrong. This night is destined to be sleepless in its case. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sunlight poured into the room, reflecting on a beautiful face, which appeared particularly charming under the backdrop. Well. Opened his sleepy eyes, just then the sound of a received message rang in his ears. This is. The eyes fell on the cell phone. Lin Ningxue's beautiful eyes froze. Uncle Wang is fast enough. Looking at the screen of a guy in the video of the fire, and then clicked on the personal interface, the eyes from the handsome avatar moved away from the number of fans, fell on the pretty face, emerges surprised. Overnight this guy actually on the million fans. That guy, is he on fire? Undoubtedly, this is Lin Ningxue first thought, especially to see the short video broken 10 million likes and more than 3 million comments. The visual impact can be described as unprecedented. Honey, what are you looking at? Just at this time, a voice rang in the ear, which made Lin Ningxue startled. Double bear pain let its backward breath. You still don't get up. In fact, at this moment, Lin Ningxue hated to find a crack in the ground. This is only how long has already been he took advantage of. I do not know how many cheap, too hateful. Yi Xian searching eyes to see, dry cough, that what I have to say is not on purpose, you believe? Put. Believe you a big head of ghost. Tough glare at a guy, and then look to the phone complex color. This guy suddenly want to strangle him. How to do, but that guy's big hand left strangely enough, she actually some reluctance to give up. After the emergence of this idea, Lin Ningxue heart a jolt, the heart of the villain howling. Lin Ningxue, how can you have that kind of idea, sick? Indeed, at this moment the absolutely beautiful beauty is a little crazy. That guy is a colorful embryo, what's so good about it? Chapter 9. How about this? This can still leave the husband? In front of the Red Leaf Villa. Creak. A supercar stopped, followed by two figures coming down from the car. It was the two Yixian who came back from their old husband's house. I will go and see the three little ones first. After a night of absence, the boss's wife took a step towards the villa, leaving Yixian with a curvy back. Couldn't help but Yixian's mind floated back to last night's picture and gulped down a mouthful of saliva. If those suitors knew, they would definitely chase 18 streets to cut him. Wow. Came to the living room, the three little guys saw Papa Mama skimming the small mouth. Wow, a grieved cry. Mama is here. Lin Ningxue holding the three treasures xin coaxing, want to stabilize at first, but is not the slightest effect. At the same time, Yixian will big treasure in his arms, wow crying immediately stopped, then right hand carefully pick up the crying second baby. The second baby magically is also crying stopped. When the maids saw this scene, they were really a bit confused. Miss One is not coaxed well, and directly two are good, really no comparison is no harm. After calming down the big baby and the second baby, her eyes looked towards the third baby. Ningxue, I'll try. This is good. Lin Ningxue beautiful eyes worried, will be three treasure to someone, but just in the three treasure just was Yixian hold in the arms when, crying then stop. Luckily. But so, and the three treasures are even more happy to laugh. This kind of scene to see the maids froze. Lin Ningxue is a black line of the brain. What is the situation? That guy a hug will not cry, this is too unfair. The three little heartless, their own pregnancy October, more care for them for more than a month, actually cannot withstand that guy a day. This. In fact, this act Yixian all froze. Originally he also thought that the three treasures frightened or something, it's also but try. Little miss, will not be jealous, right? The maids look at this scene, are slightly knit eyebrows, the picture in front of them cannot help but think so. Overlord wife obviously also saw the three little ones' mind, just she hard to believe but more than a month of little dolls only, no to fight for favor. Darn it. Thinking about the picture just now, Lin Ningxue white eyes someone, that guy so shameless what good, white pain them. What to do? So small three little one with that colorful embryo so close, this if you wait to grow up still have to. Gulp. Not to wait for Lin Ningxue think carefully, the small abdomen indisputably protested, the opinion of the hegemonic wife Tang's face reddened, since the birth of the three babies she has a surprisingly good appetite, after all, she is a food, but also to feed the three little grandparents rations. Detecting the host's wife's hunger, granting the ability of the culinary arts master. Note, with this ability, the host's culinary skills are comparable to those of a god. Culinary arts master? Sure enough. What other travelers have he will also have, just whether the cooking skills of the gods is a bit too much. Wait for me, my husband will cook for you. Coaxing the three little cotton patties, Yixian favorably pinched the overlord's wife's cheeks, which made the maid's eyes widen. Good guy, dare to pinch the young lady's cheeks for fear that it is only the auntie alone. You. Lin Ningxue was also stunned by a certain guy move. This guy is getting more and more bold. Actually, dare to pinch her face in front of the maids. I have to say that the maids who ate the invisible dog food were envious. The ant master should not be like this. After spoiling the little one, this began to spoil the lady. Super good at spoiling people, so like. Also know how to cook? Listening to someone's words, Lin Ningxue curiously asked. Naturally. Yixian faintly smiled, hook dark, later eat husband's meal, cannot leave me. Cut. Lin Ningxue rolled her eyes, poor see how delicious you do, but also let me cannot leave you. The flirting words made Lin Ningxue like this way more and more. Day. Then, under the attention of the crowd, Yixian traveling in a cloud and flowing water was busy in the kitchen. Auntie, this cooking skill is awesome. With the flash of the knife, then all the required ingredients were cut, that knife skill already said it all. Add oil, turn the spoon, control the fire. A series of actions without lag, from Lin Ningxue's point of view bathed in golden sunshine under the figure of super handsome, especially its serious cooking scene, looks to be enjoyable. Well. Not long, the tantalizing aroma overflows between the nose, the boss of the good people looking at the eye to look at the hunger is more dense a point, that guy cooking so good. Although I have not tasted it, but from here the aroma has already said everything. Come on, eat. Then, 2 big bowls of steaming soup noodles appeared on the table, and on top of it there was a heart-shaped poached egg, which looked more like a work of art not to be eaten. Voodoo. The maids couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It's really too tempting, even though it's just the most ordinary egg soup noodles. Baird. Under the attention of the maids, Lin Ningxue ate a mouthful of soup noodles. The texture is smooth, tickling the entire taste buds. Undoubtedly this is the best soup noodles she has ever eaten. Well, this soup noodles did not see out the deep hidden. Then, it is a big mouth to eat up. Really tempting aroma coupled with the grumbling protests of the belly has made her wait. The image of the hegemony of the goddess of goddesses at this moment all unimportant. Besides, in front of that guy, the so-called image has long been gone. Just their own future will not really cannot leave this guy. A bowl of soup noodles only, they should not be bought. A quarter of an hour later. 3 big bowls of soup noodles just like this to eat a clean. Boss Jia run this hiccup of satisfaction hiccups. Cannot see, Nizi dry rice level is not bad. Looking at the absolute beauty in front of her, Yi Xian's mouth reveals a gangly arc. How is it, this time can still leave the husband? The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Listening to someone's words, Lin Ningxue hummed and ignored him. Really, is not a soup noodle what is great? Let's go, ignore him. Lin Ningxue glanced at someone and then pushed San Bao towards the room. This scene will be the maid's envious. Auntie is also too good at flirting with people. I envy Miss, I like Master Auntie more and more. Handsome, romantic, and super good at cooking, no wonder Miss was taken. If Master Ant were my husband that would be so nice, calling. Looking at the direction in which the young lady's uncle left, the maids were chattering enthusiastically, and if they let their young lady know, I wonder if they would hang them all up and beat them so much that they wouldn't even recognize them. Say it. Back in the room, Lin Ningxue looked at a certain guy, biting her vermilion lip. How many things are you still hiding from me? Want to know. Hegemonic Chief Jaren perked up her ears and listened. The more she got in touch she realized that the less she knew about this guy, and she wouldn't miss any of the next words. This one is simple. Between the words, hooked up in front of the stunning beauty of the person's glossy white chin, close up and said, the evening with the husband to talk about a few waves of business, perhaps your family man happy will tell you. Ba ba ba. Yi Xian, you are shameless. Listening to the words of a certain guy, seriously listening to Lin Ningxue's face reddened, fiercely glaring at a certain guy, talk about a few waves of business, why doesn't this guy go to death? Too hateful, treating himself like this doesn't his conscience hurt? Where are you going? After feeding the 3 treasures, the supercar Lin Ningxue suspiciously looked at someone asked. Shopping plaza, take you shopping. After saying that, Yi Xian kicked the gas and drove away from the villa with the extended version of the supercar. This guy even car skills are so good. Lin Ningxue looked at a certain guy, how much more is there that she doesn't know? Then Lin Ningxue looked at Yi Xian, you, sure you don't want to bring a bodyguard? After all, this is the first time to bring the 3 treasures to the mall. If you encounter an emergency cannot help but be a little tricky. No need. Yi Xian did not care to wave his hand, then said, if who is not open-minded to charge you and the 3 little ones, I abolished him. It is not an exaggeration to say that now Yi Xian martial arts master strength, not to mention the small thief, is a cannonball. Its one-handed pinch burst will not hurt the slightest. See what you can. Lin Ningxue wide-eye someone, obviously only thought it was his joke, but also did not say anything. After all, with 3 little guy shopping too many people too flamboyant. That is. Your family man how powerful, you are not unaware. A tiger in wolf words, listening to Lin Ningxue beautiful face red, this guy is really crazy, do not see the maid is also in it, what all to say outside. Chapter 10 cannot hold, Ant 2 will tease. 2 beautiful maids listening to the words of the ant, face slightly haloed, looking at the 3 little miss cannot help but secondary thinking about the picture of the ant and the young lady. 1 shot, 3 shots, how awesome is already obvious. However, the young lady is too happy, so envious, and the young lady ant's dog food is so sweet. Just like this. A precise drift, the supercar parked in the parking space Hernan came to the Jiangnan shopping plaza. What do you want to buy, today's husband to buy single? Entering the shopping plaza, Yi Xian boldly dry clouds, after all, random rebate spending power not to use is really some waste. You buy single? Lin Ningxue wide a glance, that looked like saying, your money is not this misgive. However, that guy set out, she still small expectations, this feeling she has never had, and do not know whether the illusion is still some sweet silk. Soon, a line of people came to the flagship store of Chanel. Welcome.
Just entered the store, the beautiful shopper have bowed, looking at Yi Xian. Several people, bright eyes, a child of 3 treasures, and there are beautiful maid care. This configuration is enough to show that the identity of the young couple is not extraordinary.
Mr., Miss, what do you need?
The store manager personally received, for this kind of potential customers naturally to be treated seriously.
This bag is not bad.
Lin Ningxue looked around the week, and finally fell on a delicate fashion black bag. Miss Good Eyesight, this bag is the top chief designer design, using the most popular production methods, simple and generous lines, but also this year's main model's price is a little expensive to 68888 RMB.
Buy. Buy.
Hearing the price, Yi Xian shot bored to buy.
These are also good, and wrapped up.
Looking at the side of a few luxury bags, Yi Xian waved his hand to buy. This operation shopkeeper froze. Ahem, mister, are you sure? These several bags are hot-selling models, together almost more than 300,000.
Pack it up.
Hao Hong waved his hand. This seemed to see Lin Ningxue white at a glance, although she also fancy a few, but this guy moves with the mob like.
Okay, sir.
The store manager took a deep breath. Good guy, more than 300,000 eyes do not blink, absolutely big customers.
Yi Xian, how about this bracelet? Not bad, buy.
This perfume flavor.
Buy.
After the purchase came to the cashier, little girl sweepcoat and, sir, these bags jewelry and perfume total 1.2 million. Looking at this number, the flagship store beauties look at Lin Ningxue gaze full of envy. People handsome and more gold they have no reason not to like.
Swipe the card.
Then, Yi Xian took out a card and handed it to the cashier girl.
Mr., Miss, welcome to come back next time.
The store manager with 5 or 6 beautiful shoppers bowed and sent Yi Xian and his party away, not getting up until they disappeared in the distance, fearing that it would cause them the slightest bit of displeasure.
Ding.
The host consumed 1.2 million, triggering a 100-fold rebate, gaining 1.2 billion. On the way to the next flagship store, Yi Xian's ears ringing with the sound of the rebate to the account. A small test of the bullseye will be chopped 1.2 billion wealth. Undoubtedly this makes Yi Xian more energized.
Just like this. Dior, Hermes, Armani.
A time, the launch of the sweep of the major flagship store operation, the royal baby and so on, pushing the baby carriage of the 2 maids enviously, and this is also too generous.
Ding.
Host consumption 1.4 million, triggered 200 times rebate, obtained 2.8 billion.
Ding.
The host consumes 2.1 million, triggering 100 times rebate, obtaining 2.1 billion.
Ding.
The host consumes 1.3 million, triggering a 300 times rebate, obtaining 3.9 billion. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up, so brush money speed. The world's richest man in front of him is a little brother.
Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 23 years old. Ability, God-level milk daddy, driving all-powerful, God-level music, martial arts master, wine god possession, cooking master. Items, Imperial House 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Unicorn Double Kidneys, God's Kato. Passive ability, random consumption rebate within billion times. Wealth, 153.2 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, a wave of operation to chop nearly a billion. Yi Xian extraordinarily good mood. The corners of the mouth. Yi Xian was in an exceptionally good mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but arc, but made the maids blush and their hearts thumped faster.
You are.
Lin Ningxue looked at a certain guy's consumption, cannot help but wide a glance. To give you a year's salary is only 10 million, so go on, cannot be banned to spend.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Yi Xian does not care, your man is so excellent, and if you do not have money to eat soft rices.
Put. What soft rice, crazy ah.
Lin Ningxue glimpsed 2 maids' twitching mouth corners, glared fiercely at a certain guy. Before Hao not found it so shameless, do not think that handsome can do whatever you want.
Put.
The maids couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the picture of the ant and the young lady spreading dog food. The ant is too good at teasing people. If you don't have money, you can eat soft rice. This is said in such a rightful way.
I'm not sure if you're kidding.
Did not see the lady or amused cannot, they can never see the lady was held like this to death.
Besides. See in front of the eyes of the boss's wife slightly haloed face, Yi Xian continued,
not to mention go 10 million, is to spend all 100 million, or even a billion, cannot make up for the husband of you and 3 little one missing 10 too. Listening to a certain guy near confession words, Lin Ningxue at this moment where there is half a point of the overlord's momentum, completely is falling in love with the little girl, humming, can't you have a conscience?
The three little guys saw the poop mama appearance, although I do not know what to say, but also waved the little arms and legs, seems to also perceive from the poop mama snorting sweet dog food. Ow. Just in the mushy room, not far away from the crazy screams, and on top of the high platform is a stick country fresh meat singing a small concert. Taehyun Oba, I love you. Fans confessed one after another, as a country SB entertainment company forced to promote the singer. Moore was crowned as the Prince of Love Songs. In China can be said to be on fire to bursting table, the current top stream fresh meat representative of one. Idle people may not approach. Speaking, a burly stick country security guards raised their hands to push the baby carriage, eyes full of contempt. If not pay good, they will not come to China, this kind of stupid money more place. Snap. Not waiting for the burly man to strike, directly Yi Xian slap will fly out 5 or 6 meters, clicking bone cracking sound broken do not know how many. Asshole, waste him. A few companions saw this, clattered forward, but was Yi Xian 3 or 2 shot over on the ground. Looking at Yi Xian is full of incredulity. This kid is good. Ah. It is the original singer of his divine song, So Handsome. He is Yi Xian, the ruthless man whose video likes broke 20 million. The scene immediately caused an uproar, but the crowd looked at Yi Xian with dismay, obviously did not expect his hands so good. Oh. On the stage, Jin Taisian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian with deep meaning. Annette read, I can't stop playing with you. Chapter 11, a song to seal the god, stick country fresh meat miserably held down on the ground friction. Yi Xian. Not to wait for Kim Taehyun to think carefully, the concert fans have already called his name in unison. A sudden scene to see Kim Taehyun are frozen. This is. Lin Ningxue looked at the field and froze. That guy actually so many fans. Wow. The two maids saw this, their eyes were full of incredulity, while looking at their own aunt more adoringly. However, this scene undoubtedly made Kim Taehyun's hostility more intense. Humph. Narrowing his eyes and snorting coldly, I would like to see how well you sing. A spiteful plan surged to his heart. Oh, I didn't expect that there are still people who can watch in today's Chinese music scene. Jin Taisian gaze fell on Yi Xian. Boy, how about a bet? If you can sing a better song than me, I will quit the music scene after this. Wow. This statement came out, the room was shocked. Incredibly, look at Kim Taehyun, quit the singing world? You have to know. Now Kim Taehyun is the peak of his career, the absolute top stream of first-line singers, not far from the singing heavenly kings. This time to withdraw from the singing world is really unwise. See the field reaction, Kim Taehyun mouth arc, because this is exactly what he wanted to plot quietly unfolded. If you lose, kneel down to my bodyguard to apologize, but not too much, right? I'm sorry. Lin Ningxue heard this, Phoenix eyes narrowed. Obviously this Kim Taehyun in this moment on her blacklist. He was just about to snap, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Of course. Kim Taehyun did not pay the slightest attention to this, but continued to arch the fire. You can also refuse, but only need to openly say that the Chinese singing world is unbearable. How? Such a word immediately drew a room full of frowns. This request, too much, completely kills and kills. For a time the crowd was greatly disappointed in Kim Taehyun. Miss, this person is too much. The two maids didn't understand much, but they knew that if the aunt said that, she would definitely lose her reputation. Is it? Seeing the little fresh meat in front of him who was rushing to find death, Yi Xian smiled deeply. Good. Auntie, you. Maids see this, cannot help but pinch the sweat, to know that the other party is the stick country redline top stream singer. Auntie can be a rival. Honey, wait for me to come back. Since this stick country fresh meat looking for death, if not to fulfill him, is not sorry for its enthusiasm. Hiss. This statement, really full of the field for the clamor, to know that at this moment there are a lot of people recording, so it can be said that want to block all impossible. Such a bet, completely bet on the reputation and future. Very well. Jin Taisian looked towards Yi Xian, the teasing between his eyes not hidden at all. Next, start your performance. A brat fighting with old man, let's see if you won't die this time. Picking up the steps, Yi Xian came to the stage. Vocal teacher, please help me put on an accompaniment. Then, Yi Xian took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, and the vocal teacher rushed up to the stage to take it solemnly, not forgetting to whisper, Yi Xianxir, I am your fan. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then the vocal teacher expectantly inserted the flash drive into the computer. The song is called What I Expect Is Not Snow, for a Beautiful Lady. Swish. The words came out, Dao eyes all fell on Lin Ningxue, and the sudden scene Lin Ningxue froze. This guy is crazy, what time is still engaged in this out? Really is not at all worried about it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it.
The maids saw their own aunt on the stage, really also froze, so not the slightest fluctuation in mood. It is difficult to aunt from the beginning will not be that little fresh meat in the eyes. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do that. With their understanding of the aunt, this may be very large, and then again look to the stage more expectant. I look forward to is not snow, but have your winter. I look forward to is not the moon, but and you meet. I look forward to the fireworks in the sky. I can always lean on your left shoulder. The magical melody coupled with Yixian's perfect singing skills, the first time to attract the attention of all people, the noisy field immediately fell into the deathly silence, all because they do not want to disturb the song. This is the first time I've seen this. Lin Ningxue listening to the words of a certain guy, as if in the lyrics of the mood, winter snow play, meet under the bright moon, the sky fireworks snuggle. Accompanied by the song, the corners of the mouth of the absolute beauty hung up, the curvature of the sweet feeling from the bottom of the heart sprung up. Sure enough, that guy is not to eat a loss of the Lord. However, when did this guy write such a good song? It is hard not to be a surprise for himself, just coincidentally caught up with this bet. That big soul, let him pretend to get it again, just this song is very good. Auntie, it's awesome. The maids listened to a stunned, no wonder the aunt is not worried at all, combined with early preparation, and then look to the stick country. Kim Taehyun eyes are full of pity. This guy offended who was not good but offended his own aunt, this time stupidize it. Auntie refueling, do a good job. Crap. The audience, one by one, all froze. This song is poisonous, too damn good. It's impossible. Kim Taehyun heard this, directly dumbfounded. How can that kid sing such a good song, just beginning to throw off all the songs he sang at least 10 streets. Bad feeling immediately surged to the heart. However, he did not know, right now is only the beginning. Number becomes unknown, disconnected. Someone after doomed to be lost. Glass window wrote the wish. Dream crowded room. Beautiful mood, the crowd thoughts fly wandering in a sweet picture, each note seems to be transformed into a genie dancing in the tip of the heart. Sweet dog food, silently filled every corner of the concert venue. A time. As if, at this moment turned into Yixian personal show, in the lighting group under the operation, Yixian face value handsome to no way, like all the Prince Charming. Giggle. 3 little guys listening to the good sound of the poop, also cannot stop dancing, small arms and legs excited, as if it is to give the poop cheering and encouraging, adorable appearance cute. A little bit. The song ended, people silent. I do not know how long, like a tide of applause resounded throughout the venue, the concert everyone all stood up, howling is again and again impact on the venue in the air, seems to vow to lift the ceiling. This is a song, absolutely god of the work. As for Kim Taehyun, the whole person is silly, this song is flawless. Just. How is it possible? The Chinese singing world has been in decline for decades, now how did this kind of a demon suddenly appear, but also let himself come across? Damn, this is bad. God, I love you. Handsome man, don't sing, go back to have a monkey with me, doesn't smell good. Explosive confessions sounded from nowhere. Lin Ningxue looked at the excited girl's mouth slightly twitching. This is their own much more love rivals. Chapter 12 Strong shot, palm pumping stick country top stream fresh meat. The scene exploded and the confessions iterated. Come one song. After the excitement, a voice came from somewhere in the audience, followed by coincidentally louder and louder voices. Let's have a song. Let's have a song. The audience was abuzz with excitement, and all eyes fell on the handsome god on the stage. Oh my god, it's too good. It's so good. It is not easy to meet ye god, how can you easily let go? The scene sensation, even the heavenly kings and queens do not see this kind of reaction. Good. Vocal teacher excited, shoulders shrugged, damn, worthy of the old sun idol. After today, I will not serve the stick dog. Bah, what the hell? In fact, this moment, the vocal teacher looked at his own idol so powerful, that what the first class top fresh meat, with the god of the leaf then the dregs are not counted. Yi Shen looked in the eyes of the reaction of the full scene, and then glanced at the dumbfounded Kim Taehyun. Next, a song Parting Blossoms, I hope you all enjoy it. As his voice fell, Yi Shen narrowed his eyes to vent his technical itch. As the heart-stopping melody swung out, the audience filled with swish silence. Sitting on that cloud haze, leaving home. Drifting away to the end of the world that no one knows. The words that mom said behind her back. Child life is actually not complicated. Oh, tears gently wiped. Never mind that talkative crow. Light-hearted song, trickling into the heart in a strange way, the crowd's thoughts drifted, and the beautiful picture of sitting on a cloud haze leaving home came to mind.
This mood.
Lin Ningxue looked toward the handsome figure on the stage. I have to say that guy is really super charismatic. It is difficult to be associated with the ordinary. That is not the tone of the guy. However, it was this contrast that caused her to love and hate him at the same time.
Damn it.
Obviously so talented, but on the contrary, that kind of a modesty, so as to disguise it, is too insidious.
It's over.
However, the maids on the side of the stunned little fangirl looking at the stage of their own aunt, feeling more and more like aunt, cannot help themselves. How to do? Then their eyes fell on their own young lady. The envious expression was not hidden at all.
The first thing you need to do is to find a way to get your hands on a good husband. I'm not sure if you're a good husband or not.
Kim Tae-hyun heard here, the bottom of the eyes has been flooded with killing. The more excellent this kid performance he will lose, the more miserable. Cackling teeth, sharp nails submerged in the palm of the flesh are not the slightest idea. Would show in the forest wind will destroy, this kid must die.
The only way to minimize his impact is to do so.
With all eyes on him, Yi Xian continued to sing. When the parting bloomed flowers, stretching out the new growth of branches,
like winter to spring and come,
waiting for the heart snow melting,
every time you leave home,
with the faraway attachment,
breaking away from mediocrity extraordinary, brewing after the outbreak. Really listen to the full of all the people for the goosebumps all over the room. This kind of existence of the song they don't say to see, that is, listen to, not even listen to. Uplifting, excited, surprised.
All kinds of emotions all surged in the heart, and then all people looked to the stage. Yi Xian eyes all changed. The god of this is also too powerful. It can be said that this kind of outburst directly sublimated the whole song to the extreme, listening to their heart surging, blood boiling.
Feelings.
Stagnant water, general life, the emergence of a long-forgotten spring of life, full of energy, as if the whole person has burned. The kind of.
This is that guy.
Lin Ningxue at this moment are shocked to the point that she is completely unable to believe that the charm of the song can actually be displayed to such a point. Undeniably, Lin Ningxue's impression of Yi Xian had also undergone a sea change. It turned out that guy was much more outstanding than he had imagined.
Awesome. Too powerful.
Luckily, that guy just stopped and didn't let himself go out, or else he wouldn't have realized that he still had this side to him.
A certain moment.
The song came to an end, but the scene was still silent, all wandering in the mood to enjoy the unprecedented tranquility and positive energy. They even felt that all the fatigue in their bodies had been cleared away, and it was a wonderful feeling.
This kind of atmosphere
lasted for more than a minute. All of them came back to their senses one after another with shocked eyes.
Ow.
Rushing howls resounded. Many viewers looked toward the stage like a very hungry 10 days of wild wolves, staring straight at the stage. Yi Xian, the scene unprecedented, horrible.
Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Countless excited voices intertwined in the sky, lingering, and even many flagship stores in the shopping plaza staff looked over, thought that a riot had occurred in the plaza. How?
The scene was full of boiling, and Yi Xian's gaze fell on Kim Tae-hyun, who had a face like death. Those who humiliate people are always humiliated.
But seriously.
Glanced at Kim Tae-hyun, then said, "You stick country singing world, unbearable. With your kind of class, you have no qualifications to let me take a shot."
Put.
Under the anger, Kim Tae-hyun sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Really, lungs are going to be angry to blow up. This son of a bitch is looking for death.
Cool.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and then you'll be able to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world.
Hey, now give me a try.
Kid, I'll kill you. Jin Taishan was furious. He knew he was finished, and lunged towards Yi Xian with his teeth and claws open.
However,
not to wait for him to get close, directly by Yi Xian slap flying out. Click facebone broken, don't know how much, directly fly out 7 or 8 meters away, lying on the ground, don't know death.
You are too ruthless.
Lin Ningxue frowned at the guy in front of him. This colorful embryo was really just a student. Glancing at the unconscious Kim Tae-hyun, unconcerned, I also did not expect the stick country singing young fresh meat so weak.
Ha!
Before the bodyguards of the country of the stick to go forward, see Kim Tae-hyun was beaten into this kind of bird, one mouth twitching, stepping horse. What the singing world, little fresh meat weak, clearly your strength is too strong, okay.
Puff.
Xingqing beauty listening to someone's words, cannot help but laugh out loud, cannot help but roll a white eye, but thinking of this guy just almost let his own man-body reputation, beautiful eyes become cold, only a trace of sympathy annihilation. Seriously, this guy, if really because of that stick country little fresh meat body defeat, she will definitely let that little fresh meat pay 10,000 times the price.
Chapter 13, that brat, Xiao Yi, has broken the sky. Auntie, you are too good.
The maids spoke excitedly. The scene they had just experienced was like a movie playing before their eyes, and it was still fresh in their minds.
You are.
Lin Ningxue sighed, then said, win people even if, but also beat him.
No matter what, that person is also the top stream singer in the country of the stick. Its back SB Entertainment Company is not simple.
Speaking, the beautiful beauty is full of worries, thinking about the other side may appear retaliation.
The next step is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are doing and how you are doing it.
Yi Xian waved his hand, and then said, I don't care about fame and fortune. As for sending people to target me, I don't mind slapping them to death at that time. Lin Ningxue wanted to say something, but thought of that guy's powerful hands and sighed without saying anything else.
I didn't expect, you are so good at it.
Then thought of the last barbecue stall, domineering protect husband's picture, last time I do not go out, that Zhao Meyer also cannot hurt you, right? It seems that I am being redundant. Speaking of which, Lin Ningxue bitterly shook his head, to this guy just hand, when even if Zhao Meyer 10 times more estimates are difficult to hurt him.
How can?
Shan Han doting rubbed Xingcheng wife head, compared to the hands of good, husband more like wife protect husband crazy devil it. Someone's words, heard Lin Ningxue face Ting a red, then glared at Yi Xian, who protects the husband of the devil, you think beautiful. Some words, provoking the domineering goddess heart thumping violently beating, like a kitten scratching.
Miss so happy.
Eating sweet dog food, the maid's envy, this kind of pinch not to mention Miss afraid of any girls have no resistance, it seems that Miss this life is difficult to escape the palm of the ant.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it.
Mr. Wang, something big has happened. Accompanied by the sound of the door, Operations Director Feng Ziqian anxiously came to the office, the brain door beads of sweat seeped out obviously it is all the way to run.
Mr. Wang, what's going on?
Seeing his right-hand man so out of sorts, Wang Chongshan narrowed his eyes, what's wrong?
It is Yi Xian accident.
What? This word out, Wang Chongshan Tang from the seat stood up, Yi Xian accident. Really can't help him not to be so, after all, Yi Xian, but he was not easy to find the opportunity to turn the tables of the fighting sharks, and it's even more his own best friend's son-in-law.
Ahem, not good.
After slowing down for a while, Feng Ziqian said, Yi Xian sang 2 more songs, and the level of explosiveness is not weaker than the first song at all.
You see.
As he spoke, Feng Ziqian placed his cell phone in front of Wang Chongshan.
Ha ha ha, good.
A little bit, after listening to the 2 songs, especially the second song, so that it is all blood boiling full of excitement. How many years, the Chinese singing world, this is the rhythm of the rise.
However, Mr. Wang.
Feng Ziqian took a deep breath, then gruffly said, Yi Xian therefore also broke into a big trouble.
Big trouble?
Wang Chongshan suspiciously looked at the right-hand man, obviously do not understand why he said so, the moment is not good.
It is so.
After a pause in the voice, Feng Ziqian narrated, these 2 songs will be the top of the country of the stick flow of young meat Kim Taehyun forced out of the singing world, and Yi Xian will also Kim Taehyun into the hospital, is still in a coma.
What did you say? Hearing this, really Wang Chongshan was shocked. Kim Taehyun? Of course he has heard of SB Entertainment's top stream fresh meat. Yi Xian's action is to cut off people's financial road. In addition,
Kim Taehyun's identity is not simple. It is said that his father is the second largest director of SB Entertainment Company. That kid really can cause trouble. Bitter smile, Wang Chongshan sighed, no matter in public or private he cannot sit idly by, even if SB Entertainment Company so what, they fight shark platform is not vegetarian. Martyr, I have long been looking at the stick dog is not good. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chongshan narrowed his eyes, in that case, let's start. Director Phone, first operate the video, then upload all 3 songs at the same time. Said here, took a deep breath and continued, the sky of the Chinese singing world, it is time to change.
Ding dong.
Also at this time, Wang Chongshan received 2 documents, and after clicking on them, he couldn't help but stare.
This is 2 songs recording version.
Looking at the 2 recorded songs, Wang Chongshan smiled, so save a lot of time. Recorded version, that Yi Xian good fast speed. Feng Ziqian heard a little confused, after all, the 2 songs to the present time are less than half a day. Cannot be that Yi Xian has long been prepared?
Everything is ready, let's start then.
Yes,
Mr. Wang.
Feng Ziqian bowed and replied, then quickly left the office. The importance of this matter cannot afford to waste a minute and a second. Not long after, the shark fighting video. The page refreshed, and 2 new videos appeared under Yixian's account name, completely taken over by Fighting Shark. What, this is Yixian releasing another new song? It's not the snow I'm looking forward to, this song is toxic identified. Buddy, you guys see another video, listen to the old man's scalp explode. Handsome guy is so awesome, I want to have a monkey with you. Mud, those fresh meat are nothing compared to Yixian. 10 minutes later, the 2 video likes broke the 3 million mark in unison, and the comments were even higher at 500,000, and even the number of likes for the first video soared by a large margin at the moment. 1 million. 1.3 million. 1.5 million. Unsurprisingly, Yixian account fans with an exponential surge each time the refresh has soared tens of thousands, visible 2 video platforms under the seal push, how hot. However, the Lin family villa. Ding bell. Lin Tianan, who was practicing writing, had his cell phone ringing on the side, and at this moment, it just so happened that Lin's mother came in with her coffee. Hello, old Wang. Answering the phone, Lin Tianan greeted in a good mood, but his face changed dramatically when he learned of the incoming message. What did you say? Just drank a mouthful of coffee all sprayed out, really wretched cannot violent coughing. Good, I know. Sucked in a breath of cold air, Lin Tianan hung up the phone. What's wrong? Lin mother suspiciously looked at Lin father. It's this kind of reaction is rare, and every time things are not small. Cough cough. Cough, Lin Tianan looked out the window far away, small leaf that brat, the sky to stab through. But this move is really damn relief. Then, Lin's father spoke of his future son-in-law's glorious performance, but he heard Lin's mother staring blankly. 2 songs had forced the top streaming fresh meat of the Kingdom of the Stick out of the circle, and had even put him in the intensive care unit. Lin mother, a burst of heart shock, incredibly looked at Lin father. Old Lin, this is still our son-in-law. Chapter 14 Brat crazy, actually give my mother $1 million. Stick Country, SB Entertainment Company. A certain room. What? Hearing his men report, Kim Ming Cheol's face was filled with anger. Taehyun was beaten up in China. Give me a clear explanation. Gulping and swallowing, the henchman then said, Jin Dong, half a day ago, young Master Taehyun opened a concert in Jiangnan, China. Then, he roughly described what happened at the concert, while placing the live video in front of him. Snap. At a certain moment, Kim Ming Cheol directly slammed the tablet after watching the video. Asshole. Jin Mingjer's face was iron blue. No wonder this kid's 2 songs forced his son, who he had worked so hard to promote, out of the entertainment industry, and his reputation was even more ruined. Dong Jin. Deep breath, the henchman trembling continued, this person named Yixian, China Jiangnan senior graduates, his parents are ordinary people, background mediocre. Very good. Listening to the subordinate report, Jin Mingjer completely relieved, I will make this kid pay 100 times the price. Ding bell. But at this time, the henchman's cell phone rang, and after connecting it, his face quickly changed greatly. This is good, I know. After hanging up the phone, the henchman a face unprecedented ugly. Jin Dong, I am afraid that there is trouble. Taking a deep breath, he then said, half an hour ago, that kid's 3 songs went live on Fighting Shark Music. In just half an hour, it dominated the top 3 of the major charts of Battle Shark Music. At this time, if you use public opinion, I'm afraid it won't work. As Jin Mingjer's inner circle, he naturally knew his usual style, and there was no doubt that public opinion was the fastest way to destroy a person. Fighting Shark Music. Hearing this, Jin Mingjer narrowed his eyes. If I remember well, it is the biggest obstacle for my SB Entertainment Company to enter the Chinese singing world. Oof. Want to rely on that kid to flip the plate. With a cold smile, Jin Mingjer's eyes flashed ferociously. If that kid evaporates, I'd like to see how you can fight back. Rongqing Middle School, inside the campus. In the vibrant campus, at one point, a melodious song rang out. What I am looking forward to is not snow, but a winter with you. What I am looking forward to is not the moon. This song. Su Sini heard the melody of the divine song and the sound was so familiar. Hey, did you hear that? That's one of the 3 divine songs of God Yixian. Yeah, Yixian is still our senior. So awesome, super good. Listening to the students' discussion, Su Sini froze for a moment, then came to the side of 3 or 5 students. Who did you guys say was the person who sang this just now? Teacher, it is Senior Yixian. After a pause in his voice, he continued, you will know if you search and do shark music. Oh. Hearing this, Susini half-heartedly opened the fighting shark music, then clicked search. Here ran a familiar to cannot be familiar with the face appeared in the field of vision. It is their own son. No wonder, that voice is so familiar. Then, Susini browsed through the major charts, and the whole person felt bad. That brat was on fire. After calming her mind, Susini directly went to her son for a video call. At the same time, Red Leaf Villa's living room. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Yi Xian was a little vain to avoid Sambo. He didn't want to have his legs broken by his mom. Brat, you can The voice came out, Yi mother is a face. Did not find that you still have this kind of singing talent, hidden from the old lady so long. Ahem, Mom, you know. Dry cough, this curtain it's not unexpected, and so also can make their future suddenly become rich easier to accept. I cannot know eek. Yi mother said halfway, is attracted by a silhouette in the back of the video. Brat, who is that beautiful girl behind you? Yi Xian, what are doing? Coincidentally, Lin Ningxue curiously looked over, and so saw his future mother-in-law. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Seeing Lin Ningxue, Yi mother's eyes lit up. Brat, this is the girlfriend you said it. Auntie good. Listening to the tone of voice, Lin Ningxue face red, where she did not know each other's identity, a time heart raised in the throat. After all, San Bao on the side of it, this guy crazy. It is also true. The original test Yi mother, this time the heart is happy. As for the son's singing talent has long been thrown into the clouds, compared to the son's lifelong matter that obviously does not smell. You kid, so beautiful girlfriend not early with mom said. A moment of contemplation, then said, so, I go to Jiangnan tomorrow we meet. Boom. This statement, Lin Ningxue is even more nervous. Auntie, this cannot be. You are the elders, how can you let you come it, to see is also we go to see you too old. This way. Yi mother pondered a little, then tomorrow, just my brother Xiao Xin his father have time. Mom, you are done, I still have class. After saying that, Yi mother hung up the phone, not giving the two of them any time to react. What? Lin Ningxue froze. What just like this, tomorrow to meet this guy's parents, this is too sudden. Look at you. The absolutely beautiful beauty glared at someone, not in a good mood, answering the phone and not finding a place. How is this good? See just see, anyway, it's not like you can't take it. Then she looked at the three treasures who were staring at Pioe Mama. Besides, sooner or later, these three little ones are going to let my parents know. You said no to someone. Lin Ningxue parted her head to look aside, because she was afraid that she could not control herself to bite that guy to death. System, transfer $1 million to my mom. Looking aside at the arrogant and angry Qingchim wife, Yi Xian faintly smiled. At this time, the brush dialing money was just right. Ding. Host consumption 1 million, triggered 300 times rebate, gained wealth 300 million. Soon, the ear is ringing the system rebate to the account sound. A small test of blood earned 300 million, which if let mom know I wonder if it will boast their own can earn money. But the other side. Ding dong. Just hung up the phone. Susini, cell phone rang the sound of information, looking for eyes to see. Dear CCB user, your tail number 7263 account, on June 18, 2024 arrived 1 million renminbi, please pay attention to check. Construction bank. Seeing this, Yi mother's eyes shook. 1 million, fraudulent information. Soon it's received another text message from her son, roughly meaning that she should feel free to spend it, saying that it is the money split between the three songs. Hiss. For a time Yi mother was somewhat shocked, sucked in a cool breath. That brat crazy, actually give the old lady $1 million. Chapter 15. Don't worry, the husband will not be cheap to others. Nightfall, the room. The pattering. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Yi Xian if said there is not the slightest mood swings. That is a lie, after all. Put so much of a city wife on the shelves who cannot keep calm. Detecting the host will be with his wife to meet the parents, gifted charm halo. Note, this ability will enhance the host's face value by a full grade, and the closer the relationship with the host, the stronger the effect. Charm aura? Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, sure enough, the face value aspect of the ability has finally come, but the closer the relationship with himself, the stronger the effect, that is to say, the effect on the boss's wife is particularly significant. Following that, call up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Ability, God-level milk daddy, driving all-powerful, God-level music, martial arts master, wine god possession, cooking master, charisma halo.
Items: Imperial Palace 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Unicorn Double Kidneys, God's Cato Technique. Passive ability: Random Consumption Rebate within billion times. Wealth: 183.2 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian cannot help but curve the corners of his mouth arcs, and at this point in time, also at this point in time. Hula bathroom room door pulled open, the absolutely beautiful beauty came to the room like this. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the room. The guy who had a white eye, the guy who was fooling around with himself, but soon eked out a light sound. Yi Xian, you feel different from before? In the light reflection, in front of the city, in front of the good people to see Yi Xian fascinated. 1 point, hooked up the arc, is it? The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at your husband, and he'll be able to see you again. Listening to the broken heart, Lin Ningxue face of red, hard to pretend to calm, you, how can it be? Nizi, dare to play a game. Up and down the body in front of the absolute beauty, the corner of the mouth hooked up gangster bad said. The game? Feeling a guy's bad smile, Lin Ningxue cannot help but vigilance, this guy is more and more bold, maybe it's holding what bad it. What game? Seeing the good person alert appearance, Yi Xian began to dig the pit, very simple, is the rock paper scissors. The loser takes off a piece of clothing. Lin Ningxue glared at a guy, this color embryo really nature does not change, a delicate grunt do not think aside, that guy crazy, what do you think? How? Someone will not be afraid to lose it, and then your man where I have not seen. Cut. Xingqing Beauty glanced at Yi Xian, this lady will lose, you still worry about yourself. I'm not sure if you're worried about yourself. Laughing at the beauty, Yi Xian followed the temptation, then come to a game? Yi Xian, I'll do it. Lin Ningxue, who had been successfully provoked to win, narrowed her eyes and said, I won't let you know how good this lady is, thinking that she had been a good guesser in the old days. Yi Xian smiled faintly and continued. Yi Xian slightly smiled, continued, but later lost cannot cry nose. Go to go. You only cry nose. The city of beautiful people glanced at a certain guy, this guy is so hateful, said as if he will win. Rock, paper, scissors. As the voice fell, Yi Xian martial arts master inside how strong, the result can be imagined. Lin Ningxue lost. How can you? Looking at their own out of the scissors, the opposite guy hammer, obviously she lost, and that guy out of the speed than her faster, has ruled out the suspicion of cheating. Just, where does she know that this from the beginning is destined to lose the bet? Of course, the beautiful wife does not know. Wife, willing to gamble to admit defeat. Oh. Humph. Lin Ningxue hummed, nimbly took off a piece of clothing and squinted her eyes. Again. There is a big set of kettle breaking down the situation, however, it suddenly do not know has completely fallen into the pit dug by someone for it, this lady still do not believe it. Just like this. After a few games, the city beauty face red, obviously it has not the slightest bet. Kudu. See here, can't help but Yi Xian eyes quite hot, this let back to God over Lin Ningxue tightly biting lips, damn, color embryo you intentionally well. Not waiting for the beautiful beauty finished, its lips will have been blocked. At that moment, Lin Ningxue's mind roared. In a few moments. In a few moments, the room was filled with beautiful music. 30,000 words omitted here. The next day, early in the morning. The golden morning sunlight poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last wisps of darkness. Well. Under the golden sunrise, a stunning face was even more charming, and even the surrounding light seemed to have become dim, and from Yi Xian's perspective, the beautiful person in the city was beautiful. Open sleepy eyes, and then into the eyes of a certain guy just like this tender quietly looking at her. Memory as if out of the gate tiger surged out, the absolute beauty cannot help but face blush up, really last night's scene let it's unbearable to look back. That guy, even more shameless than a year ago. Wife, you woke up. Wrapped in the arms of a naked beauty slender waist, mouth corner gangster bad smile so that someone hate to strangle it, finished, this is completely taken down by that guy, how can I do? Just why they do not have a little resistance, but also some joy. How can this be? In fact, Lin Ningxue some can't figure it out, if this mind is known by Yi Xian, she definitely want to find a crack to drill in, and that guy completely like to have endless strength in general. You, when did you wake up? Xingqing beauty deep breath, with a year after the encounter relationship obviously warmed up a lot, perhaps its own do not know, Yi Xian has long entered her heart. A good deal of time. Sniffing the good-smelling fragrance of the good people, big hand dotingly rubbed its head, see you sleep so fragrant, did not have the heart to disturb you. However, wife, you are super beautiful when you sleep.
Speaking, Yi Xian took out his cell phone and clicked on a few photos, which made the heartbeat of his beautiful wife accelerate, and he couldn't help but look at a certain guy in the eye, but he didn't let it be deleted.
Good you guy, dare to secretly shoot me.
Looking at the shallow arc of fascination, Lin Ningxue hummed, warning you, these photos can only be seen by yourself, you hear?
Of course. Hubby will not be cheap to others.
Yi Xian is not stupid, Ghost knows how many love rivals this photo will attract to himself, besides there are several very strong.
Count on you to be sensible.
Listening to someone's assurance, feeling the double bear close to a certain guy, face slightly red, in the future, if you dare to apologize to this young lady, I will let your old G family cut off the children and grandchildren.
Hey, don't worry.
Your husband is not so stupid, so beautiful wife Tinghai cannot wait. Boo, a kiss on the face of a good person, this feeling is completely different from before the encounter, and even feel the air is sweet at the moment, can be said to mold the golden sunshine of the two, every moment is a beautiful picture.
As if, time is fixed in this moment. Chapter 16 Yesterday will not be pregnant again. Golden morning sun, bathing walk.
The family left the villa, pushing the three treasures micro smell fresh air, ultra high value duo plus a happy scene, attracted pedestrians have cast envious gazes.
Gulp.
At a certain moment, the small abdomen of the beautiful people of the dumping city issued a protest sound, which made Lin Ningxue face tangs red, angrily looked at someone, all blame this guy.
If it wasn't he for so much physical strength yesterday, how could I get hungry so fast? Neezy, hungry ah.
Walking a little, Yi Xian is to see a hotel not far away, go, take you to eat delicious. A few minutes later, the two entered the Confronting hotel.
Mr., Miss, this side please.
In the beautiful waiter led, the family came to a card seat, but was met with a familiar figure. This person is the days not seen Su Qianer.
How is he?
Su Qianer obviously also found Yi Xian, but his face was white, especially when his eyes fell on Lin Ningxue. His eyes did not dare to look directly, because she was warned not to stay away from Yi Xian, let it disappear.
It was really a narrow road between enemies.
Yi Xian glanced at Su Shanai, obviously not expecting to meet her here, but the person beside him was the Chen Xiaoyang in his mouth, right?
Mr. Lin, you this.
Chen Xiaoyang saw the absolute beauty in front of him, especially the triplets munchkin eyes wide, full of disbelief.
HM.
Lin Ningxue looked at the man in front of her, her phoenix eyes narrowed, Chen Xiaoyang.
If today's matter dares to spread out, I will make the Chen family disappear from Jiangnan.
Ice-cold gaze, making Chen Xiaoyang swallow saliva. Lin Ningxue in front of him is who he is certainly clear, Jiangnan Lin family miss, but also do not know how many people pursuing the object. Although their Chen family has some power, but in front of the Lin family this kind of family is not enough to look at. Now, apparently Lin Ningxue and a man unmarried first pregnancy gave birth to triplets was seen, if this time to spread out that the impact on the Lin family absolutely unprecedented.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
Thinking about it, Chen Xiaoyang naturally knows how tricky this matter is, the slightest carelessness their Chen family will be overturned in an instant.
Then, Mr. Lin, I'll go first.
Chen Xiaoyang beads of sweat rolled down from the forehead, with Su Qianer fleeing the scene in a mess, do not dare to stay for a moment more, for fear of provoking this aunt-grandmother.
Phew.
Until leaving the Confronting hotel, Chen Xiaoyang only palpitated and breathed a sigh of relief. Too terrible, Lin Ningxue actually with a white boy gave birth to a child three treasures.
Shallow child.
Chen Xiaoyang then stern gaze fell on the girl beside him, and then said, today's events do not mention to anyone, hear me.
Gulp. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard, Su Shallower solemnly nodded, yes, Chen Xiao. Mention it?
How could it be? She didn't have the guts to do that, she was completely shocked.
Just that she couldn't believe that Yi Xian actually had 3 children with the goddess of the hegemony, a year ago? Negative to Chief Bastard? It was hard not to.
At a certain moment, Su Qianer realized something and her mind roared. A year ago, that time they had sex they were pregnant with triplets. Just one time alone, it made Chief Bully Goddess pregnant with triplets. This probability was enough to explain everything, how powerful that guy's genes had to be. Not only did he get pregnant in one shot, but he also came straight to 3. Based on this alone, throw off the Qin Shao in front of him, I don't know how many streets, so strange, why do I have a feeling of heartache, they have not already broken up. On the other hand, the two took their seats.
Wife, cannot see there is this kind of domineering side.
Looking at the beautiful people of the city, Yi Xian sked and lamented, but it caused Lin Ningxue's pretty face to redden, and she didn't have the good sense to whiten her eyes at a certain guy.
Poof. Is not all you.
Glancing at someone, she would like to speak properly, but Chen Xiaoyang kind of person not so certain that today's matter will be spread out.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Yi Xian thought about the reaction of Chen Xiaoyang just now, a slight smile, said, "Your family man is not a little powerful.
And, yesterday will not be pregnant again. Put."
Hearing a certain guy's words, Lin Ningxue was choking on a mouthful of tea. "Yi Xian, you're crazy. You're crazy, 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 you're crazy. Sambo is only a month old now, so if he's pregnant, he'll be born in 10 months.
Damn.
Blame this guy, to really pregnant that can be how good." Looking at the city girl, Yi Xian is also secretly discussing, "This niece will not really pregnant it, if so mom no cannot be broken legs so simple."
Detecting the host is worried about his wife's pregnancy, gifted to Duras Unlimited.
Note, the use of this item can do 1000% contraception, and can make the experience doubled.
Between thoughts, Yi Xian ears ringing system voice, 10 times contraception, and can make the experience double this operation? This system can be used, there is a need to really on.
Thinking of this, Yi Xian can't help but curve the corners of his mouth, thinking about whether to find time to test some.
You bad smile what?
Glared at a certain guy, Lin Ningxue brain a black line, "This guy that is what expression, can't wait to get pregnant is it, so as to show how powerful it."
Oof. Knew that this guy did not have a good heart, damn.
However, if you let it know Yi Xian mind, I do not know whether she will still be so calm, then afraid of someone to death may have. I'm not sure if she would still be so calm if she knew what Yi Xian had in mind. After coming back to his senses, Yi Xian was serious and directly rejected. How can it be? Husband is not that kind of person.
Is not you are not?
Suddenly a sentence, listening to Yi Xian quite embarrassed. "This girl, what do you mean?"
Wife, do you want me to be that kind of person?
A mouth the wife called that called smooth. This scene if let Chen Xiaoyang see I do not know whether it will be shocked burst eyeballs. Damn, this is still his cognition in the Lin family Chen Jinet.
Wow.
But yes, a wave of snorting sweet dog food to eat in the dining room full of mouth. Good guy, these two people are too good at playing.
Just they are so is not the impact too bad, more or less also consider the single dog their feelings good, oh.
Although the dog food is very sweet, but eat more also cannot hold na.
Good.
Road swallowing saliva from the throat rang, apparently a moment of dog food materialization, a time saliva become incomparably sweet, and the table food suddenly does not smell. No, to be precise, they are not hungry, and even secretly burping grudgingly looking at the field, although the dog food good choke people can still not control the eyes how to do.
Chapter 17 Acquisition of Kunping Hotel, a small profit of 3 billion. Wife, I'm going to the restroom.
During the meal, Yi Xian spoiled rubbed down 3 little heads said with a smile.
I'm going to go to the restroom.
Seeing the dying do not forget to spread dog food, Lin Ningxue white eye someone said.
Neezy want to not together ah.
Listening to a certain guy tiger and wolf words, Lin Ningxue face red, spread to the neck, that guy looking for death ah, this kind of wave invisible dog food really hit the surrounding card seat crowd caught off guard. Life, so broad daylight to spread dog food really good.
Hurry up and go. Feeling the attention of the surrounding crowd, Xingcheng Beauty's face is even redder, that guy is so annoying how to do?
After making some jokes, Yi Xian walked towards the direction of the restroom. Quite a few girls looked at Yi Xian with searching eyes. If it was possible, they wouldn't mind going to the restroom with such a big handsome guy who could flirt with them. However, not long after Yi Xian left the restaurant area.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
With the martial arts master insight, Yi Xian heard not far from the box with the sound of distress, and the entrance to the box there are a few burly men guarding, from its breath to see the strength are not weak.
Well.
Stop for a moment, Yi Xian knit up his brows. However, the bodyguard saw Yi Xian who came close, his eyes were stern. Where did the wild boy come from? Give the old man to get out of the way.
Splat.
The bodyguard had not finished, directly by Yi Xian a slap flying out, flopping hard on the ground directly out life. That kid is so powerful.
The boy is so powerful.
The remaining several bodyguards swarmed up, but 3 or 2 times by Yi Xian pumped over to the ground. Bang, a bodyguard smashed through the box door smashed in the room. At this moment, the beautiful girl is being controlled by a rich family second generation. Buttons are undone too, just short of the door.
Bastard. Where did the kid come from, dare to spoil my good deed? Boom.
Zhao Tianyang's voice just fell, directly by Yi Xian kicked out, clicking bone cracking sound shattered unknown how many, the wall were hit a little crack, and then spread out. He fainted on the spot, and would have become a corpse if he wasn't here in public.
Rolling.
Come in. The bodyguard saw his own young master lying on the ground like a dead dog, eyelids wildly jumping. That kid crazy know who the young master is.
Kid, you have guts.
After the bodyguards left the young master like a dead dog, they didn't care if they aggravated the young master's injuries, they were afraid of being slapped by that bastard again.
Thank you for your help.
At this time, a sight of beautiful girl red face to organize the clothes, if not benefactor out, today the consequences are unimaginable. A conversation. Yi Xian also know the woman in front of him.
You are the president of Confronting Hotel?
In fact, Yi Xian some unexpected, did not expect to save a strong woman. Yi Xian, I'm not expecting to save a strong woman. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath, and then said, I do not hide benefactor, Confronting Hotel is for sale, just that Zhao Tianyang is trying to have sex with me, and then shoot the handle, so as to achieve the purpose of letting me buy the Confronting Hotel for the lowest price for it. Said here, Yan Ruyu face more red a point. After all, this is not the honorable thing. After all, this is not something honorable. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, to know that the Confronting Hotel is one of the few high-grade hotels in Jiangnan. The value must not be low, if you can acquire it can certainly brush a large amount of money.
Yi Xian's eyes narrowed.
Thinking about this, Yi Xian no longer hesitate. Confronting Hotel market value of how much? Just I am ready to invest in the project.
Benefactor, you want to acquire the Confronting Hotel?
Yan Ruyu heard, eyes full of surprise, because she can see in front of the benefactor should not be as old as himself.
But benefactor.
Contemplating for a moment, Yan Ruyu knit up her eyebrows. Confronting Hotel owner is good to me. The market value of the hotel is almost 1.3 billion or so, the owner's minimum line is 1 billion.
Hearing Yan Ruyu's words, Yi Xian's heart darkened and said that it is true. Good.
Yi Xian did not think too much, directly shot the board. Confronting Hotel I want. This card has $1 billion, you take it to negotiate with the owner of the Confronting Hotel. When he spoke, Yi Xian took out a bank card, such a good opportunity to brush money if he missed, he himself will not forgive himself.
What, benefactor you this?
In fact, the scene in front of Yan Ruyu exceeded expectations. Benefactor actually so easily give her 1 billion, such a large sum of money, she has never seen such a generous person.
I've never seen such a generous person before.
I'll use you, and you'll still take care of the Confronting Hotel in the future.
How about doubling your salary?
Hiss. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath. She originally thought about whether she still wanted to be here after the hotel was sold, but now the benefactor not only saved her, but also trusted so much.
Ruyu is willing.
Secretly determined, eyes also become sure, her original annual salary of 1.5 million, doubling the words is 3 million.
Aha!
Call me Yi Xiao in the future, benefactor sounds strange. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Yi Xian nodded and said, after all, into the business is undoubtedly the fastest way to brush money, and he naturally will not personally take care of it. There is that time to talk to his wife. Does not smell good?
Yes, Yi Xiao.
Yan Ruyu bowed and answered. Her intuition told her that what happened today would most likely change her life.
Yi Xiao slowly go.
Conversing for a little while, Yan Ruyu sent her own Yi Xiao away until he disappeared from view before returning to her senses. Slender hand holding the bank card, take a deep breath. Yi Xiao, rest assured, Ruyu will live up to your trust.
Ding.
Host consumption 1 billion, triggered triple rebate, get wealth 3 billion. Shortly after leaving the box, Yi Xian's ears rang with a system sound, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up.
Quick look.
Yi Xian, he really is Yi Xian. Just returning to the dining area, a beautiful cute girl holding a cell phone stared excitedly at Yi Xian. My god, what an idol.
What? This statement, the crowd's eyes are looking over. Yi Xian, this name they naturally heard.
After all, 3 songs occupy the top 3 of the major charts of the Fighting Sharks. They want to do not know it is difficult. Especially, nowadays, his 3 songs have spread all over the streets.
It's really him?
I said to see his first glance feels so familiar. The lobby manager saw this scene, eyes between a bright came to the side of the restaurant stage. Everyone, let us welcome Mr. Yi to sing a song for us, how about it?
Let's have a song.
I don't know where a voice rang out in the restaurant, followed by the crowd or all have to agree.
This.
Looking at the enthusiastic field, Yi Xian also froze, looked at the lobby manager, did not expect this guy is quite good at things.
That colorful embryo, is it so hot now?
Lin Ningxu as see here are stunned, cannot help but Fengxin mentioned in the throat, this guy 3 little guys will not be exposed. Chapter 18 Color Embryo, the 3 treasures of things if exposed this lady with you no end.
Good.
Yi Xian on the three little guy exposure is not the slightest bit worried, in its view let nature take its course.
Next, this song is given to a beautiful lady.
The corners of his mouth arched, and as he looked at the fans, Yi Xian was super handsome at this moment. The name of this song is Love Is Not an Option. I hope you all like it. Light melody sounded, Lin Ningxue face slightly flushed, feeling the crowd casting a gaze. That guy is going to sing to himself again.
Difficult to forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. In my mind your figure. Volatile not go. Hold your hands to feel your tenderness. Really a little breathable.
Incandescent lamps, full of magnetic voice as if the spring, trickle into the heart, so that people listen to the feeling of comfort and sweetness. The restaurant field is also with visible speed quiet down. Listening to the ears around the song, Lin Ningxue had thought of their first meeting a year ago, as well as this period of time happened little by little, and then turned into a sweet will be wrapped. Especially, feeling a certain guy's unabashedly doting eyes, it made her heart feel like a deer in the headlights, like a little girl in love. But at this time, listening to the sound of Yan Ruyu came to a corner of the restaurant, suddenly saw the stage of his own Yishao figure.
This is Yishao singing actually so good.
Looking at the stage handsome Yishao, really a certain moment Yan Ruyu were quite moved, but the searching eyes gaze fell on a stunningly beautiful silhouette of the city.
Lin Ningxue.
Obviously, Yan Ruyu recognized the beautiful girl, especially the three babies beside her. No way, Lin Ningxue actually gave Yishao triplet children.
This song, it was sung to her.
At this moment, Yan Ruyu also realized that Lin Ningxue was her boss's wife.
To be able to become Yi Shao's woman must be very happy.
Listening to the dazzling song in her ears, Yan Ruyu sighed with emotion and envy, and also at this time, Yi Xin continued to sing. I am afraid that I myself will fall in love with you. I do not dare to let myself get too close.
I am afraid that I have nothing to be able to give you.
It takes a lot of courage to love you. I am afraid that I myself will fall in love with you.
Maybe there will be a day when I can't help it. Deeply sung, every note seems to be transformed into a dog food, filling every corner of the dining room. The three little ones are happy waving their little arms and legs, just like this to eat the POA mama dog food. Although, they do not know what dog food is. But after the brewing erupted, full of girls looked to the stage, eyes full of blazing. The god is so handsome, singing this is also too good to hear. This feeling is completely different from the previous three songs. It's all over. So like the male god, how to do? HM.
Lin Ningxue felt some guy's super sweet singing voice. This is completely no different from Confession. When did that guy write the song? He actually didn't know anything about it.
It's too damn.
So give yourself a surprise, not afraid to spoil yourself to the sky. Cannot help, this kind of snooze sweet dog food is if a ray of warm sunshine poured into her heart. The corners of the mouth slightly curved up the arc of happiness. She felt that at this moment, it's absolutely is the world's happiest woman. When she met this guy a year ago, fortunately she didn't miss it, otherwise she wouldn't have such a powerful husband. Thinking about this, the absolute beauty's heart was filled with pride. That looked like she was saying that this was her husband. Yi Xiao, really super talented. Yan Ruyu was listening to her own boss's song. Her face was also full of smiles, handsome and gold, good hands, and will also spoil people. Such a perfect boy. I'm afraid that any girl doesn't have much resistance, including herself.
Ouch.
Soon, the end of a song filled with a tidal wave of applause.
Yishan, I love you. Mom, yeah, it's too good. Oh. Ye God, don't sing, go home with me, okay?
Although Ye God has a child, but still cannot stop me from loving him.
Showdown, Ye God, I want to have monkeys with you.
Hot Topic Confession voice resounded through the arena. Many tiger and wolf words heard. Lin Ningxue face scarlet. These girls crazy. Of course, she also perceived the envious and jealous eyes.
That kind of feeling is like a mane in the back.
Damn guys, afraid that others do not know their relationship. There are three little ones not. This if it is passed out also have to. Field reaction. Yu Xian are startled. Good guy, these girls will not pounce on it. After all, their own fans cannot do it.
Ahem, wife away.
Dry cough, pulling the beautiful wife. Small wolf pushed three little guy away, did not think that under the excitement of confession, but triggered this kind of repercussions. Even if you leave the hotel a long way away, you can hear the sound of confession behind you, which makes Yi Xian like an amnesty.
You are.
Lin Ningxue wide-eye a certain guy, thinking before also warned Chen Xiaoyang did not have a good temper. Color embryo, three treasures of the things if exposed this lady with and.
Hoof.
Said, Lin Ningxue also did not forget to hum, but between the tone of voice is not at all the slightest blame, but more is sweet.
Is that so?
Seeing the stunning beauty of the rare playful appearance, Yixian deep meaning to measure the girl, how is not finished, Ningxue wife will not night to your man revitalize the wife outline it. Bah! Wife outline you a big head of ghost, think beautiful. Angry I a certain guy, cheeks red fluttering is very good to look at, in the sun under the exceptionally charming. Boo! Did not hold back Yixian, just like this mouth kissed up, a sudden sneak attack hit Lin Ningxue caught off guard, face suddenly more red 1 point, hastily looked around, big soul, you crazy. Giggle. But at this time, the ears of the three little ones' happy voice, although they do not know what the poop mama is doing, but feel that this is super fun. Surprised to look at the three little guys, Lin Ningxue brain a black line, this three little heartless, mama so be taken advantage of is quite happy. Hey, not ashamed to be the three little cotton coat of the poop. Yixian on the side of the heartless laugh, but led Lin Ningxue more speechless, this master for enough this kind of bullying oneself a foreigner, really good. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, but I was so happy to see you. Why, they are so bullied, but also a little not angry but very like it, so strange, they will not be masochistic tendency it. Thinking of this, cannot help but Lin Ningxue shudder, all because the head surfaced a certain guy room abused their own picture, a time face red, hate to find a crack to drill in, Lin Ningxue you this is crazy. Chapter 19 Why Fragrant Kiss Benefits, attend the brother-in-law's parent-teacher conference. A few minutes later, fighting shark video. Hara Yixian the song was edited, and then released under the Yixian account. I sprouted a new song, Yixian has released a new song again. This song is so sweet, it feels sweeter than the first 3 songs. Damn, I can eat dog food even through the screen. The god is so handsome, I want to get his high-quality genes. Accompanied by the sealing and promotion of Do Shark's video, the song was actually known by many netizens like a plague, and various data soared like an explosion. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. In less than half an hour, the number of likes broke the 10 million mark. Such a horrific speed really stunned many netizens. Motherfucker. This picture, which they had never heard of, not to mention seen, was directly on the hot search like this. At the same time, a certain apartment. Ding dong. Su Chenner just came out of the shower, wearing loose pajamas, but still cannot hide its proud body, although it cannot be compared with Lin Ningxue, but it has been extremely good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been named Jiangnan University's school flower. This was Yixian singing a new song again. Brain roaring, the moment she learned the information, Su Chenner almost didn't throw her cell phone away, pursing her lips and forcing herself not to cry out. Another classic. How, it will be like this how much that guy actually still hides. Thinking of this, Su's shallow heart super blocked, even proud of Chen shower not fragrant, followed by the gaze fell on the full body mirror under the self. If a year ago a tire of 3 treasures is their own, then today. Su shallow, what exactly did you miss Cannot help but, Su Chenner corner of the eye surged teardrops, Yixian I was wrong, really wrong oh. In the end, the song became the last straw that crushed her, and just like this, hugged her knees and cried, and at this moment she was super regretful. Jiangnan, Lin Family Villa. I am only afraid that I myself will fall in love with you. Maybe one day I can't help it. The super nice song sounded in the villa. Lin mother looked to the automatically refreshed shark fighting video. This is Xiaoye. Another new song, pretty lady? When she saw this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. It seems that it's for Ning Shui again. Good brat. At this time, Lin Tiannan also saw the video in Lin mother's cell phone, quite like father-in-law me back then. Go to go. Lin mother blanked its glance, not at all left to reveal, style of a fart, on your year that 2 times, and even people shout ya 1/10 is not as good as. Ahem, one air does not treat you like this Cut. Lin mother glanced at Lin father, then lamented, honestly, old lady if young 20 years old, all want to fight with the daughter on a fight. I'm not going to be able to do that. Lin Tiannan heard, full of eyes wide, this bitch actually dare to think of their son-in-law, madness. What is it? Lin's mother glared at Lin's father and said in a bad mood, she's jealous. I'm afraid there's no girl in the world who doesn't like Xiao Yi. Is it wrong for me to have this kind of thought? After all, I have no problem with aesthetics. Lin father, These words, for a time, heard Lin father speechless. People say the right thing, what can he say? This future son-in-law is too dangerous. Ahem, one air pay attention to the image, this is going to let people hear how bad. Lin father's old face a black, after all, is not a glorious thing, spread out can make people laugh. However, good thing that the old couple do not know the matter of the 3 treasures, or maybe it will be what kind of reaction, perhaps overjoyed, or will carry a machete to kill the past.
Seriously, I envy our daughter.
Lin mother stammered and lamented, looking forward to, I can imagine, the future of our daughter to be Xiaoye spoiled to what kind of situation. I can imagine how our daughter will be spoiled by Xiaoye in the future. Lin father had to admit, this brat although let his wife coveted, but really demonic cannot, daughter can have such a powerful boyfriend, that is also worth happy things.
Right, old Lin.
Lin mother thought of something at a certain moment, looked at the time, today seems to be the day of the parents' meeting of the knife, we have to go to talk about an important project, cannot have time.
This, let the daughter go.
Contemplating for a moment, Lin's father said underweighing. A few minutes later, Lin mother gave her daughter a call. On the other side, Red Leaf Villa.
Ding bell.
Cell phone ringing, see caller ID. Lin Ningshui apprehensively connected, but the eyelids jumped straight, afraid that mom and dad know the matter of the three treasures.
Hello, mom. Apprehensive voice out, really heart bottomless, I do not know, this call is not mom accountability. I'm not sure if this phone call is the mother's responsibility.
Across the tone came calm mom voice, which let Lin Ningshui a comfortable breath, today your brother's parents will, I almost forgot.
You have time to go down.
Well, good. Until hang up the phone, Lin Ningshui had this only deep sigh of relief, good in, mom does not know.
It's all because of that asshole, good reason to sing what song, almost exposed.
At a certain moment, Lin Ningshui thought of something, right, that brat parent-teacher conference I do not want to go. How about letting that colorful embryo to go, after all, it is the brat brother-in-law is not, Thinking of the mother's account of the hard work, Lin Ningshui bottom of the eyes flooded with wry arcs.
The color embryo.
Thought here, Lin Ningshui looked to the side of a certain guy, I'm going to go to the company later, my brother today parents will, you go to participate in it. Yi Xian heard it and froze, brother-in-law's parent-teacher conference, wife, this is not good, right?
I'm not sure what's wrong with that.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about Louboutin pas cher, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about Louboutin pas cher, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Hearing the words of the tiger and wolf in front of her eyes, Yi Xian coughed dryly, this niece can actually say such words.
What are you looking at?
Lin Ningshui obviously also realized that he said the wrong words, hard head, have not seen beautiful
Ahem, of course I have seen it.
Finished, narrowed his eyes and laughed, let the husband to go is not impossible, that always have to give your man some benefits is not, just kiss a mouth.
No well.
Not to wait for the beautiful beauty to finish, is the lips were blocked by a certain guy, which makes it staring at the beautiful eyes looking at a certain color embryo. I don't know how long it took.
Who?
Broke away from some guy's embrace, which ended a wave of French kiss, you this guy wanna suffocate me
Humph.
Cheap accounted for enough, hurry to participate in the parent-teacher conference. Under a wave, Lin Ningshui heartbeat fast to not, that hateful guy this kind of accounted for their own cheap after their own permission, how can you do this to yourself, so what to strangle him?
Chapter 20 I drop wipe, knife classmate brother-in-law is really Yishan. Jiangnan Primary School, in front of the school gate. Cut. Small knife, you are also too able to blow.
3 or 5 elementary school students toward the school, a few people despised to look at Lin Xiaodao, your brother-in-law is the god of the leaves, ghosts believe. That's right, if your brother-in-law is the god of leaves, then my brother-in-law is Ultraman.
Hey knife bragging also realistic point.
Lin Xiaodao heard the students do not believe, then anxious, you wait for me to let my sister to bring my brother-in-law, blind your eyes.
Oh, then we wait.
Obviously, Lin Xiaodao's classmates do not believe it at all, how can Yishan that excellent existence be Lin Xiaodao's brother-in-law?
Boom.
Right at this moment, the sound of a supercar came from far away, attracting the attention of everyone at the first moment.
Crap.
At this time, one of Lin Xiaodao's classmates stared with wide eyes, this year's latest Lamborghini Poison, rumored to cost $80 million.
What, really? Can it be that it is the parents of our school who came to attend the parent-teacher conference?
Between a few people discussing, the supercar stopped, followed by the windows rolled down. Huron revealed a handsome familiar face.
Yi Shun.
Several classmates are all Yi Xian little fans, their faces are filled with disbelief and written with shock.
Sister husband. Lin Xiaodao gulp swallow saliva, really like a dream, how, you came.
It seems not late, get on the car. Although it is the first time to meet, but Yi Xian has seen the picture of the brother-in-law, coupled with insight naturally long ago discovered where the brother-in-law is. The first time we met, but Yi Xian has seen the brother-in-law's photo, plus insight naturally long found the brother-in-law where. Brother-in-law a few students directly dumbfounded, I drop wipe, knife classmate brother-in-law really ye god.
Voodoo. See here, several people are swallowing saliva. Lin Xiaodao heart that is called a comfort. Hey, I go first. Let us go, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaodao is happy. Brother-in-law, this is too dignified to participate in the parent-teacher conference, not to mention driving a super luxury car. You kid. Brother-in-law thought he naturally clear, a foot gas pedal is into the school gate, especially feel the attention of many students. Lin Xiaodao heart is even happier 1 point. Brother-in-law, you did not see just a few students' eyes, too cool. Lin Xiaodao grunted in the car, they still don't believe you are my brother-in-law, now they are dumbfounded. Not long after, the cool supercar came to the site of the parent-teacher conference. Wowzers! Look, what a cool supercar! Exclamations rang out one after another, that is, the preparation of the parent-teacher conference. Principal Chen Changhe all froze, 80 million Lamborghini poison. Go, follow me to welcome. Deep breath, Chen Changhe with the school leadership senior toward the supercar, after all, can open up this kind of luxury car. Nature is not ordinary people. Click. The principal and his entourage just came to the near front, the supercar is down 2 figures. Xiaodao students. Chen Changhe froze when he saw the visitor. Of course he knew that Lin Xiaodao was the youngest master of the Jiangnan Lin family, but this handsome youth in front of him. Principal, this is my brother-in-law. Oh. Chen Changhe heard there was a heartbeat. Jiangnan Lin family son-in-law. This identity can be extraordinary. The original is Lin Xiaodao parents. Principal, he is that 3-song fire in the streets of Yixian. A school leader senior saw Yixian, issued an exclamation of surprise voice. However, this statement out of the crowd to look at Yixian, quietly eyes have changed. 3 songs that set the streets on fire? Yixian? This already explains everything. The principal Chen Changhe is all for one. Mr. Yi can come to our school, let me Jiangnan Primary School fluffy. The principal of the school is polite. Yixian waved his hand and smiled, I am here only in the capacity of Xiaodao's brother-in-law. Quickly look, that is Yi God. The male god is so handsome, better looking than on TV. Xiaodao students' brother-in-law, Tianla Xiaodao students are too happy. The students at the parents' meeting in the playground were all abuzz with envy, and Lin Xiaodao couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth as he felt the attention of his classmates. Not only the students, is a lot of beautiful students' parents have cast a small fangirl gaze. These little brats. Principal Chen Changhe glanced at the frying pan in the middle of the field and smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi made you laugh, but your influence is quite big now. Right. Chen Changhe thought of something, then said, Mr. Yi, I wonder if you can take the stage to give these little guys some advice. After all, your words can be much better than ours. It just so happens that this parent-teacher conference will be broadcast live on the school's website, and with Yi Xian's appearance, the quality of enrollment in the coming year will surely soar, so he naturally won't let go of such a good opportunity. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yi Xian has not yet spoken. Lin Xiaodao small chicken pecking rice nodded his head. This is a brother-in-law great publicity excellent opportunity. You brat. Yi Xian knocked Lin Xiaodao a melon crash with a thud, while Lin Xiaodao was grinning. This scene made many students explode in place with envy. So happy, how good would it be if the idol knocked his own melon crash, oing oing. Also good. Seeing the students in the field, Yi Xian was in a good mood to agree. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chen Changhe's eyes narrowed when he heard, great. Trouble Mr. Yi. Afterwards, the principal gave a look to the beautiful teacher in charge of hosting, who naturally understood and came to the stage with a microphone. Everyone be quiet. Next, please welcome Mr. Yi Xian to give us a speech. Wow. The words came out, the room was full of clamor, followed by snapping thunderous applause. Good. Neatly harmonized voices resounded in the field, the road eyes on the stage. Even those parents at this moment is just like a concentrated student, they are the first time to go to school, have never been so serious. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Lin Xiaodao watching the fun is not afraid to put up his fist, for brother-in-law cheer, if let it know that his brother-in-law has let his sister gave birth to triplets do not know what will be the reaction. A little bit. Pick up the steps, came to the stage, looked at the audience nearly 10,000 students and parents, then smiled and said, next to persuasion to everyone, I hope that every student has a bright future. Without waiting for the crowd to think about it, Yi Xian had already spoken aloud. The gentleman said, learning cannot be already. Green, taken from the blue, and blue ice, water for it, and cold in water. Would straighten the rope, will band for the wheel, it's curved in the rules. Although there is a haggard and violent, no longer quite, will band to make it so. Therefore, the wood is subject to the rope is straight, the gold on the sharpening is sharp,
the gentleman erudition and daily reference to their own, then know the Ming and do not go too far. This is Principal Chen Changha heard here, the whole person is frozen to Mr. Yi great talent.
Good a green take from the blue and blue and the blue.
Just one sentence alone will be convinced the student by the teacher to teach, but the achievement is higher than the teacher, this mood as well as literary style tisk tsk.
Wow.
Lin Xiaodao listened to the words of his brother-in-law on the stage, eyes wide, although I do not know the specific meaning of what his brother-in-law said, but it feels so powerful.
Chapter 21 Sister, look at it, brother-in-law is handsome. The audience, full of vibrations.
This is Yixin literary style is so high. Parents one by one, incomparable vibration, no wonder people 3 songs can be a fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River, based on this literary style alone is enough to show that people are not simple.
Sure enough, successful people must have their reasons.
The little fresh meat from the stick country that clamored for Yixin before was a complete waste compared to the idol. On the other hand, the office of the president of Hongsheng Group.
Ding dong.
A message sound came, all Lin Ningxue just saw the link sent by her younger brother Lin Xiaodao.
Sister, look brother-in-law handsome.
Looking at Lin Xiaodao once again sent a message, Lin Ningxue froze, handsome burst, that brat said what? Although that guy's face value is good, he's not handsome to the extent of exploding at all.
Clicking on the link, Lin Ningxue froze.
Green, take in the blue, and blue in the blue ice, water for the, and cold in the water.
Screen, the handsome guy is a big hit, this scene to see Lin Ningxue mind confused, that guy will actually also be this kind of literary words and phrases? What a brilliant insight!
At this moment, Lin Ningxue somewhat knew the meaning of her brother's words, brother-in-law is handsome. Let him participate in a parent-teacher conference, he actually out of the limelight again, Looking at the literary brilliant guy, Xingqing Jiaran grunted, this time he will again have an unknown number of love rivals
poo-poo.
Lin Ningxue, what do you think of it, what love rivals? However, not waiting for its detailed thought, on the stage Yixian stepped forward, his eyes brightened by one point, I have to say that guy is super handsome when he is serious. Lin Ningxue can't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Accumulation of earth into a mountain, wind and rain will rise accumulation of water into an abyss, the dragon will be born accumulation of goodness into virtue, and the gods will obtain themselves, and the holy heart will be prepared. Therefore, if you don't accumulate short steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles if you don't accumulate small streams, you can't become a river and an ocean. A horse can't take 10 steps without a single leap, and an incompetent horse can't take 10 steps without a single step. If you persevere, a rotten tree will not break if you persevere, a golden stone can be skeletonized. The earthworm has no claws and teeth, sinews and bones of the strong, up to eat the earth, down to drink the yellow springs, with a heart of one. Crab 6 kneeling in 2 chelates, non-snake and eel cave cannot be hosted, with the heart manic also. With Yixian Lang voice, parents will be all frozen in the venue.
How did this guy do it?
Principal Chen Changha sip mouth, this speech is afraid to set off a storm on the internet, China's declining literary world, I did not think there is such a genius exists. Even in Yixian body he seems to see the future of the literary world. Ahem, such talent is ashamed to be inferior. The language teachers, one by one, bitterly shaking their heads, this level they do not say patting a horse, is sitting on a rocket cannot catch up, at this moment, how is their heart a shock? Especially, the parents originally this is to exhort the students, but they heard them benefit greatly, no step by step cannot reach 1,000 miles, no accumulation of small streams cannot become a river in the sea.
Yeah.
This makes so much sense, and those examples, so wonderful. On the other hand, the Fighting Shark Platform headquarters.
Snap.
President Wang Chongshan snapped a slap on the table, even the palm of the hand severe pain did not know the slightest, full of exuberance, good. What a good one to eat up the earth and drink from the yellow springs.
So talented I really did not see wrong.
Undoubtedly, this moment Wang Chongshan unprecedented excitement, not, accurately speaking is excited, with this kind of literary attainments for the background, that what SB Entertainment Company counts as a fart.
Chinese literary world, profound and profound.
Wang Chongshan himself is a lover of literature, he now has a little admiration for Yi Xian, and then murmured, Ning Shui that girl, this vision is also too good point. Old Lin that guy, this time but picked up the treasure. For a time, Wang Chongshan feelings, once again look at the video cannot help but the corners of the mouth arc, he has a kind of intuition, fighting sharks are very likely to take off because of this guy.
A little bit.
With the end of Yixian's chanting, the parents' meeting filled with dead silence, however, the school network's live streaming comments were boiling and blowing up.
The real thing.
This operation, too shocking, beyond everyone's surprise, awakening. Slap, slap, slap. At a certain moment, thunderous applause filled the room.
Admiration. Adoration. Excitement.
All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Lin Xiaodao's eyes at this moment looked at his brother-in-law with admiration, and his admiration for his brother-in-law was like a torrential river stretching on, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control.
Brother-in-law, so powerful.
A small face are due to excitement and reddish point Sue. He originally has been very optimistic about brother-in-law, did not expect brother-in-law than he imagined also 100 times more powerful.
He, old sister is too bullish, finding herself such an excellent brother-in-law.
Lin Xiaodao has already smiled into a crescent moon, grandmother, who with him to steal brother-in-law, he absolutely with its fight.
Phew.
Beautiful host, deep breath came to the field, smooth the mind, Mr. Yi spoke too good, how about the next let Mr. Yi sing a song for us, everyone say good.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
Taking advantage of the heat, the beautiful host to get things said, at once attracted the field howling like boiling, the principal Chen Changhasi here satisfied nodding, this teacher is very good.
Mr. Yi, you see.
The beautiful host revealed a sweet smile, of course that she also has her own selfishness, after all, it's also a loyal fan of Yi Xian.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
This request Yi Xian did not refuse, this in his case is just a matter of hand, also counted to let the brother-in-law out of the limelight again.
Subsequently, the right hand took out a USB flash drive, vocal teacher, trouble to help me put down the accompaniment.
The beautiful host solemnly took the flash drive and carefully handed it to the vocal teacher, a series of flowing without any lag. This song is called The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, I hope you like it. The sound came out, the field swish with visible speed quiet down.
The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? The person who looks up.
The loneliness of the heart and sighs.
Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember?
The quiet romantic tone, as if possessing some kind of magic, rattling the heartstrings of the crowd. Fighting Shark's platform Wang Chongshan squinted up his eyes and looked at the screen, the Divine Comedy.
Undoubtedly, this is another classic divine song.
Hiss. Lin Xiaodao, this is the first time that he is now listening to his brother-in-law's song, and it feels so good that it explodes.
And at this moment,
the venue has been silent, only Yi Xian's song lingers in the ears, leading the crowd as if a scene appeared in front of their eyes, itself is also as if in the starry night, tilted his head up to look at the brightest star in the night sky, the inner surge of struggle and confusion.
Sure enough, having a literary background is different.
Principal Chen Changhe took a deep breath. As a person who had been engaged in education for decades, he naturally knew that it was impossible to write lyrics like this without some ink, as well as the mood. Then, looking toward the figure on the stage, eyes full of complexity, this young man actually has what experience?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Good like Yi Xin, too good this song. How many things does that guy hide from himself? Lin Ningxue naturally heard the song contains things, beautiful eyes staring at the screen a moment also do not move away, secretly decided to come back and must be severely interrogated, against the sky still do not revitalize the wife's outline of its do not know their own awesome.
Chapter 22 Xiaoye, this is still a person, clearly is a demon.
The scene was silent, the eyes fell on the stage. Have not made the slightest sound, for fear of disturbing this atmosphere in the slightest, the crowd wandering in the song river cannot be extricated. With all eyes on him, Yi Xian continued to sing.
I'd rather all the pain stay in the heart. Also do not want to forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, over the lies to embrace you. Whenever I cannot find the meaning of existence. Whenever I am lost in the darkness of the night.
Brewing, and then burst sublimation attracted the crowd's heart and soul, for the resonance of the feeling is like holding back endless years, suddenly get released, the kind of pleasure cannot be used to words to describe.
This kind of feeling can only be understood, not to say. Ow.
As if it was a catharsis, a scream pierced the silent atmosphere, as if the chest of the stifled and negative emotions all empty, followed by more and more howls sounded, the parents will resonate for the scene. My God, the original music can be so charming.
Yes, it feels like the whole person is full of energy.
It's incredible, Yi Xin is invincible.
Mom, yeah, it feels like the entire music scene combined isn't as powerful as Yi Xin. Idol don't sing, let's go home and be mama, okay?
The atmosphere was unprecedented, the audience's voices were intertwined in the sky for a long time, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The power of the sound was unrivaled for a moment.
Oh, this song is awesome.
Principal Chen Changha grinned, even though he hadn't retired for a few years. For a moment he felt more than 10 years younger, thinking of those youthful years full of vigor.
The brightest star in the night sky, tsk tisk. This kind of metaphor is too apt.
Listening to a song between tiredness is undoubtedly the best solace for the soul, so the music is the right way. Only this kind of super high quality music can make the Chinese singing world back to the peak.
Oh ha ha.
Lin shoutout at this time, looking at the stage happy not. The smile did not stop at all. Brother-in-law is really absolute son.
Even.
At this moment, his worship of his brother-in-law can no longer be described in words. My God, small knife students, your brother-in-law is too powerful.
Yeah, so envious of you. So what, little dagger classmate, I want your brother-in-law an autographed photo, can I?
Well, you have to give me your brother-in-law's autographed photo. I promise to be your girlfriend. Lin Xiaodao listened to the surrounding classmates' discussion, especially his own crush goddess took the initiative to want to be his girlfriend. This acidic people who have not experienced it cannot be appreciated at all.
Oh, no problem.
Lin Xiaodao naturally will not refuse. Even at this moment he even thought of the child's name. Of course, this if let Lin father Lin mother know, I do not know whether it will break his legs. The name of the child will be the Pink Lady, and the name will be the Pink Lady. Lin Xiaodao crush goddess, Bu Sound stole a kiss mouth him, cheeks flushed said, this is our secret, cannot tell other people. Oh.
Hey, rest assured.
Lin Xiaodao he smiled, continued, I have the strictest mouth.
Aha. The goddess in the same class nodded heavily. Xiaodao classmate, you're so nice.
This scene, but is a small interlude, with Yi Xian back to the audience. The parents will also be the official start. In this way, about an hour later, the parent-teacher conference ended.
Mr. Yi slowly go.
Principal Chen Changhe with school leaders senior personally sent, treatment cannot be said to be not high, just they understand very well, just happened a scene they so very worth it.
Brother-in-law, you are too handsome.
In the supercar, Lin Xiaodao enviously, thinking about the scene experienced by the parents' meeting, I have never been so dignified. Hey, brother-in-law, thank you.
This thank you for what?
Yi Xin did not care to wave his hand, then said, you are my brother-in-law, I do not give you long face. Who give you long face?
I'm not going to give you a long face. Who's going to give you a long face?
Lin Xiaodao heard here, eyes touched, seriously, in the future is the old sister to say bad things about brother-in-law cannot.
Ding dong.
Just at this time, Yi Xian received a message and clicked in to take a look. Color embryo, do not need to return to the Red Leaf Villa, go to my parents' home. Then received another message, just know to show off.
Brother-in-law, is it my sister?
Seeing his brother-in-law's strange look, Lin Xiaodao asked curiously.
I'm going to your house today for a family dinner. I'm going to your house today to hold a family banquet.
Yi Xian smiled faintly, that girl can't cure you, this life can only be planted in the hands of your man.
Really? Good, yeah.
Lin Xiaodao heard his brother-in-law go home with himself, a time of excitement, super looking forward to the day when his old sister and brother-in-law get married. In that case, he can be with his brother-in-law every day. Fighting Shark Platform, Headquarters.
Ding dong.
2 message sounds in a row. It was obvious that Wang Chongshan had received 2 files, precisely the recording version of the 2 songs Love is Not an Option and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky.
This speed tsk.
Wang Chongshan's heart was so happy, he originally thought it would take a few more days to come.
Director phone, seal the push.
Yi Xian's song continues to be sealed and pushed. Contemplating for a moment, Wang Chongshan continued, in addition, today, the 2 songs are synchronized to upload Fighting Shark music. In this way, SB Entertainment's plot to attack public opinion will surely be fundamentally dismantled.
Yes, Mr. Wang. Feng Ziqian heard Wang Chongshan's words, bowed and left quickly. The first time to implement the 2 songs operation matters. This period of time, every second is precious.
Just like this, under the seal push. Undoubtedly, Yi Xian 2 songs have been maximized publicity, at the same time 5 songs with a destructive momentum from the previous domination of the top 3, now dominate the top 5. With such good news, it was better to inform old Lin. Subsequently, Wang Chongshan gave his friend Lin's father a phone call, and soon the phone was connected.
Hey, old Wang. Lin's villa, Lin's father connected to his friend's phone, Xiaoya, a new song. This is good, I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin's father clicked on the video link sent by his friend. This look does not matter, really surprised him. This kid's literary talent was actually so high. Listening to the impassioned speech, as well as the song, Lin father could not help but inhale a breath of cool air. Xiaoya, this is still a person, clearly is a demon.
Ahem, I did not think that Ning Shui that girl let Xiaoye went to participate in the parent-teacher conference. It is also true that no matter where that boy is highly regarded existence. Lin father smiled bitterly. Think of the years he is also young talent can be compared with his son-in-law, the difference of 100,000 80,000 miles or more than. Xiaoye, you're so good, let father-in-law me how to get along with Na.
Chapter 23 Sister, don't you know my brother-in-law bought $80 million of supercar?
Night is approaching, Lin family villa.
Creak.
Lamborghini poisoned supercar sharply stopped in front of the villa. Lin Xiaodao excitedly came down from it.
Good day, auntie. Good day, young master.
The maids saw the two people who came down from the supercar and respectfully saluted, especially looking towards their own aunt. They were also considered fans of the aunt when all was said and done.
Hey, brother-in-law, go.
Lin Xiaodao greeted warmly, and just like that, he entered the villa with his brother-in-law.
Oh, Xiaoye, you came.
Ye mother full of smiles, son-in-law things she naturally also know. Look at the son-in-law eyes satisfied, son-in-law than she imagined more powerful. This son-in-law, who dares to rob her and who she plays with.
Auntie good.
Yi Xian smile arc, this makes ye mother smile more thick. Have to say son-in-law handsome without words. This kind of face value is difficult not to let girls like. I have to say that my son-in-law is very handsome. Seeing Yi Xian, Lin Ningshui greeted heartily. After all, the matter of Sanbao made it necessary.
Sister, are you okay?
Lin Xiaodao saw his sister's strange appearance and asked curiously, why does it feel strange? Listening to her brother's words, Lin Ningshui's heart rose to her throat. This brat actually found out, although she hid it very well.
What are you talking about? Randomly skillfully wringing the ear, brat, you have skin itchy is it? Goo.
Lin Xiaodao bloodline suppression, break free from the clutches of the old sister hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian, brother-in-law, help ah.
You give me over.
Lin Ningxue opened teeth and claws, but secretly relieved, this brat naturally unimportant. If you let mom and dad find out that something is wrong that would be bad.
I'm not going over.
Lin Xiaodao looks like I have a backer's posture. The words are not shocking, said, sister, you dare to bully me. See, I do not let brother-in-law teach you a lesson.
These two kids.
Ye mother watched the siblings make a scene, blankly glanced at them, and then apologized. Xiaoya, I've made you laugh.
Pay attention to the image.
Feeling the death stare from his mom, he calmed down quite a bit. Yi Xian slightly shook his head and said with a smile, it's okay auntie, I can see that they are very close.
Good.
Mother-in-law glanced at her own daughter and son and smiled bitterly, they are already good if they don't break up the family.
Ahem, mom. What are you blindly talking about?
Lin Ningxue, who was exposed, coughed dryly and almost didn't choke on the water she drank to suppress her shock.
What's wrong with that?
Mother-in-law didn't care, glanced at her daughter and continued to spit. Xiaoyi is not an outsider.
Soon, the people came to the dining table. Mom and Dad, you guys don't know, brother-in-law is super awesome today.
During the meal, Lin Xiaodao sold the colorful Twitter, classmates are envious of bad me, especially brother-in-law drove the car is so cool. With the words of Lin Xiaodao, very soon the absolutely beautiful beauty to look at Yi Xian eyes quietly changed. With the words of Lin Xiaodao, soon the eyes of the absolutely beautiful beauty to look at Yi Xian quietly changed.
After a pause in the voice, Lin Ningxue frowned, your brother-in-law drove 80 million Lamborghini poison to the school? Right ah?
Lin Xiaodao suspiciously looked at his old sister. Sister, don't you know that my brother-in-law bought $80 million of supercars?
$80 million?
Ye mother listening to her son's words, is also surprised to look at their son-in-law, small leaf, this is true. Yi Xian did not hide it. Yi Xian did not hide nodded his head to admit that he had already thought of a good speech, I leveraged some stock speculation before, earned a lot of money.
I always wanted a supercar, so I bought it. This way ah.
Lin father nodded understanding, after all, nowadays Yi Xian with that a few songs are earning a lot of money, contemplating for a moment cared to say, but speculation in the stock market although the money is fast, but after all, the risk is too great.
I understand, uncle.
Yi Xian faintly smiled, so, I earned that money after closing, by the way, acquired a hotel. Hearing his son-in-law's words, Yi father nodded his head in satisfaction, the son-in-law gave him a kind of steadiness that didn't fit this age.
After dinner, in the room.
Lin Ningxue took the bath towel and went to the bathroom to take a bath, to which this period of time together has obviously long been accustomed to. In the boudoir there is clearly only Yi Xian left alone.
Ding dong.
Just at this moment, Yi Xian received a message, clicked in to take a look but was a bit frozen. A name Zheng Yaozong, respected old scholar, with microblogging openly denigrate Yi Xian. The world is going down the drain, the people are not ancient, today's society do not know when to start. Casually write a poem can become a celebrity. That free swim old man has seen, although good, but there are a lot of defects debatable. The more I look at it, the more wrong, which has a blocked Yi Xian's words, although hidden but its heart can be put to death. The more you read, the worse it gets. Looking at the Wind review, Yi Xian was not calm. Stepping on the horse Zhuang old master's free tour was so degraded? The mother's skin, this if let Zhuang old master know, the coffin board absolutely cannot be pressed.
Debatable? Grandma. Who says I only know one poem?
Looking at the old scholar Zheng Yaozong words, Yi Xian is not spoiled, since the head, small master let you know what is genius.
System, register me for a microblogging account.
Yi Xian immediately summoned the system, and then narrowed his eyes. I want to knife people. Not long after, Yi Xian sprawled out the 3 words Song of Long Hate, following which he continued. The Han Emperor's heavy coloring thought of the country, the imperial household sought for many years but could not. The young family has a daughter who has grown up, raised in a deep bosom and not yet known. Her natural beauty is hard to abandon, and she was chosen to be on the side of the king. Smiling back, 100 winks, the 6 palaces have no color. After writing, Yi Xian's mouth arched. There are many ways to hit the face. Obviously he used the most direct and practical move. This operation, his previous life seems to have seen in a TV series called Superfluous What Son-in-Law, only that protagonist used to drink and make poems, while he used microblogging hanging. However, it was certain that his way of spreading the word was more than 100 times more efficient than little fans. Clicking publish, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Since he struck out, then don't blame little master for being ruthless, who let you be the old scholar that I hate the most.
A few minutes later.
Yi Xian microblogging under the convenience is the emergence of a lot of fans. After all, real name authentication and the system is obviously created directly after a wave of seal push.
Effect can be imagined. Crap, Yi Xian is out of a new work.
Ahem, although I do not know what the Song of Long Hatred written, but feel so dick. Martyr this level, throw out that Zheng Yaozong 100 streets.
Hey, this kind of hit the face of the way really clear and elegant. Ye got good, well done.
Less than 10 minutes, the number of clicks has broken 10 million mark. After all, the unity of the Son of Support is not trivial. However, this poem out of the literary world of the old school community bombed, a text to kill the pen slam from the beginning. The 24th chapter of the ancient poem destroyed the counterattack.
100,000. 300,000. 500,000.
Yi Xian microblogging fans with a very fast speed sword, even faster than when the Fighting Sharks fan enhancement do not know how much. Things were brewing, and soon Wang Chongshan learned the news.
This is a good Zheng Yaozong.
With a slap on the desktop, he then looked at the microblog and smiled coldly. However, he underestimated Yi Xian.
Well done.
Contemplating for a moment, Wang Chongshan slapped the decision, director phone, immediately seal, and push this poem of Yi Xian.
Yes, Mr. Wang.
Taking a deep breath, Feng Ziqian didn't dare to delay for a minute, and began to let all departments publicize the poem. After all, that Zheng Yaozong was famous, the consequences of criticizing someone like that were quite serious.
Jiangnan, Zhao family villa. That Yi Xian, looking for death hiss.
The body is bandaged like a mummy, pulling the wounds. Zhao Tianyang pain bared his teeth. The heart of Yi Xian hate is more intense a point.
Good chance.
Zhao Tianyang looked at Zheng Yaozong's 10,000 word long comment, coldly smiled. Bastard boy, I see you still not dead.
Hey, prepare the water army for me.
Then, Zhao Tianyang personally dialed the head of the water army. This young man is going to make a kid lose his name.
Name, time.
The other party uttered 2 words, which Zhao Tianyang had already checked out. Yi Xian of Jiangnan University, execute immediately.
Money is not a problem.
After hanging up the phone, Zhao Tianyang mood suddenly a lot of free time. The bottom of the eyes flooded with hideous. He wants to let that Yi Xian pay 100 times, not on 1,000 times the price.
Only, Zhao Tianyang didn't know what kind of existence he was targeting. At least today he didn't know. At the same time, a certain villa in Magic City. Long hate song.
Looking at the microblogging long poem, Zheng Yaozong's face is full of disbelief. That brat is impossible. Still want to resist, absolutely impossible.
Cold snort, Zheng Yaozong then sent microblogging, claptrap, get out of the literary world.
At that moment, Zheng Yaozong's many fans began to support. Not bad, that Yi Xian, what the hell? That Yi Xian is just a little fresh meat and he dares to compare himself to Zheng Yaozong. IFCK, that Yi Xian old man look all disgusting.
That kid to not die, old man upside down diarrhea. Blocked, that Yi Xian must be blocked.
At a time, with Zhang Yaozong microblogging, the old pedant others are also have to join the battlefield, and at this time to find Zhao Tianyan to find the network water army to the overwhelming trend of surging. Yi Xian hardcore fans, see here is not happy, began to madly dislike.
Shark fighting video, the comments in a flash unfolded a vicious battle.
Lin family villa, in the master bedroom.
What? Xiao Yi was cyber violated? After hanging up the phone, Lin's father looked at the online face, asshole. Zhang Yaozong, these old mongrels.
Lin father face cold, so the operation is completely rushed to destroy Yi Xian to go, at the moment is also to hire water army personally for son-in-law support.
Phew.
Looking at the wind review, Lin father Shu took a breath, I hope not to have a big event is good.
What's going on?
Lin mother walked in at this time asked suspiciously, Lin father then said things once again, which let Lin mother face full of anger, moving son-in-law of my mother, so bold. The two sides of the water army war of words, all sides of the old school all difficult, the major network forums have fallen for it.
Soon, the fire burned to Jiangnan University. Nima.
In the dormitory, Chen Ziang slammed his fist on the bench, opened the black phone directly off, that what Zhang Yaozong, want to be shameless.
Boss dangerous, what day you immortal bored. Dongku and Xiaoming face ugly, now online public opinion can be extremely unfavorable to the boss, because the development of the moment has nearly all the old school voice.
Soon, Yi Xian watched online public opinion escalate, the corner of his mouth curved up. There are quite a few old bastards under the water again, just a pot of end. It murmured Silk Su, its face did not have the slightest panic, and then continued to fiddle with his cell phone, writing down the Song of Water, a few big words.
When is the moon? Ask the blue sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky.
I want to return by the wind, but I'm afraid that the agate buildings and jade houses are too high to be cold. With the click to publish, some fans soon started to comment.
Ah, awesome Yishin.
Hey, I give 99 points for this operation, and 1 point less for fear that the male god will be proud.
Zhang Yaozong, impossible, this is not scientific. Zheng old dog motherfucker, have the guts to talk to Yishin doing you scum.
The sky does not give birth to my Yishin, the literary world for ages as long as the night. Soon, this microblogging once again rushed to the hot search, so novel poetry face way to see countless netizens enjoy.
Even Zhang Yaozong headed the old scholar fans as well as thousands of water army froze, that kid wencuxing in the world? Old Lin, should we find Xiao Yi to discuss the countermeasures?
In the room, Lin mother said with some concern.
Poof.
Just at this time, has been staring at the cell phone Lin father heartless laugh, heart doubly soothing, cough cough.
That what, countermeasures I think do not need. Lin father dry cough, cell phone placed in front of Lin mother, you see we all underestimated Xiao Yi. Underestimated? With suspicion, Lin mother looked over, this look does not matter its eyes suddenly wide. It's another verse, and it's at the same extremely high level. So Lin father meaningfully looked at the screen, then said, let's wait and see what happens good, these old school estimates are not Xiaoge opponent.
At the same time, Zhang Yaozong had suddenly seen Yi Xian's new tweets.
Bastard. Looking at another ancient poem, Zhang Yaozong's face is iron blue, little bastard, how can? I don't believe it. Ding dong.
However, not waiting for Zhang Yaozong to think carefully, another message sound came, clicked in to take a look, reflected in the eyes as full river read 3 words. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. Lift up your eyes, look up to the sky, long whistle, heroic. 30 years of fame and dust and soil, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon. Jingkong shame, has not yet snowed. When will the hatred of my subjects be extinguished? Driving a long car, stepping through the lack of Helan Mountain. Blood gas churned, anger attacked the heart, at a certain moment poo sound, Zhang Yaozong a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, only his eyes still stared at the cell phone screen, and did not move away for a moment. The whole person because of the shock and shoulder shaking. However, the microblogging out of the other old pedants are all dumbfounded, stepping on the horse, at the moment they do not know how to refute. A psalm maybe they have the courage, but how to break this one after another? Even. The water army and fans all quieted down, directly averse forced a halt to the whole network scolding war. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Yi Xian struck again. Chapter 25 Let you bully me, see I won't let you look good. Microblog refreshes, Yi Xian throws out the king bomb. Only to see that above Yi Xian's latest microblog, there were 2 big words with the title answer.
Despicable is the passport of the despicable. Noble is the epitaph of the noble. Behold, in the gilded sky, the curved reflections of the dead are floating all over. The ice age is over. Why is there ice everywhere? A modern poem appeared, and the fans began to interpret it. I'm grassy, Yishin is awesome. Is this the hardest hazy poem to write, grass? Cowardly Kosray, idle hazel poem or hole out, hey. Motherfucker, young old dog probably can't even read it. Cursing people do not spit out dirty words, Yishin this is to others old life rhythm. In fact, thousands of netizens to understand, mean is the passport of the mean person, this is to say that Zhang old dog is a mean person, and also said the crown, but this poem feels so deep. Although I don't quite understand it, it feels so awesome, such a level of cursing is worthy of an ancestor. This poem. Lin mother looked at her son-in-law's new tweets, really shocked, incredibly looking in the direction of her daughter's boudoir. Hey, that Zhang old dog is probably going to spit blood, right? More than. Lin Tiannan stammered and lamented, shaking exceptionally, with those old pedants' headstrong mentality. It is estimated to be Xiaoye angry to the intensive care unit. Motherfucker, the original punch in the face can still come like this? Yeah. Lin's mother felt deeply that they were not just underestimating their son-in-law, they were underestimating him too much. It seems that our worries were completely redundant. But then again. After a pause, Lin mother continued, Xiaoye, this is the face of all the old school. But it's not. Ye father's face is full of happiness, even more happy than the group signed more than 1 billion single. However, the outside world boiling hot at the same time, Yi Xian is the dragon phoenix roar after embracing the beauty of the past sleep. The next day, early morning. Under the golden morning sunlight, the absolute beauty woke up, and what was reflected in her beautiful eyes was a handsome to the point of not being able to say anything about her face, and the girl was none other than Lin Ningxue. This guy. Thinking about the scene that she experienced last night, Lin Ningxue's face swooned red. Really, this colorful embryo is too much. Darn it. Looking at the body in front of the huffing and puffing guy, a delicate humming, let you bully me, see I do not let you look good. Ding dong. Just at this time, a message sounded into the ear, and then suspiciously looked at the past. This look is frozen. This. Looking at the online boiling hot topic, really will Lin Ningxue shocked, for poems, this guy actually did so many things yesterday. It's how to do it. In fact, the online comments completely reproduce last night's online scolding, and then once again look at the sleeping guy beside the eyes have changed, worship and admiration is more intense one. A person's strength, the literary world old scholar horizontal push, more several people live in Milku. Oneself a year ago, in fact, encountered what kind of demon? Looking at the guy in front of me, Lin Ningxue feels so strange, so literary is undoubtedly the highest she has seen, at least so far. Nizi, what are you looking at? Between the fine thought, the year came to spoil the magnetic voice, as if a current through the body, which let the dumping girl heart trembled back to God. Yeah, you win to wake up. Can't help but, Lin Ningxue face tang a red, and even a certain guy to take advantage of the big hand have forgotten, this kind of scene if let the outside world know, may want to envy the death of how many people. I just woke up I saw my baby Ningxue think things into the mind. I hum. Listening to the words of a certain guy, Lin Ningxue jiaomf, it's not because of you, you see what you have done? Several old masters, you were angry into the hospital. Oh? Yi Xian's eyes fell on the cell phone screen, and then frowned. As for it, this tolerance is also too low. A guy's words, listening to Lin Ningxue brain a black line, God's horse-bearing capacity is too low, clearly is that you do too much. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this guy is an asshole. After flirting for a long time, the two of them went out of the room. Brother-in-law, you're too good. Just came to the living room, heard the excited voice of the brother-in-law, really brother-in-law made a big splash, and the goddess of the crush called himself to say that he wanted a few more autographs, and could even be his girlfriend until graduation it. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaodao is looking forward to it. If brother-in-law and then make some headway, and even he can take the goddess a few years after graduation, hee. Ding bell. But at this time, a cell phone ringing, see the caller is mom. Hey, Bright, you see what you did? Just connecting the phone, the opposite side is coming from the mother of the lion's roar of the voice. Yi Xian is very sensible, will be far away from the cell phone. Originally, Yi mother wanted to urge her son, but she didn't want what happened last night to happen. Ahem, mom, you know all about it. Yi Xian coughed dryly and then said, this can't be blamed on me, who let those old bastards go too far. Shut up.
Yi mother's voice came from the opposite side, who blames you?
I didn't expect you to have a talent for this.
After a short pause, Yi mother continued, what, this time online a lot of things, you and my daughter-in-law in a few days and then come back.
Good.
After some greetings, Yi mother hung up the phone, but the pride between the words was not hidden at all, but still urged him to pay attention to safety.
Ning Shui, you're going to meet little Ye's parents.
Listening to her son-in-law's words, Lin mother naturally understood, while on the side of Lin Ningxue face pung a red, Mom, what are you saying?
Really?
Lin Xiaodao's eyes dripped when he heard it. Sister, in that case are you and my brother-in-law getting married soon?
Pooh cough cough.
Listening to the words of the unscrupulous brother, Lin Ningxue a mouthful of tea all sprayed out, death stare fell to his own brother. Lin Xiaodao, you give me over, I promise not to kill you.
Ah.
Lin Xiaodao saw the teeth and claws of his sister, subconsciously hid behind Yi Xian.
Brother-in-law help my sister murdered her own brother. Chapter 26 I was thinking about tonight, to talk to my wife about a few $100 million of business? Brother-in-law help.
Lin Xiaodao cried out to the sky. His brother-in-law undoubtedly became his biggest backer at this moment.
Humph.
Listening to his brother's words, Lin Ningxue grunted, your brother-in-law, who cannot save you, give me death over. Then, the siblings chased after each other in the living room.
Xiaoye, well done.
Lin Tiannan gave a thumbs up to his own son-in-law and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. If this kid is not worthy of his own daughter, then who else can there be in the world? Oh, Uncle fallacious praise. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled carelessly, honestly said, I just don't want to suffer. I just don't want to lose out, said Yi Xian. Seeing his son-in-law so modest, Lin father more satisfied with a point, not arrogant and not impatient, this kid is very good.
Brother-in-law, goodbye.
After breakfast, Lin Xiaodao waved to send his brother-in-law, looking at the hands of 20 signed photos of brother-in-law happy together, a heart calculating how to be able to flow.
You kid. Lin's father looked at Lin Xiaodao in a bad mood. Why do you need so many autographs with your brother-in-law?
I'm warning you that it's okay to show off, but you can't fool around in school.
Don't worry.
Lin Xiaodao did not hesitate to guarantee. Lin mother saw this side. Obviously this kid did not listen to a word. Of course. If they knew that Lin Xiaodao's purpose of asking for an autographed photo was to hook up with a goddess, I don't know whether the old couple should be happy or sad.
You, ha.
In the supercar, Lin Ningxue surveyed the interior worth $80 million. Next time you come to my house is not allowed to be so high profile, making it so that I have no status at all in the family. Thinking about the experience of this family feast, the more it feels the family status with a visible rate of decline, in the long run still have to go.
High profile?
This I also do not want, but the strength does not allow. Driving with one hand, the corner of the mouth hooked up arc, your family man is so excellent, what can I do?
You.
Hear someone's words, Lin Ningxue almost didn't be choked by Shang Jin. Damn, this what is called strength does not allow, this guy did not be so shameless. Between the cloying, Yi Xian detected a hint of danger approaching at a certain moment, and the hostility was still strong. Detecting a crisis coming to threaten the wife, gifting 3,000 blazing angels with the eye of God.
Note, with this eye, the host can see through all obstacles, wonderful use. 3,000 angels? The eye of God?
Yi Xian's heart was shocked, really bullish configuration came, the corner of his mouth cannot help but hooked up the arc, let me see exactly who is thinking about his wife. With the thought of a move, Yi Xian a moment of vision to open up, the number of scenes in front of all fade completely disappeared.
I don't know where in the distance.
Hurrah! Yi Xian saw a familiar figure, it was Zhao Meier who he had met at the barbecue stand.
It was actually her?
Narrowed his eyes, saw here it's clear, and at this moment in Zhao Meier beside the body of hundreds of people in ambush to the red leaf villa must pass through the road, and even the conversation are heard clearly. Big sister, rest assured Lin Ningxue this time finished. Zhao Meier beside a henchman, the bottom of the eyes rose hard unsaid, behind a group of men is the bottom of the eyes rose hot.
Humph.
Zhao Meier heard, her eyes looked over at Yi Xian's side, her face was filled with anger. Lin Ningxue that bitch, actually had 3 children with that little white boy, looking for death. Don't worry, later this lady will Lin Ningxue that bitch to you, can be good to serve her.
Good a sinister woman.
Yi Xian looked at Zhao Meier with a stern look in his eyes, since he was looking for death, I'll give you a chance, just take this opportunity to try out the strength of the 3,000 incandescent angels.
10 minutes.
Zhao Meier naturally do not know, they talk here by Yi Xian heard all, and this is also destined to die a miserable death. Lin Ningxue, you bitch to my brother cuckold, very good. Cold smile, and then looked at the hundreds of people behind the fierce god. These can make that bitch sleepless all night.
And at that time,
I will film the whole process, and then send it to the internet, at that time, this lady to see how cool you can still be.
Give me a boost of energy.
Zhao Meier took a deep breath, then narrowed her eyes. It's a pity that such a fresh meat is going to die tonight. Blame it on the 3 little mongrels you had with that bitch. Before the words were finished, a dozen silhouettes swished out of the field, the leader of which was a stunningly gorgeous heavenly fairy like gauze skirt woman. A pair of eyes, enough to scourge the country. This is a with Lin Ningxueqi to completely different women. This woman is the blazing angel leader, Angel Queen Kaisa.
Who are you guys?
Zhao Meier gulped swallow saliva, alone from its suffocating aura can already guess, this line of people is extremely extraordinary.
Making a move on the master, bold enough.
Charming voice from the Queen of Angels sandalwood mouth, and then flatly said, kill, one not to stay.
Yes, Queen.
Behind the 10 silhouettes disappeared. The next moment, the sword flashes in an instant. Zhao Meier found hundreds of men died on the spot, and the neck did not even flow out of the blood.
Puffing.
Road corpses smashed on the ground, emitting a dull sound. The field fell into a deathly silence.
What? A sudden scene scared Zhao Meier dead soul. The soles of the feet as soft fell to the ground. You do not, impossible. In a matter of moments, hundreds of people were decimated, and even she didn't even have a chance to react. Incorrect.
Master, could it be that little white boy? With a huge roar, at a certain moment Zhao Meier thought of the last time they met. That kid faced more than 20 people with a face like normal, and with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth.
Fine thought. You guys are. Boom.
Before Zhao Meier finished speaking, her body had already been chopped apart by a blazing angel beside the Queen of Angels with a sword, and she was reduced to a bloody mist just like this.
Withdrawal.
Looking at the scene, the Queen of Angels' 10 people flashed and disappeared, leaving the original place of the rich smell of blood into silence, as if nothing had happened.
It seems to be very powerful.
Watching the Queen of Angels a beloved, while Zhao Meier chopped burst Yixian cannot help but sigh, worthy of being a system product, there is this expert guardian safe and sound.
What are you muttering about?
Lin Ningxue's eyes fell on Yixian beside him and asked suspiciously.
Oh, nothing.
I was thinking about tonight, the wife to talk about a few 100 million business it. Sentiment a little, pulling the Qingcheng wife's hand laughing and joking, diverting the attention of his wife.
Put. Business you a ghost, crazy. Hardly glared at a guy, this color embryo cannot be serious point, do not know now in the drive, actually this time want to talk about business things, this guy how can be so bad, good want to hammer him how to do? Chapter 27 Mamya, Aunt and Young Lady Dog Food is too sweet. LOL.
Back to the Red Leaf Villa, 3 little ones see the poop mama little face surging with smiles, excitedly dancing with small hands still do not forget to scream.
A little tired, Yixian walked to the villa not far. Swish.
A number of figures appeared in the field, as if a ghost thud one knee kneeling on the ground, Kaisa Sea Master. The people who came were the Queen of Angels and 2 of her beloved henchmen, all of whom had extremely high face values. Yixian slightly raised his hand. The system gifted the Blazing Angels have 100% loyalty to him, even if they are now allowed to die, they will not hesitate for a moment.
Thank you, Master.
Kesha got up and looked at the Master in front of her respectfully. Master, these 2 are 2 of my subordinates, Angel Scorching Heart and Angel Hikari.
Yi is a beautiful woman, and she's a beautiful woman.
Looking at the 2 stunning beauties, Yixian nodded. In the future, Sizzling Heart will be responsible for protecting Ningxue's safety. As for Hikari, help me take care of the Imperial Mansion 1 villa.
Yes, Master.
The Angel Hot Heart and Angel Hikari respectfully answered, do not dare the slightest bit of arrogance, in their cognition the Master's interests above all else, including their lives, no matter what the Master's tasks and needs will be carried out without hesitation.
Because, everything belongs to their Master. Retreat.
Under the wave of her hand, the Queen of Angels left with her 2 beloved ones, while the Angel's Scorched Heart stayed at the Red Leaf Villa to secretly protect her mistress' safety. When Yixian returned to the villa, Lin Ningxue had already fed Sanbao and slept.
Gulp.
Maybe it was due to the clear sky inventory, or maybe it was because she hadn't eaten breakfast, her small abdomen protested and screamed, and Lin Ningxue's face turned as red as a haze.
Want to eat something?
Favored rubbing the head of the hegemonic wife, Yixian laughed. That kind of scene to see the surrounding maids envious. Auntie more and more spoiled miss, so envious.
Me.
Lin Ningxue would like to say not to use, But think of that guy's cooking cannot help but cooing and gulping mouth fragrant Jean, face slightly red, want to eat you underneath. Oh no, under the noodles. Finished, feel a little wrong, beautiful beauty hastily changed its mouth, however, it does not matter if it does not say, this said directly listen to the maids cannot help but secondary thinking about certain images. Miss, this is also too good at playing. Goodoo. Not by choice, the maids swallowed their saliva, as if the person in the picture was not Miss but them. Ahem, you nymphets. Dry cough, really Chinese characters are profound, cannot help but make people reverie. Wait, I will make it for you. And Lin Ningxue at the moment cannot wait to find a crack in the ground, because she has perceived the maids in the gaze, damn, all blame that guy, make the noodles so delicious to make themselves embarrassed, hum. Undoubtedly, Lin Ningxue will be here together or blamed on a person, it is good that Yi Xian is not aware of it, otherwise it is estimated that a few waves of business is not less. Day. Then, the kitchen Yi Xian began the knife flash operation, a series of actions in line with the clouds and rivers, every moment will be the interpretation of the beauty to the extreme. This scene if let those 5-star chefs see, absolutely will be shocked off the teeth, because this kind of integration of the technique they are all breathtaking. So handsome. The maid's eyes were filled with little stars when they saw the auntie who was seriously making soup noodles, especially since the internet was now pushing the auntie all the way up to the sky with that kind of talent. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him, and I was so happy to see him. Well. At a certain moment, the tantalizing soup noodle aroma overflowed the nose, and the maids couldn't stop their taste buds from opening up, and hunger struck them. Guru. Lin Ningxue at this time, the sound of the belly protesting is 1 point stronger, and can even be heard from a long distance away, which makes the boss wife muttered, not just soup noodles, as far as you are concerned. Plum vegetable buckle meat noodles, hurrah, this is the soup noodles that Yi Xian made for his own wife. Goodoo. Swallowing saliva sound from the maid's throat out, since the smell of the fragrance of their eyes have not left, in fact, and cooking completely let them fall. Mrs. Too happy, jealousy let their own mass wall separation. Eat while hot. Looking at a big bowl of soup noodles in front of me, Lin Ningxue cannot help but think of what just said, I do not know what to think of the face of a red point, aha. Fine as a mosquito voice should be, at this moment where there is the slightest hegemonic wife temperament, properly spoiled to the sky to the little girl. Invisible dog food pouring, especially the handsome arc of the aunt doting smile, bathed in golden sunshine more charming. Baird. Soup noodle entrance, oil but not greasy, tender and crisp, let a person recall, this feeling is completely different from the last noodles. This feeling is completely different from the last noodles. While eating the soup noodles, Lin Ningxue also did not forget to praise her own man, undoubtedly falling 1 point more, anyone in front of this kind of deliciousness is difficult to resist. Tasty, wife will eat more. Carefully in front of the hegemonic wife's hair to the back of the ear, spoiled, slow down, and no one with you to grab. Wow. This kind of beautiful picture, look at the maids envious, sudden dog food to eat they were caught off guard. You, don't move. After eating a mouthful of soup noodles, Lin Ningxue seems to find a guy wildly spread dog food operation, they do not just eat quickly well, so spoil yourself also consider a little occasion. But mouth so say, the heart is sweet not. That feeling, like a very sweet honey will be wrapped her, as well as in front of the super tasty soup noodles, finished, feel completely by that guy hold, how to do. What's wrong with that? Yi Xian does not care, with a napkin wiped down the corner of its mouth, husband spoiled his own wife, the natural thing and is not unseen. You hum. Listening to his own man near to confession of doting words, Lin Ningxue at time actually have no words to refute, just face more red 1 point, especially the heart fluttering like several kittens and scratching. Seriously, that guy put aside the immodesty, but also quite let people like. Just like this, the irrefutable boss's wife was enjoying her own man's sweet dog food, but the maids were burping one after another at some point. Mom, aunt and miss dog food is too sweet, already eat full do not spread, but why cannot stop wanting to eat it, oh. What can we do, do not hold up bad law. The boss wife eating soup noodles, handsome uncle doting tender look at their own miss, the maids are envious hooked up the corners of the mouth giggling look, as if that eating soup noodles to enjoy the care of the uncle is not a young lady, but their own. Time seems to have stopped at this moment, such a scene if let the outside world know may set off how much sensation, estimated that even if Yi Xian martial arts master will be carried machete hacked to death. Kudu. Drank a mouthful of soup, Lin Ningxue beautiful eyes flashing ripples, the heart of the sweetness cannot be, obviously the soup is salty but why she feels super sweet, how can this be so good strange? Chapter 28 Wife figure, in the husband's opinion is always the best. Hiccup. Half an hour later, Lin Ningxiu a beautiful hiccup, I do not know is the soup noodles eat full, or eat their own scattered dog food full.
Humph.
I have eaten 3 big bowls of soup noodles, and I am sure that I am going to get fat again.
After eating, Lin Ningxue was a little regretful and slightly pouted. How could it be?
Yi Xian spoiled rubbed its head, laughter, wife figure, in the husband's opinion is always the best.
Put.
Listening to the words of a certain colorful embryo, Lin Ningxue angrily glared at it and couldn't help but laugh. I don't believe it.
Is true.
Seeing the happy beautiful girl, Yi Xian's serious nonsense, husband said if it is not true, tonight let you revitalize the wife. A certain guy's words really hurt Lin Ningxue face red, really looking for a crack in the ground to want to drill in, the maids all incredibly looking at the spread of dog food aunt and young lady.
My God. Who am I, where am I?
Just now, they heard something about Master Ant wanting Miss to revitalize her wife.
What nonsense!
Lin Ningxue cheeks red, fiercely angry eyes a certain guy, this color embryo is too hateful, this kind of tiger and wolf words said in private even if, now there can be a lot of people na how can he? Shame on you, your heart is beating so fast, but why do you feel a little bit of excitement?
Finished, Lin Ningxue you sick ah. Detecting the host's perfect grasp of the boss's wife, granting the ability to divine orthopedic massage.
The first time I saw this, I was able to see the woman who was being massaged, and I was able to see the woman who was being massaged, and I was able to see the woman who was being massaged, and I was able to see the woman who was being massaged. After breakfast, the young couple came to the back of the villa by the pool to bask in the sun. The beautiful picture makes people yearn for. The maids are cleaning up the table, from time to time to look at the direction of the pool and the eyes of the envy of the slightest not to hide.
Nizi, husband to help you massage how? Some of the Yichi Yixian said, there is no doubt that this ability to use in the overlord's wife to test the body is no longer appropriate. Massage?
Drink a mouthful of watermelon juice squeezed by the man himself, sweet not surprised, you will also massage.
I'm not sure if I can do it, but I can do it.
Speaking, Yi Xian his already hands fell on the shoulder of the good people, sniffing the good smell to make its heart quiet fragrance, greedy inhaled a mouthful of, wife, you really fragrant.
Good massage.
Lin Ningxue naturally felt his wife greedily sniffing his own scent, the face could not help but blush a point, but the good thing is that the maids here do not see too real, and she super like that colorful embryo like this, after all, there is no girl who does not like their favorite boys like this.
Ha!
At a certain moment, feeling a certain guy's massage, Lin Ningxue was surprised, it felt like a cool and very comfortable airflow surging into the body. Accompanied by a massage, Lin Ningxue looked to the side of the guy, Yi Xian, you massage so powerful.
Is it?
Listening to the words of a stunning beauty, Yi Xian tried the mindset of using the eye of God, almost didn't let someone storm out hastily shutting the eye of God down.
Yes shucks, careless.
Just now that scene, almost did not let in control, if here will be the boss wife that will not be good.
After all.
If the entire villa on the two of them is nothing, but there are still maids.
Who?
Took a deep breath, steady mind, of course, this scene Lin Ningxue does not know, if let it know I do not know whether it will chase after someone will be killed. Obviously, in front of that guy's ability, the boss's wife has no privacy to speak of.
Seriously, what are you hiding from me?
This massage technique, even let her lack of sleep are dispersed a lot, feel the spirit of multiplication effect is very wonderful.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, in fact, I really have something to hide from you.
What is it?
Enjoying his own man's massage, Lin Ningxue curiously asked, that colorful embryo can be hidden to the present is certainly not a thing, and this is also the reason why she is more curious.
Cough cough, is.
Stuttered voice, Yi Xian continued, in addition to 80 million Lamborghini supercar, I also bought the Imperial Palace 1 villa.
Oh, bought the Imperial Mansion 1 villa what did you say?
Said half, Lin Ningxue realized what, then incredibly eyes fell on someone, the Emperor House 1 villa. That Jiangnan the most luxurious Imperial Mansion villa group.
Lin Ningxue really a little confused, looked to the side of the guy, really false. The Emperor's House villa can be worth 1 billion high, and also has a price.
Of course it's true. Yi Xian rapped his boss wife, then laughed, in the future, when we get married, that will be the new house.
Put.
Someone's words drew Lin Ningxue's face red, angry eyes someone, who wants to get married with you?
I don't think so.
Lin Ningxue looked to her man, the more contact the more I found that I could not see through this guy.
To know.
Imperial Palace 1 villa, before dad also want to buy, just feel 1 billion to buy a villa like that is too wasteful.
Is it?
Hubby if not think beautiful, can take my house bully wife. Between words, a guy big hand is not honest up, lead to a good person a blank stare but did not refuse, after all, to two people now relationship this is not wrong.
Cut. Really some ruffling, Lin Ningxue is very used to this, the year then came a guy's words, right. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Hearing this, Lin Ningxue pondered for a moment and finally nodded, good. My parents know about Red Leaf Villa, so it's not certain when they'll raid here.
Between the balance, Lin Ningxue did not refuse, after all, this place when the parents came several times. On the other hand, the Zhao family villa in Jiangnan.
Ding bell. Zhao Digang received a phone call from his men and his face was gloomy. What did you say?
Mayor still has no news, she is suspected to be missing. Hearing this, Zhao Digang's face was full of iron, his eyes fell on his son who was wrapped in bandages on the side, his mood was 1 point worse.
Give the old man to check. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Digang's face was icy cold, even if you turn Jiangnan upside down, find the young lady for me.
Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Digang face gloomy bleeding, in the Jiangnan this territory dares to move his Zhao Digang's daughter this is looking for death.
May still no news.
Zhao Tianyang's face is covered with a grimace, took a deep breath, Dad, do you think it will have something to do with that Yi Xian?
Bad my Zhao family group good thing not to mention, it is said that Mayor went to him before.
Hearing his son's words, Zhao Digang fell silent, then glared at Zhao Tianyang, that kid's identity is mysterious, so don't mess with him easily in the future.
But give me a private check on him.
Speaking here, Zhao Digang took a deep breath, no matter who moves Mayor, I will make him regret coming to this world.
Yes, Dad.
Zhao Tianyang face a happy, a spiteful plan floated in the mind, however, Jiangnan Zhao family also because of this plan to incur disaster, of course, this is the aftermath. Chapter 29 Into the Imperial Mansion 1 Villa, the system generous gift of 3,000 gold sword. 2 days later, in front of the Imperial Mansion 1 Villa.
Squeak.
Accompanied by the sound of brakes, Yi Xian carried Lin Ningxue in a Lamborghini supercar and stopped, while behind him was the moving fleet.
Young master good. Good day young lady.
After getting out of the car, Angel Hikari with her 8 white-skinned and beautiful maids had already been waiting for a long time and bowed to greet them. Lin Ningxue looked at the super high-quality maids, especially when her eyes fell on Angel Hikari. That girl was almost less than even her face value.
Is this guy crazy?
Definitely on purpose, want to give yourself pressure it, damn it.
Cough.
Looking at the super high-quality maids, any one of them dumped out of Sushanai 18 streets, but that day the Angel Hikari enough will make things happen, this nymphet expression, will not think that they look for it.
Wow.
Red Leaf Villa followed the maids, looking at the super luxurious villa emotionally.
This is the Ant's villa?
So beautiful, it is said that this villa is worth 1 billion it. Especially the maids' gaze fell on the Ant's maids, their eyes are full of envy, these maids whether it is the body value or temperament, are better than them by a large margin.
Right.
Yi Xian gazed to the maids of the Red Leaf Villa, a slight smile then took out a bank card. Here is $1 million, thanks for taking care of Ning Shui and San Bao during this period of time.
This. The maids looked at the bank card handed over by their aunt and repeatedly pushed back, Aunt, this can't be allowed. The salary that Miss gave us is already very high.
Take it.
Lin Ningxue looked at this scene and said with a faint smile, this guy isn't bad for money.
This. Hearing their own employer, Miss, speak, the maids nodded on balance, after all, this money was a considerable amount for them.
After all, this is a lot of money for them.
After some conversation, the maids of Red Leaf Villa were reluctant to leave, they really don't want to leave the aunt, but compared to the maids of the aunt's family, they are not competitive at all.
Young lady.
Angel Hikari, with a smile on her face, came to Lin Ningxue's side, my name is Hikari, and I am the villa's housekeeper.
If there is any need in the future, you can order me.
The attitude was very respectful, after all, Angel Hikari knew that this was her master's woman, and would also be the future mistress of their 3,000 blazing angels.
Okay, thank you.
Facing such a beauty whose face value was only a hair's breadth away from her own, Lin Ningxue politely nodded her head, and it would be a lie to say that there was no pressure in her heart.
Butler Yen, take Ningxue to visit the villa first.
Yes, young master. Angel Hikari heard the master's command, naturally did not dare to slack off the slightest bit, guided the hostess into the villa, as for the maids were responsible for taking care of the 3 little ones and moving.
Ding.
The host spends $1 million, triggering 1,000 times rebate, obtaining $1 billion in wealth. As the stunning beauty entered the villa, the sound of rewards arriving rang in Yi Xian's ears, which caused his eyes to narrow.
Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 23 years old. Abilities, Divine Milkman, Driving Omnipotence, Divine Music, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Wine God Possession, Culinary Grandmaster, Charming Aura, Divine Bone Setting Massage. Items, Imperial Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Kirin Dual Kidney, Divine Gatling Technique, Durith Infinity, 3000 Incan Knights, God's Eyes. Passive ability, Random Consumption Rebate within 100 million times.
Wealth, 4,832 billions.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel 1 point better. Looking at the Imperial Mansion 1 villa in front of him, finally living in, the future is really looking forward to.
Half an hour later, in the study. Knock.
Came to the study, Angel Hikari kneeled on one knee on the ground. Angel Hikari met the master.
HM.
Yi Xian slightly nodded his head and let him get up, then looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of the Imperial Mansion villa. In the future, as just now, call me young master.
Master sounds strange. Yes, young master.
Angel Hikari respectfully. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful incandescent angel in front of him. The previous eye of God, he saw the weapon held by the long sword, although good, but in his case is not enough. Detecting host dissatisfaction with 3000 blazing angel weapons, grant golden sword X 3000 handle, attached space ring X 99.
Golden sword? Space ring?
Yi Xian listened to the system voice ringing in his ears and couldn't help but stare. Good guy, this tutelage is very uptight.
The system is very good. Give weapons even if space ring are out of the hole. Sure enough, the system honestly does not deceive me. Right.
Thinking of 3000 blazing angels force plus, Yi Xian turned over his hand and took out a space ring. This scene to see the angel Hikari shocked. The master, this is what means good powerful.
Here are 3000 golden swords, as my gift to the blazing angels.
In the Yi Xian guide, the angel Hikari hands some appeared a golden sword, good sharp weapons.
The angel Hikari is very clear that this golden sword is a very sharp weapon.
Angel Hikari knows very well that this golden sword is much better than the one they used before. It is not a great at all, and owning this sword will surely make the strength of the blazing angels increase by a large margin.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Yi Xian smiled faintly. The stronger the 3000 blazing angels are, the more help they will be to him, especially if they are protecting Mr. Hegemony's wife. She will be safer, so that she can have no worries in the future.
Yes.
Angel Hikari respectfully left the study. The heart of the master's worship and awe is more dense. 1 point. This kind of handiwork, the master's mystery must be far beyond her imagination.
A few moments.
After leaving the study, Lin Ningxue came over. Yi Xian, Uncle Wang just called me. After a short pause, Lin Ningxue frowned and said that tonight is the anniversary celebration of the Fighting Sharks. Invited you and I to go together. Do you want to go?
Fighting Shark anniversary celebration.
Hearing this, Yi Xian froze. His eyes fell on the body in front of the beautiful beauty up and down, nodded his head and decided to say, of course, to participate, just to announce our relationship.
In addition, wife tonight can wear pretty .0.
Smile looked at his wife. This scene sooner or later is to experience. Just do not know the old father-in-law and mother-in-law will not go.
Cut.
The first time I saw a guy, I gave him a blank look, and I was so confident that I could just wear anything and be the center of attention in the whole place.
Just, tonight their relationship will be open, actually a little nervous. And
that guy this time burst into flames all over the net. At that time, there will certainly be countless people attention, that picture.
Thinking of here, Lin Ningxue comfortably went into the room.
Obviously, is to go to carefully dress up a bit, cannot because of their own let that guy know face. If you let outsiders know Lin Ningxue's mind, I don't know how many people envy that guy what virtue and what can make goddess Ningxue so for its sake.
Chapter 30 Master, young master was killed.
Fighting Shark Platform, Headquarters.
Jack Shu.
Yi Xian is attending right, good.
See you at the banquet.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Chongshan breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight is of great significance to the Fighting Sharks platform. Yi Xian is a recent period of time the dark horse, if there is no participation in the natural imperfect.
Ding dong.
Not to wait for Wang Chongshan think carefully, the cell phone suddenly received a message. This look cannot help but stare. Hera Screen is the official association of composers microblogging. Yi Xian's talent for all to see, it is the pride of my singing and literary world. Netizens do not listen to individual one-sided words. Zheng Yaozong is the head of the old school has been stripped of the association of composers and other vice president of the position.
This is
Look at the official statement of the association. Wang Chongshan look a froth, good guy, the association out of the direct dismissal of Zheng Yao's own line.
Ha, this operation is really great.
The microblogging out, netizens are also have called.
66666, the Composition Association Force support Yi Shen.
Hey, Zheng old dog is finished.
Sure enough, the Association of Composers did not let us down.
Damn, Yi Shen one person will be the Association of Composers assholes dry scrapped, bull.
Just ask anyone else, Yi Shen loves you.
Comments sprang up and in less than 10 minutes the microblog was pushed to the top of the hot search. It's hard not to be on the hot search for such eye-catching news. As for the microblogging fans, it is even more soaring with explosive speed.
3 million. 5 million. 8 million.
A wave of divine assistance from the Association of Authors and Writers AAW had sent Yi Shen's microblog followers to the 10 million mark, less than an hour after the AAW's official statement had been announced.
Unsurprisingly, Yi Shen is once again on fire. Jiangnan University, dormitory. What day? Dong Cohen looked at the exploding all-network buzz. Zhang old dog's crowd of old mongrels stepped down? Hey, the boss is strong and invincible.
Shen Ziang Xiaoming, two people looked at each other, are to see the shock in the eyes of the other. I drop good, the boss, this is to ascend to the rhythm of the immortal. The Association of Composers are supportive of the hand, this motherfucker to see who dares to beep again to discredit the boss.
Cool.
The three grinned, this feeling is more exciting than opening the black against the wind and turning the plate.
A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Zhao family villa. Click.
Looking at the computer in front of him, Zhao Tianyang's face was iron blue, drinking red wine, the goblet was broken by its hard grip, and the crimson wine flowed down the finger cracks.
Yi Shen.
Grim face is full of vicious, regal eyes staring at the screen. If you do not die, it is difficult to eliminate the anger of this young heart. At this moment, he no longer cared to check the Yi Shen reality, even if his sister's disappearance has nothing to do with it, this kid must die.
Who is it?
Not to wait for Zhao Tianyang think carefully, a chill from the back, Swish turned to look, he did not know when the field appeared a golden armor silhouette.
Slender body, face value is absolutely beautiful. Goo. However, the coldness and murderous aura emanating from its circumference made Zhao Tianyang swallow saliva. What are you? Thick unease surged through his heart, he couldn't believe that he had actually come to his room without alerting anyone. Investigating my master, how dare you?
The corner of Angel Liang Bing's mouth curved up, his strength was the same as Angel Scorching Heart and Angel Hikari, all of them were one of the 10 archangels under the Queen of Angels.
Eh?
Zhao Tianyang is not stupid, incredibly thought of what, face to Angel Cool Ice is full of incredulity, you are the Yi Shen's people.
Thumb.
The words just fell, Zhao Tianyang neck has been Angel Cool Ice handheld gold sword cut, dying before Zhao Tianyang ears rang a sentence, in addition, your sister is also due to offend the master and died.
What, is it really him ho ho?
Fluttering, the blood in the mouth could not stop gushing out, with fear and unwillingness fell to the ground, a heart surged with endless remorse.
Unfortunately, everything is too late. Swish.
Under the flash, Angel Cool Ice disappeared in place, as if it had never appeared. However, the rich smell of blood then filled.
Young master, you. A henchman entered the room, but saw his own young master's tragic death picture, the rich smell of blood even more so that his stomach turned over, face instantly pale. The young master has been killed. Under the staggering, even rolled and crawled the subordinate toward the old master Zhao Digang's room and went. What?
When Zhao Digang came to his son's room, he looked at the dead Zhao Tianyang, his eyes rolled over and he fainted on the spot, unable to accept the things in front of him.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
A henchman rushed to emergency rescue, which only let it slow down the breath, after opening his eyes full of resentment, death.
Give me check. Anyone who has the slightest relationship with Tianyang's death, give me to kill. Things were brewing, and soon Zhao Tianyang's murder spread like a plague throughout the upper-class circles of Jiangnan. On the way to the Kunpeng Hotel. Ding bell.
Lin Ningxue looked out the window at the nightfall, the cell phone rang at a certain moment.
Hello, Dad. What did you say? Zhao Tianyang is dead. Good.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Ningxue's face became odd, her brows knitted tightly.
What's wrong?
Seeing his wife's frowning face, Yi Shen asked curiously.
This. Shocked for a while, Lin Ningxue only came back to her senses. Yi Shen, say it out, you may not believe it. Zhao Tianyang, he died. Zhao Tianyang?
Yi Shen frowned after hearing that, then said suspiciously, it's that love rival of mine.
Bah. Love rival you big head, what are you talking nonsense about? Lin Ningxue glared fiercely at a certain guy, and then reminded, recently you low profile, Zhao Tianyang is the only male member of the Zhao family, he died. Zhao Di Gang will certainly go crazy. This low profile what? Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly, the Zhao Tianyang's death has nothing to do with your family's man. I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure what to say. Lin Ningxue white-eyes someone, this guy really want to strangle him, you stupid with you have nothing to do, but with me have something to do Ding dong. Just at this moment, Yi Xian's cell phone received a message, searching his eyes to see it, young master, Zhao Tianyang intends to be unfavorable to you has been beheaded by the angel Cool Ice. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the message, what the hell Zhao Tianyang died because of himself, that is to say, he really has something to do with himself. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the message. Dry cough, Yi Xian no longer insist, low-key, good. Well. Seeing his own man promised down, Lin Ningxue only then breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture if Zhao Digang stared at, then the consequences she dare not imagine. Just, if let her know Zhao Tianyang's death is indeed related to his own man, I do not know what kind of reaction it will be. Chapter 31 Shallow Child, that Yi Xian must not be offended. In front of the Kunpeng Hotel. Creak. The supercar stopped. Yan Ruyu had been waiting for a long time at this moment, and saw her boss get out of the car. Yi Xiao, you are here. Seeing her boss name on the list, Yan Ruyu waited here. Aha! Nodding her head slightly, Lin Ningxue couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she saw the girl with a super high face value. This is the boss's wife, right? Yan Ruyu naturally recognized Lin Ningxue, after all, before her eyes was considered their second meeting. Boss's wife? Yan Ruyu's words caused the boss's wife to freeze, suspicion welling up on her face. Oh, right. Yan Ruyu thought of something and smiled, you still don't know, right? Yi Xiao acquired the Kunpeng Hotel and is now the owner of the hotel. After the conversation, the two entered the hotel. Sex embryo, you said before that the acquisition is this hotel? Lin Ningxue looked at the guy next to her, thought of the previous words, originally she thought it was casually said. Xiao Yi, Ningxue. Before Yi Xian could reply, a voice came from not far away, the person coming was none other than Fighting Sharks president Wang Chongshan. Little Yi, this should be our first official meeting. Greetings, Wang Chongshan eyes fell on his knees, Ning Shuaiyu this vision is good enough, if not you Wang uncle my Fighting Shark platform will not save the day. Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? Lin Ningxue in front of the elders, face red a point, what their own good vision, clearly is a year ago encounter will be tied together. But, the beautiful beauty of the face of the halo red look do not know how many people envy bad, too beautiful. I'm not sure how many people will be envious of this, it's too beautiful. At this time, a familiar voice came over, and then it is from not far away ran to a person, it is the brother-in-law Lin Xiaodian. Brother-in-law, you and my sister also came Lin Xiaodao excitedly said, a mouth of a brother-in-law called that call slip. Lin Xiaodao. Lin Ningxue is calm, although their three treasures are almost 2 months, but after all, this thing is not public, even their relationship or many people do not know. What to be afraid of? Lin Xiaodao does not care, pulling Yi Xian's hand, my brother-in-law is so powerful, and it is not out of hand. At the same time, a corner of the banquet. This. A girl is bewildered, this girl is not someone else's Su Chen'er, and beside her is Chen Xiaoyang. That guy. Chen Xiaoyang looked at the stage and sked, no wonder Lin Ningxue would look at him, this Yi Xian is not simple. Obviously, it did not find Su Chen her face color is not right, continued, my eyes tell me, this Yi Xian they moved to Jiangnan most luxurious emperor house villa. Saying it out you may not believe it, this imperial mansion villa real estate license is actually Yi Xian's name. Boom. This words, Su Shanai boomed a blank brain, looking toward the stage incredulous, Chenless, what did you say? This Yi Xian actually have the ability to buy the imperial palace villa? But it can't be. Chen Xiaoyang sip his mouth, emotionally, that is my father think all dare not think, and is still the imperial mansion one villa king of the building, worth 1 billion days. 1 billion? Here, Su Chen her feet as soft almost did not fall to the ground, fortunately Chen Xiaoyang eyes and hands fast to hold it. It's all right shallow. Is not my morning too hard? Chen Xiaoyang cared to say, after all, this girl technology has nothing to say, care about it is nothing, fine water to long flow is not. Aha! Su Chen'er calmed down the mood, she naturally did not dare to stage Yi Xian as their ex-boyfriend, from the two people to recognize, she lied to say that their first time to fall in love, otherwise Chen Xiaoyang will not be so on her. I'm sorry shallow, next time I must pay attention.
Chen Xiaoyang cared to wrap Su Qian'er's slender waist, in her feel incomparably satisfied, thinking of the banquet and fixed to give it to buy a bag to comfort under. Leaning in Chen Xiao's arms, Su Qian'er gazed to the stage. Color is full of complexity, but fear that the other party found himself. By then she even Chen Xiao cannot climb.
Chen Xiao, I am a little tired.
Su Qian'er pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around Chen Xiaoyang's waist. Let's go back first, or else at night Shallow can't serve you.
This is fine.
Chen Xiaoyang naturally do not know Su Qian'er mind, carefully assisted Su Qian'er to leave. If let it know Su Qian'er do not want to expose, I do not know if it will be held down on the spot on the ground abused 1,000 times, in order to solve the hatred of the heart.
Right.
Before leaving, Chen Xiaoyang thought of something, reminded, Shallow child, that Yi Xian must not be offended. Before coming today, I have a relative working in the Kunping Hotel, it is said.
Said here, Chen Xiaoyang surveyed the surroundings, to determine that no one attention before continuing, that Yi Xian acquired the Kunping Hotel, is now the hotel owner.
You do not know, this Kunping Hotel can be worth more than 10 billion.
As for what Chen Xiaoyang said later, Su Qian'er did not hear a word. She only remembers that it said that they are in the Kunping Hotel is actually that Yi Xian. How can that be?
Only a trace of qi is also dissipated. Complex look toward the stage. That boy, Yi Xian, he actually is hidden god hero.
Chapter 32 Hundreds of millions of diamond rings, a magnificent marriage proposal. That's right.
Living in a billion villa, driving 80 million supercars, but also to acquire more than 1 billion hotel. What does this mean? She used her toes to think out.
How can this be?
Su Qian'er almost used her whole body strength to say this sentence. Chen Xiaoyang sighed, yes. Although my Chen family has some power in Jiangnan, but in front of this kind of top second generation of billions of dollars is nothing. Listening to Chen Xiaoyang's self-depreciation, Su Qian'er was bitter and bitter. Every word was like a knife in her heart. The blood could not stop flowing out. Her heart was already bloody. Detecting the host dog food spread all over the field, granting hundreds of millions of dollars worth of diamond ring, crystal heart, attached to the magic all-powerful.
Note, this magic can create any magic scene, wonderful use.
At the same time, Yi Xian's ears rang with a system sound, which made him stare.
Crystal heart? Magic omnipotence? At once. Yi Xian had a bold idea. Snapped.
Just at this moment, under a ringing finger, hurricane banquet field in the sky above the rustling rose petals, the red rose petal rain poured down like this.
This is.
Lin Xiudian eyes wide, looking at the romantic scene. My days, brother-in-law will not be to confess. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. Just this much rose petal rain, how does brother-in-law do it, and it smells so good.
Ooh. Wang Chongshan, see here, the whole person also froze. Really, the scene in front of him never thought, old Lin, your son-in-law is really let a person accident after accident.
Oh, who says it is not? Lin father looked at the grand scene. Obviously, if not intentional, it is impossible to do this effect. Worthy of being my son-in-law, this dreamy scene must be a wonderful memory. Lin mother took a deep breath. This moment to look at her daughter's heart, how as an envy can be described. Around the crowd is one after another to take out their cell phones to record video, record the precious scene. Without waiting for the crowd to think about it, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. The right hand a flip. He did not know when a packaging exquisite box appeared in the hand. Lin Ningxue's eyes suddenly shrunk. That guy will not really ask for marriage it. Subsequently, the brocade box opened to reveal an incomparably eye-catching diamond ring, which was recognized as soon as it appeared.
Crystal heart. My God, this is the top international luxury diamond ring.
Exclaims came out. Wang Chongshan saw this and his expression changed. Good guy, rumor has it that the crystal heart was auctioned by a mysterious person. I didn't expect it to actually be Xiao Yi, it's just that this crystal heart is said to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Ah.
Lin Xiaodao heard Uncle Wang's words and was filled with shock, staring wide-eyed at the diamond ring in his brother-in-law's hand. My God, Uncle Wang, that diamond ring is worth 100 million. The moment these words came out, the room was filled with sensation. Su Qian'er even almost did not faint, the scene in front of him far beyond his expectations. How could Yi Xian he even used hundreds of millions of diamond ring just to propose?
This is also too defeated crazy? Nicole, marry me.
Kneeling down on one knee, handsome figure like this in front of the beautiful girl, bathed in rustling rose petal rain is very romantic, from the crowd's point of view is a beautiful picture.
Aha! I am willing.
Beautiful beauty face, happy pointing head. She did not expect this guy will also prepare for her this kind of romantic marriage proposal ceremony. Too hateful, actually a little bit do not give themselves to say.
Old Lin, see.
Lin mother glanced at Lin Tiannan, enviously. Look at others, Xiaoye, when you can be far worse than others.
Ahem. Lin father dry cough, glared at Lin mother, this bitch is really a little bit of face do not leave, do not see the old Wang is on the side. What are you talking about? Between the two of them, Wang Chongshan smiled without saying anything. Kiss one. Kiss one. Just at this time, the field did not know where to ring a coaxing sound, and then the sound is getting louder and louder. Hey! Lin Xiaodao looked at the boiling field, the corners of the mouth rose with a high degree of curvature as full of bad smile, so that the older sister always bullied their own this time to see not let brother-in-law teach you a lesson. This mind if let Lin Ningxue hear, do not know whether it will be beaten to its own do not recognize. Yi Xian, you. Red face just want to speak Lin Ningxue, Zhu lips will be blocked, staring at the beautiful eyes looking at the guy in front of him, this bastard actually in front of so many people kiss her. The parents and Uncle Wang are present, this asshole crazy. The actual. At this moment, she hated to find a crack in the ground, how dare that guy? Wow. Lin Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law and his old sister kissing, the excitement on his face was not hidden at all, fantasizing that in the future, he and his goddess little girlfriend would also be like this, right? He. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaodao couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from giggling. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the way and get out of the way. At this time, the dark Xiaodi gang narrowed up hideous and cruel on, boy, I let you beg for your life, cannot beg for death. The son died tragically, but that kid is so with his son's favorite woman, which makes it how to be at peace. Humph. Cold smile, Xiaodi gang this moment of anger turned away, because he was afraid to stay any longer will not be able to control on the spot to kill that kid. Chapter 33, Angelic scorching heart strikes and pushes the Zhao family's experts across the room. The banquet ended and the guests left in droves. Ha! Lin mother saw her daughter's side and no son-in-law, suspicious asked, Xiao ye it, not with you. He Heard the old mom come up to ask about that colorful embryo, completely do not care about themselves, cannot help but jealousy rises, there are still things in the hotel, let us go first. Then, Lin Ningxue said the matter of Kunpeng Hotel, but heard the old couple froze. Unexpectedly, what Xiaoyi said earlier was actually Kunpeng Hotel. Lin's father was also quite surprised, and his heart was even more satisfied with his son-in-law. His son-in-law is much more outstanding than he imagined. In that case, let's go first. Lin mother full of smiles, can be seen in a particularly good mood, the young couple have proposed, their grandson is still far away. The first thing I want to do is to get a good look at my own grandchildren. Lin Ningxue nodded, after all, there are 3 little ones at home, cannot be delayed here. However, the Kunpeng Hotel president's office. Yi Xiao. Yan Ruyu greeted respectfully, and then took out a contract. This is the Kunpeng Hotel share transfer contract. In the future you are the owner of the hotel. Very good. Looking at the contract in front of him, Yi Xian did not pay too much attention. Ding dong. Just at this moment, Yan Ruyu received a message on her cell phone. Respected Construction Bank user, your tail number 6283 account, on June 30, 2024 to 1 billion RMB, please pay attention to check. Construction Bank. This is. After seeing the message, Yan Ruyu's eyes suddenly shrank, and at that moment Yi Xian laughed. This 1 billion, when used for the operation of the Kunpeng Hotel, renovate the hotel. This is fine. I wanted to say that the money is too much, but thinking that the hotel is now facing a broken capital chain, I didn't say anything. Yi Xiao, what are your next plans? Yan Ruyu pondered for a moment, respectfully inquired. After all, in order to own Yi Xiao handwriting, obviously cannot just buy Kunpeng Hotel so simple. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something about it. Hearing Yan Ruyu's words, Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. This girl is smart enough. Next, help me to acquire as many of Zhao Group's properties as possible. The Zhao's Group. Yan Ruyu froze, she didn't understand why Yi Xiao said so, obviously she didn't know about Zhao Tianyang's murder, after all, she couldn't reach this level yet. Only, she was aware that Zhao's Group that was in existence that was ranked in Jiangnan. Did Yi Xiao want to take action against Zhao's Group? Yes, Yi Xiao. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and answered, although she didn't know why Yi Xiao said so, but there must be a reason. After a short conversation, Yan Ruyu personally escorted Yi Xian out of the hotel. Yi Xiao slowly bowed to sand, until the supercar disappeared in the field of vision. More Yan Ruyu only got up, until now or with the dream in general, vaguely aware of the Jiangnan business community next afraid to set off a huge wave. Buzz. Yan Ruyu is not know, Yi Xian just left soon is to have a number of cars trailing it to go, and the people in the car is Zhao Digang henchmen. The darkness of the moon and the wind are high, and it's the right time to kill someone. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and you'll be able to do it. Looking at the cars following behind him, Yi Xian's God's eye saw Zhao Digang at the banquet, and it can be said that all of his movements were seen in his eyes. Since the strike, the Zhao family will be destroyed. 10 minutes later, off the beaten path squeaked a sharp braking sound. Supercar stopped in the field, Yi Xian from the car down. Snapping, snapping, snapping. Snapping, snapping. Road shoes on the ground sound out, then both sides total almost more than 200 people, will be surrounded by Yi Xian in the field, and each person is good hands. And this, it is the Jiangnan Zhao family, all men, completely not those gangsters can be compared. Kid, next year today is the anniversary of your death. Zhao Digang came from the crowd to the field, a pair of eyes full of stern aura. Blame it on you shouldn't offend the old man. Yes? Looking at Zhao Digang's cold eyes, Yi Xian smiled slightly. My anniversary, what are you? Asshole. I don't know what to do, kill him for me. Zhao Digang, a beloved face full of anger, immediately ordered to let the many men all together vow to chop this kid into mush, in order to solve the old master's heart anger. Swish. More than 200 people were just about to make a move, but it was Yi Xian. Around the ghostly appearance of dozens of figures, the head of a person is precisely to protect Lin Ningxue, a Archangel Angel's sizzling heart. The rest of the dozens of people are members of the Blazing Angels. Clad in armor, the delicate figure attracted the eyes of the crowd. Kill. Archangel's sizzling heart arrived in the middle of the field, her pretty face icy cold. Not a single one of them would be left behind. A flash of figure, the next moment already 10 people died under her golden sword, these people in front of her too weak. Dozens of blazing angels are pouncing, screams resounded all over the field. A massacre was staged like this. Chapter 34. Nizi, call her husband to hear. The sword flashed, and blood splashed. Puffing. Road corpses smashed on the ground, accompanied by mournful screams of rich bloody flavor filled the air. In less than 10 breaths, more than 200 men were all killed without a single survivor. What kind of people are you? Zhao Digang stared at the field with horror in his eyes. The scene in front of him was far beyond his knowledge. More than 200 people. So fast to be killed, is to kill the pig cannot be so fast. The soles of the feet is soft, directly paralyzed on the ground. The angel's scorching heart did not pay attention to the gaze cold look at Zhao Digang. Ta! But at this time, a voice rang out, and Yi Xian lifted his steps towards Zhao Digang, and a chill went straight to the sky. You! Zhao Digang saw that angel's sizzling heart, and the others made way for Yi Xian and were full of respect. It's you! These people, they are your men. Obviously, at this moment, Zhao Digang understood, and then thought of his son's bizarre and tragic death. The bastard who could do all this, you killed my son. Zhao Digang's eyes were red. He was about to counterattack, but Yi Xian stomped on the ground. Poof, blood sprayed out and his internal organs shifted. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said, your son and your daughter Zhao Meier all died because of me. Now, I will send you to them. Boom. Feet slightly force, Zhao Digang miserable scream did not even have time to send out, directly be hard stomped into a blood mist. This seemed to see the angel scorching heart pupil a shock. Master, so strong. Obviously the master did not use much strength, that Zhao Digang was still stepped on. This already explains everything. Although I don't know how strong the master is, but definitely far beyond her. Well done. Looking at the blazing angels in front of us, it's obvious that holding the golden sword has increased their strength. Young master, you are too kind. The angel hot heart respectfully bent over. Do not dare to the slightest bit of arrogance, the slender figure of the full manifestation. If the outsiders see, maybe how envious. I'd like to see you off, young master. After a few moments, the angel scorching heart of a dozen people bowed and bent over to send the young master away. The field of the rich smell of blood as if it had not heard, until the disappearance of the field of vision for many hours before coming back to God. Retreat. Angel scorched heart gave an order, flashed with a dozen people to leave the field. As for what happens next is not what they have to pay attention to. About a quarter of an hour later. Tick tick. The Jiangnan Tidings Division, who received the report, came to the field. Vomit. Came to the field in the division. Many people were rich sickening blood odor vomit. This is the Tidings Division Captain Wei Ligua face color changed greatly. Such a bad event, he is also the first time to see. The captain of the team. You look at. At this time a henchman, carrying a transparent bag with a cell phone inside. This is Zhao Digang's cell phone. This line of people are Zhao Digang's men, according to the scene. Zhao Digang is very likely to have died. What? When Wei Ligua heard this, his face changed greatly. Wei Ligua, are you sure? Wei Ligua, are you sure? The henchman was certain. Technical identification has been done. An hour ago Wei Ligua also called to gather his men. As to why the purpose is unknown. I know. Wei Ligua took a deep breath and looked at the field full of more than 200 corpses. This incident is extremely bad. Tonight's matter shall not be disclosed by anyone. Yes, Captain. That henchman gulped and swallowed saliva, because this kind of thing is not something they can deal with. In addition, the news of Zhao Digang's death will convene a press conference. Wei Ligua then ordered. After all, time delayed the later, afraid of the more serious. Imperial Palace 1 Villa. Young Master good. When the maids saw the young master return, their sweet voices rang out, and it had to be said that Angel Hikari had a very good eye, and these maids were impeccable in every aspect. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly. The life in front of him was not even dare to think before. Just waking up every day to see these beautiful temperament excellent maids is a kind of enjoyment. Giggle. Soon, the three treasures to see the poop excited little faces full of smiles, which let Lin Ningxue really eat a wave of vinegar. Their own back for so long have not seen is that little guy so happy. Come on, let the poop hug. Looking at the three little ones, Yi Xian carefully picked up, loved it. Well. Holding the three little ones, Yi Xian at one point smelled a pungent stench. The three little ones are not pooping. Young master, let's take a look. The maids rushed forward to check, and sure enough, Big Baby had pooped, and it was time for second baby and third baby to change their diapers. Ding! The host consumed 1 billion, triggering a fivefold rebate, gaining 5 billion in wealth. Looking at the three treasures to change tablets, the ears of Heron came rebate sound, which makes Yi Xian a stunned good guy. This wave of rebate blood earned 5 billion. Following that, call up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Ability, God-level milk daddy, driving all-powerful, God-level music, martial arts master, wine god possession, culinary master, charm aura, God-level orthopedic massage, magic all-powerful. Objects, Imperial House 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Unicorn Double Kidney, God's Kato Technique, Durex Unlimited, 3000 Killing Angels, God's Eye. Passive ability, random consumption rebate within 100 million times. Wealth, 903.2 billion. Looking at the soaring wealth value, Yi Xian was in an extraordinarily good mood, and his life that had opened up since owning the system became more and more unstoppable. At night, in the room. Clatter. The bathroom door pulled open, then the stunningly beautiful wife appeared in the room, which made playing with the cell phone Yi Xian froze, because at this moment, Lin Ningxue was wearing a maid's suit. Gudu. Cannot help, Yi Xian swallowed saliva, eyes can no longer move, which makes Lin Ningxue face red 1 point, heart humming. Really, men like this set. This clothes, she bought a long time ago, has not been good enough to wear. Today that guy with their own proposal is considered a treat for him. Although it is a maid suit, just can expose a lot of skin. It looks naturally very different than the usual maid outfit. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. I'm not sure how much of a charm this kind of look is, Lin Ningxue said, glaring at a certain guy. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Yi Xian nodded his head without hesitation, and pulled the girl into his arms. Wife, you've gotten worse. HM. Lin Ningxue hummed, glared at a certain guy. You say again, I will not wear it next time. Hey. Yi Xian got a cheap but also good, gangster bad smile, call husband to listen to. You. See in front of the body to take advantage of not enough guys, Lin Ningxue snorted a laugh, pouted, husband. But, this scene if the outside world no may want to envy the death of how many people, mother of soda their goddess of condensed snow really good at. Chapter 35 Yi Xian, say it out you may not believe, Zhao Digang died. The next day, early morning. The golden sunrise through the window, pouring in a beautiful face on the face, in the light under the reflection appears more charming 1 point, the beautiful people is Lin Ningxue. Well. Struggled to sleep, Lin Ningxue woke up from sleep, and then into the eyes of the handsome cheeks, and at the moment it's naked in the guy's arms. Just like this, quietly watching, enjoying the rare two people time. This guy. Fearful of God for a moment, Lin Ningxue mouth corner curved up, quiet time is also quite handsome. Can't help but beautiful beauty to explore a delicate finger, naughty point down the guy in front of the tip of the nose, and then revealed a triumphant wry arc. Ding dong. Jiao, this is, a message sound rang up, looking for eyes to see. This station reports, last night time, Zhao's group chairman Zhao Digang killed dead, initially identified as a vendetta. The TID has been filed for investigation. The majority of the public, if you have found a suspicious person, hope that please contact with the TID in a timely manner. See here, Lin Ningxue beauty eyes suddenly a beat. What? Zhao Digang actually died. In fact, this information on its impact is not small, and too coincidental. Zhao Tianyang only died how long, and now its father is dead. If the two are not related to the fear of fools, do not believe. Nizi, what do you think? Big hands around the double bear, magnetic voice ringing in the ear, which only let the beautiful beauty back to God, but perceived a certain guy move, face Tang read a point. Sex embryo, when did you wake up? Anger I a certain guy, this asshole just woke up is not honest really. A good while. Sniffing the good people hair good smell fragrance, Yi Xian suspicion, husband are playing for a while, you have no reaction. Put. What are you talking about? White eye someone, eyes to the screen, Yi Xian, say it out you may not believe, Zhao Digang died. Zhao Digang? Looked at the cell phone screen, frowned, that Zhao Tianyang's father. Yes. Lin Ningxue was incredulous until now, first Zhao Tianyang was killed, and now Zhao Digang, too much of a coincidence. Hey, what's wrong with that? Yi Xian waved his hand in disinterest and said with a laugh, maybe they did too many sins and were approached by their enemies. The enemy? Lin Ningxue nodded suspiciously, did not think carefully, perhaps, the tidings division also said so. Of course, it does not know that the person behind the killing of Zhao Digang, it is the man next to her, if let it know I do not know what will be the reaction. I don't know how I would react if I let him know. The good person is unable to hold a handful of slender waist, to wife, we sleep asleep. Sleep your big head ghost well. Putty for a while, a certain guy this just get up, after all, yesterday cost a lot of physical strength. After all, he had a lot of energy yesterday. No scruples on this kind of get up, pinched the fingers can break face spoiled, husband to do breakfast for you to make up. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. Listening to the words of a certain guy, Lin Ningxue obediently nodded her head, really some hungry it. To its reaction, a certain guy has already left the room, count that guy a little conscience. Can't help but, its eyes like a movie floating in front of a scene that happened last night, now think of it hate to find a crack in the ground to drill in, that guy is too much. Husband, goodbye. Lin Ningxue face flushed driving supercar away, this scene to see the maids envious, especially the young lady today, the color of the red gloss super great, certainly less young master credit. Young master, where are we going? Angel Hikari asked suspiciously as she followed her own young master as he led the three young ladies on a walk. We're going to shop for a while, and buy a house on the way. Buy a house? Angel Hikari was stunned when she heard this, but naturally she didn't know what her master had in mind. Yi Xiao. Just came to the Xingqiu Real Estate, the year is a voice, the person is Xingqiu Real Estate Sales Director Chen Luo. After all, the Imperial Palace One Villa sale is what he did, and Yi Xian is a celebrity can't help but not memorize him. You come to be? Personally received. Yi Xian came to the sales hall, spacious layout makes a person look very comfortable, especially the model of each property district is staggered, obviously took a lot of thought. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. But at this time, a beautiful salesgirl full of surprise, Yi Xian how to come here? This girl is not someone else, it is Su Xiaolo's best friend Wang Xiaoxi, but Yi Xian has not seen her. It is actually Yi Shun. At this time, the colleague beside her face was full of envy, murmuring, I heard that Yi Shun moved to the Imperial Mansion Villa complex with a domineering goddess, this is the first time I've seen it. The Imperial Palace Villa? Obviously, Wang Xiaoxi, who had just arrived not long ago, looked at Yi Xian incredulously, Sister Hong, you said that he lives in the Imperial Mansion Villa complex. Right. The colleague named Sister Hong nodded her head in certainty, and then thought of something, you just came and don't know, Yi Xian has bought the Imperial Mansion One Villa King before. It's worth $1 billion, it's a godly man. This. Wang Xiaoxi heard heart-shocked, she knows that Yi Xian is now on fire, and is still a great talent, but it's not aware of the Imperial Palace Villa. After all, before the girlfriend Su Qian'er can break up, she is a great credit. Look, that's the triplet babies of the god of Yi and the overlord goddess. Yesta, the male god is good. The sales department ladies have turned into little fans in a second, the eyes look at Yi Xian, if not for this moment in public, they are afraid that they will pounce on it a little bit. Yi Xiao, you want to buy a house? Here Chin supervisor, hearted jolt, good guy, in front of the eyes of this is to buy the Emperor's Villa King of the existence of it said to buy a house is naturally a big single. The first thing I want to do is to get the money to buy a house, and I want to buy it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, came here if not brush dial money is not a pity. Right. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Xian went straight to the point, how many more villas are there in the Imperial Mansion Villa now? This.
Hearing the words of the Gold Master, Chen's supervisor pondered for a moment and said, Yi Xiao, in addition to the Imperial Mansion villa sold, there are still 47 sets of villas today, worth almost 3 billion. Among them, there are a lot of house types are good, although not as good as the One King, but better than other villa neighborhoods.
For example, this 9th villa, worth 380 million.
Listening to the introduction of Chen's supervisor, Yi Xian is quite satisfied with the clabbered, I want it.
I'll take it.
Chen, in charge of hearing the heart-shocked, emotionally worthy of being shot down the king of the building exists 380 million, said to bye-bye.
Yi Young, are you sure you want to buy 9 villas?
Although I know that the Gold Master in front of me is not bad money, but still confirmed asked.
9 villa, no.
Yi Xian slightly frowned, the corner of his mouth smiled, all the remaining villas in the Imperial Palace, I want all of them.
Boom.
When this statement came out, it almost didn't let Supervisor Chen sit on the ground with his but, crap, what did I hear, Yi Xiao, he actually wants to round up the Imperial Mansion villas.
Ma really poverty limits the old man's imagination. Chapter 36 Showdown. Mom, this is you are that granddaughter. Ah, this.
Wang Xiaoxi heard, the eyes suddenly Emil, the whole person as if thunderstruck, even earlier persuade the girlfriends of the scene is still in the ear.
Yi Xian, that guy he actually wants to buy all the remaining villas in the Imperial Mansion.
That's worth $3 billion. Hiss. Sales young ladies one by one, their faces were filled with shock, as much as they sucked in a mouthful of cool air.
The company's name is Bossy. This meow, too arrogant.
They've seen rich people, but this is the first time Yishan has been this rich.
Phew. Deep breath, Chen's supervisor back to God over, Xiaoxi, fast. Bring the keys of all the remaining villas in the Imperial Mansion and hand them over to Yi Xiao.
A series of efficient operation, afraid of Yi Xian regret, after all, if a one-time sale of the Imperial Palace villas, then his commission is absolutely an astronomical figure. This performance is enough for him to be promoted to a higher position.
Good, Supervisor Chen.
Wang Xiaoxi gulped and swallowed her saliva, her mind roared and she completely lost her ability to think, she didn't even remember how she brought the key.
Stupid nah.
Co-worker Miss, saw the blindfolded Wang Xiaoxi hate iron not steel said, Xiaoxi, what a good opportunity, why do not you write a note? If you can meet ye God, do a little 3 or 4 can be less struggle for 20 years.
Yes, Xiaoxi is still young.
A few colleagues you a word I a word, hate to just send the key as their own. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxi is going to cry, how can a boyfriend dumped by his girlfriend be so rich, it is hard not to believe that this guy has been hiding.
Careless.
At this moment, with her toes she also thought of her own girlfriend's missed what, if she had known that, when she took over from the hands of girlfriends Yi Xian can.
Unfortunately. Today, everything is too late.
Yi Xiao, you rest here, I'll go prepare the contract. Supervisor Chen took a deep breath, the scene in front of him felt like a dream, and the tricky issue of selling the Imperial Mansion villa was solved just like that.
Yi Xian nodded slightly.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, the room was soon left with Yi Xian and Angel Hikari, as well as the 3 little ones. Afterwards, Yi Xian handed a set of keys in his hand to Angelic Yin, you guys will be living here in the future.
This thanks young master.
Angel Hikari respectfully accepted the keys, the young master's generosity was somewhat beyond her expectations.
Ding.
The host spent 3 billion, triggering a quadruple reward, gaining 12 billion in wealth. Between gratitude, Yi Xian's ears heard the system sound, this wave of operation directly blood earned 12 billion, which made it feel for the first time that making money was easier than ever.
Half an hour later. Yi Xiao went slowly.
Supervisor Chen with all the sales ladies bowed to send off Yi Xian, until he left for a long distance before he got up with emotion. It is true that the happiness of the rich is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people he can understand.
I'm not sure if I can understand it, but I'm sure I can understand it.
Wang Xiaoxi clenched her fist, when she had many opportunities to be alone with Yi Xian, if she met him at that time, and then gave birth to a boy and a girl, now living in the Imperial Palace one villa's hostess, may be her Wang Xiaoxi.
This is Wang Xiaoxi's reaction attracted the attention of colleagues, sympathetic comfort. Eat a lesson and learn a lesson, next time grasp the opportunity to be good. Yes, Xiaoxi you look so beautiful.
However, they do not know that in fact, Wang Xiaoxi has long known Yi Xian, but at first she always thought that guy was a poor loser.
LOL.
On the way back to the villa, Yi Xian teased the 3 little ones while Angel Hikari carefully pushed the 3 little masters.
Bastard.
Not far away, there is a familiar voice into the ears, and then searching for the eyes to see cannot help but stare.
Familiar.
The person is too familiar, is not someone else precisely has a lion's roar called mom, ye mother Susini.
Cough cough mom.
Coughing dryly, Yishian secretly bad, how is you, how will you find this? In fact, Yishian some shock too, should not This time point, mom is not should be in Roncheng elementary school classes it, how to come here?
This is.
Ye mother's sharp eyes fell on Yishian teasing the three little guys, face color iron blue, these three faces like the brat as a child. The three faces look like the brat when he was a child. Yishian coughed dryly, then said, no, I will say that these three little guys are not my do you believe it?
Roll.
Ye mother slapped her face, but Yishian easily dodged it. The three little ones are just like you when you were a child, you tell me that they are not yours.
Yishian, I.
Actually, Yishian was speechless, who let these three little guys too much like himself, which he knew when they met for the first time.
Ahem, okay.
Sighing, Yishian shrugged, anyway, you had to know sooner or later, showdown mom.
These three are your granddaughters. Granddaughters?
Hearing this, Ye mother looked at the three munchkins with eyes that melted, three granddaughters, great.
You kid, good enough.
Sensing that the reaction was not right, Ye mother glared at her own son, humph, don't think that giving my mother three grandchildren can remove the label of your scum.
I hate scum in my life, let me know.
Stop. The picture style is more and more wrong, Yishian wide-eyes his own mother, dry cough, mom, Yusini is that kind of person.
I'm not sure I'm the right person for you.
Ye mother a look thrown over, almost did not let the angel Hikari laughed out loud, did not expect the master mother so powerful.
Well, the thing is like this. Then, under Yishian's explanation, Ye mother then understood, and her face eased quite a bit.
So that's how it is, no wonder Ning Shui didn't let me come over. Nodding, the two of them then arrived in front of the Imperial Mansion 1 villa, and Yishian laughed, come mom, take a look at the new home your son I live in.
New home poof.
Ye mother's eyes fell on the lavish and luxurious Imperial Mansion 1 king of the building, the maids bowed in unison at this moment.
Young master good.
Sweet voice resounded, listening to Ye mother comfortable, looking at one by one, beautiful as flowers made at time to lose focus, look to his son, brat, you're enough will enjoy. If these can become the old lady daughter-in-law that would be so good.
Cough cough mom, say what?
Yishian brain a black line, mom this can really dare to say, crazy. However, the maids are slightly red face, really if there is a possibility that they are actually not unacceptable, Angel Hikari saw the master's mother's reaction to a slight smile, if you let it know the 3,000 blazing angels do not know whether it will let the master all the income of the harem it.
Pay attention to the image, you are a teacher.
White eyes a modest mom, Ning Shui wife so beautiful he will not let himself blackened into scum. Chapter 37 Zhao Digang said so before, but it is already dead.
Madam, I will take you to visit the villa.
Angelian paragraph good sound voice came out, Ye mother White Eye's own son slightly nodded, really this information on her impact is not small. Son rich, some beyond her imagination.
Phew.
Looked at the back of the mom visit villa, secretly this off is finally over, but that needs to know the future mother-in-law raid I do not know what kind of reaction will be.
Ding bell.
Just at this time, a cell phone ringing, see the caller.
Hello, Ruyu.
Answer the phone, the opposite side is Yen Ruyu's voice, Yi Xiao, did not disturb your rest right.
What's the matter?
Although the contact is not much, but on Yen Ruyu he still has some understanding, if not an emergency it will not be easy to call himself.
It's like this.
Organize your thoughts, Yen Ruyu said, I am in the acquisition of Zhao's group began to be relatively smooth, but encountered the Jiangnan Snake Four Seas Chamber of Commerce difficult. They threatened to let you go to the Royal Dragon Club to discuss, but also said that the acquisition of the Kunping Hotel.
Oh. Hearing this, Yishian froze, Jiangnan's leading snake, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce?
This force he had heard of before, is the Jiangnan this realm number 1 figure, now black and white, is the previous Lin's group are extremely scrupulous about it.
Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, I know.
Contemplating for a moment, Yishian looked at the visit to the villa's mom, 20 minutes later, the Royal Dragon Clubhouse and so on me.
After hanging up the phone, slightly shaking his head.
There are always some flies rushing to find death, but so good, leveled the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce acquisition of Zhao's group plan will no longer be hindered.
TSK, how much does this villa cost?
At the end of the tour, Ye mother couldn't help but lament that it was even more extravagant than the villas she saw on TV.
Mom, I have to go out for a while.
Yishian smiled without saying anything, and then said, you first exchange feelings with the 3 granddaughters, I will bring Ning Shui to see you in the evening. I'll bring Ning Shui to see you in the evening. Yi mother naturally did not know what her son was going to do, but she couldn't help but look forward to meeting her future daughter-in-law at night.
Yi Xian responded.
Yi Xian answered, driving a Lamborghini. Poison is leapt out, which let Yi mother froze. Small yen, how much the brat's car?
Misses that car. Ah, it is said that $80 million. What?
Hearing the words of the angel yen, Yi mother has a kind of find a stick to beat an impulse, that loser child 80 million to buy a car crazy. Of course, it does not know how much money this villa. If you know 1 billion, I do not know what will be the reaction.
20 minutes later.
Squeak. A supercar parked in front of the Royal Dragon Club, although it is a clubhouse, but it looks like people dare not close to the feeling, especially in front of the clubhouse. Several burly black-clothed henchmen, full of people, do not approach.
Yi Xiao.
I have been waiting for a long time. Yan Ruyu, see Yi Xian came to hastily bowed and saluted.
Yi Xian, I've been waiting for a long time, Yan Ruyu.
Yi Xian looked at the Royal Dragon Club in front of him and raised his foot towards it.
Mr. Yen, please.
A few of his men made a gesture of invitation, looking at Yan Ruyu with a gaze full of enthusiasm, and this Yan Ruyu obviously realized, which made her even more weak.
If Yi Xiao is not defeated, the end that awaits her is unimaginable.
A few minutes later, came to a box.
Mr. Yen, how have you been?
When he came to the box, he saw a middle-aged man with an intriguing curvature at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes recklessly looking up and down at Yan Ruyu, who was obviously a man-eater.
Yi Xiao, this is Yu Tianlong, the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce.
Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and introduced the black and white big brother of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in front of her.
Oh?
Yu Tianlong heard Yan Ruyu's introduction. His gaze also looked towards Yi Xian. Kid, you are the one behind Mr. Yen.
I can't believe it's you.
Yu Tianlong naturally heard of Yi Xian. After all, nowadays it's so hot it's hard for people not to know.
Oh, President Yu's great name is also like a thunderclap. Yi Xian slightly smiled, then said, straight to the point. I came here to give you 2 ways, either submit to me, or die.
The voice fell, Yu Tianlong's eyes narrowed, and the teacup in his hand was clicked and shattered by his grip.
Clatter.
The next moment, around the immediate influx of no less than hundreds of people, and the periphery is no less than 200 people, will be surrounded by the field as water ventless.
Ha ha ha.
Yu Tianlong wantonly laughed, and then flooded with a stern aura fell on Yi Xian. The atmosphere is oppressive, suffocating. Good arrogant kid, let the old man submissive.
You are quite bold. Is that so?
Yi Xian was indifferent, not paying the slightest attention to Yu Tianlong's heart-stopping gaze. Zhao Digang said the same thing before, but he's already dead.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. At this statement, Yan Ruyu's eyes suddenly shrunk. Zhao Digang could not be. Yi Xiao did it.
Yu Zhao Digang was killed by you. In fact, Yu Tianlong this moment is not calm. The outside world only knows Zhao Digang suspected of being killed. He is very clear that was killed but more than 200 people. And all were a sword throat means extremely cruel.
Humph. But soon Yu Tianlong cold snort, said sternly, when I'm not scared. Hands. Boom.
At this time, several figures flew into the box. It is Yu Tianlong men. Swish 2 figures appeared behind Yi Xian, clad in golden armor, delicate figure striking. This sword, the same as those who were killed in the wounds. Yu Tianlong noticed the sudden appearance of 2 armored women holding golden long swords. The pupil suddenly shrunk, and all of a sudden looked at Yi Xian's eyes changed.
Puff.
Just at this moment, a blood-covered henchman stumbled to the box and knelt on the ground. President, the periphery more than 200 henchmen are all seriously injured.
What?
Within the box, hundreds of men gurgled and swallowed their saliva. These 2 actually pushed more than 200 companions across the board. I'm not sure if this is still a human being.
Really you?
Yu Tianlong was completely scared at this moment, and looked at Yi Xian with a complex gaze.
Yi Xiao, is it really him?
Yan Ruyu looked at the field, already guessed what. 2 people pushed more than 200 people horizontally and not the slightest thing. This already explains everything.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Yi Xian cloudlight looked at the opposite Yu Tianlong, but Yu Tianlong heart set off a monstrous shockwaves. This guy.
Guadu.
Road swallowing saliva sound from the throat. Around the hundreds of men are all eyes fell on the president. Zhao Digang line my days. They will not step Zhao Digang, that old bastard henchman dust it. Thinking of this, a time or all calf stomach cramps, suffocating atmosphere lasted more than a minute. Yu Tianlong finally sighed. You win, I submit.
Chapter 38 Auntie, truly a model for my generation. Submission.
Yu Tianlong is really afraid, although the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is a local snake, but it is not much stronger than the Zhao family.
Very well.
Looking at Yu Tianlong's decision, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Effective immediately, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is disbanded and renamed Kuanpeng Security. Yes, Yi Xiao. Since he decided to serve Yi Xian, he naturally corrected his identity and addressed him. Liang Bing. My subordinate is here. Hearing his master's voice, Angel Liang Bing bowed and answered, and he was clearly one of the two archangels on this trip, while the other was Angel Reina. In the future, you cooperate with Yu Tianlong to manage Kuanpeng Security. Think about the next layout of Jiangnan: anyone who hinders the development of Kuanpeng Security, one word, kill. Yes, young master. Angel Liang Bing responded. Yu Tianlong sucked in a breath of cold air. What exactly is this Yi Xiao going to do? Detect host opponent Yu Tianlong deterrent insufficient. Grant evidence collection card X1. Deterrent insufficient? Evidence collection card? Use it. As soon as the thought fell, the system reacted. Ding. Host's collection of evidence against Yu Tianlong has been successful. 001 seconds. 001 seconds? Listening to the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Unicorn was fast enough. Conversation less. Yi Xiao, take care. Yu Tianlong bowed and saluted. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath to look at his own. Yi Xiao's eyes have changed. About a quarter of an hour later, Yen Ruyu returned to the box with Angel Cool Ice. Yen Ruyu and Angel Cool Ice returned to the box. Yu Tianlong is full of apologies, bending over to apologize. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. This person in front of me is clearly Yi Xiao's inner circle. He would not dare to be arrogant. No problem. Yen Ruyu waved his hand and did not care, smiled slightly and said, in the future, the same work for Yi Xiao, is their own people. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Yu Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief. With Yi Xiao's strength to kill him as easy as crushing an ant. That's right. Without waiting for Yu Tianlong to think about it, Yen Ruyu took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Yu Tianlong. President Yu, this is a gift that Xiao Yi entrusted me to give you. Mr. Yi entrusted me to give you this gift. Hearing Yen Ruyu's words, Yu Tianlong's heart was shaken. He didn't dare to be careless after knowing Yi Xian's strength. A USB flash drive? Looking at the flash drive, Yu Tianlong frowned under, let his men take out the computer and then viewed up. Originally thought it was some grand blueprint. This look is scared to death. This is evidence of guilt. Yen Ruyu looked at the computer on the side of the various documents and evidence, full of shock, could not help but inhale a breath of air. No wonder Yi Xiao is not worried at all. Together with the trump card did not come out. Voodoo. Yu Tianlong looked at his own incriminating evidence, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. These incriminating evidence is enough for him to die 800 times. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do this. In fact, the impact of this USB flash drive on is unprecedentedly strong. This criminal evidence collection is the need for incomparable horror energy. Can imagine what kind of power behind it. So intimidating? Yen Ruyu naturally realized that some of the intentions of their own Yi Xiao. TSK lamented, this Yu Tianlong in the future is afraid to give its 10 guts, also dare not betray Yi Xiao. On the other hand, downstairs of Hongsheng Group. Squeak. Accompanied by a supercar stopped, pushed the door down the car doorway. Security guard see the Comer, eyes shocked. The eyes of the security guard were shaken. Loud voice came out, really? Yi Xian froze. What do you call me? It is the ant, Mr. Yi. The security chief took a deep breath and explained. The chairman and Mrs. gave us a picture of you. It is you, right? Ahem, okay. Dry cough, did not expect the old husband and mother-in-law to come to this wave of divine assistance. Aha. Hearing the voice at the door, just passing by the front desk of Lin Ningxue, a stunned searching eyes to see, suddenly saw I cannot be familiar with the figure. Mr. Lin, the ant is here. The two beautiful receptionist girls, good-sounding voice sounded, looking toward the entrance to the hall, eyes full of envy and worship. They are fans of the ant. I'm not sure how you know. Lin Ningxue's gaze fell on the front desk ladies. The two front desk ladies had a jolt in their hearts and bowed. Mr. Lin, the chairman, and Mrs. Lin informed the entire group of the identity of the ant a few days ago. What? Hearing this, Lin Ningxue's eyes suddenly shrunk, informing the entire group. Are mom and dad crazy? Do they know what they are doing? Afraid they won't be able to get married or something. What are you doing here? Lin Ningxue's face was as red as the evening sun, and she glared at a certain guy without any trace. This is the end, the whole group knows about it. Hey, of course is to think of my home Ningxue baby. Between words, a hand will go to wrap the unbearable surplus a grip slender waist. This seemed to see the whole crowd eyeballs broken a place. I knock. This is their Lin president, anti-courage is also too big point.
You crazy. Lin Ningxue was shocked by some guy's bold move. This guy didn't see that there were so many people there. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm not sure how many people are here, but I'm not sure how many people are here. The way up attracted many people bowed to greet, joking, they really did not expect the aunt so just directly take Lin to the office, this operation is too cow. Master Lin, you are a role model for us. Good day, Mr. Lin. The secretary Xiaoying bowed and saluted, and her attitude was not the slightest bit arrogant, not to mention that the relationship between the young lady and the aunt is warming up, and the old master and madam are both close to the aunt. In addition, the young lady also has 3 babies with the uncle, although this matter is not known to the old lady. The lady has 3 babies with the aunt, although this matter is not known to the master and the lady. Yi Xian faintly smiled. Naturally, last time I saw Xiaoying, I have something to say to your young lady, no one is allowed to come in. Okay, auntie. You crazy. Lin Ningxue listening to some guy ambiguous words, who has something to say to this guy, but also do not allow people to come in, really want to strangle this guy how to do. Boom. With the office room door closed, the secretary Xiaoying froze in place, staring blankly at the office. Do not let anyone in, Auntie Miss will not be to that, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoying couldn't help but have all sorts of possible images floating in her mind, which made her face couldn't help but blush. This is still their own miss. The corners of Xiaoying's mouth were slightly twitching as she looked at the office, and even vaguely seemed to have some hallucinations. If the master and the lady knew that picture she could not dare to imagine. However, the aunt seems to be much more handsome than the last time I saw him. Thinking of this, Smalling cannot help but heartbeat accelerated face slightly flushed up. A year ago when Miss Encounter will be pregnant with 3 treasures, Miss Good Happiness, really enviable. If this mind is Lin Ningxue no, I do not know whether she will hang up and hit its own do not recognize. Chapter 39 Brat, woke up my 3 granddaughters old lady abolished you. A little bit. In the office, the boss's wife snuggled in the arms of a certain guy, enjoying the warmth after the rain. Color embryo. Just this once, you have too much guts. Lin Ningxue angry at a certain guy, she did not dare to imagine what just happened, that guy actually dared to that in this if the rumors out of her how to face the group subordinates. This cannot blame me. Sniffing the arms of the good people fragrance, mood extraordinarily serene joked, who let my wife charms so big, your man cannot control. Put. What are you talking about? No good breath white someone a glance, but listening to a certain guy provocative words, cannot help but feel the heart sweet, this feeling is very wonderful. Cute for a while after. Right. Yi Xian thought of something and said out loud, Nizi, let me tell you something. Today I take 3 treasures to walk. Following that, we'll happen to meet the old mom's things said again, and after hearing Lin Ningxue heart tottered to the throat. What did you say? Auntie found San Bao. In fact, this information is too sudden for her, the 3 little ones that is the biggest secret, now the future mother-in-law suddenly killed, which undoubtedly upset all the plans. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said, but our mother I have been smooth, now with her 3 granddaughters like tight. Can Lin Ningxue think of the evening with the future mother-in-law to meet, cannot stop the nervousness, the first meeting, I am not to prepare some gifts. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yi Xian waved his hand and laughed, you and the 3 little ones are the best gift, what else to prepare? Just you will say. Listening to the words of a certain guy, Lin Ningxue relaxed and did not just so nervous. Soon, nightfall. Click. The car door opened, and Yi Xian returned to the Imperial House 1 villa with Lin Ningxue. Mom, look who's here. Arriving at the living room, Yi Xian saw his mom staring at the 3 little ones with a smile on her face, laughing and saying, Shoo. Sudden sound, drew Yi mother glared at it, brat, woke up my 3 granddaughters old lady abolished you. Put. The maids listened to the lady's words, all cover their mouths and smile, but very eye-catching to push the 3 little misses into the room. Auntie, hello. Lin Ningxue said with a slight blush on her face, after all, they had concealed such a big deal, and it was always embarrassing to be found out. Ningxue, things auntie all know. Slightly nodded, Yi mother then said, this year hard, thanks to this kid count a little conscience. In the future, if this brat dares to bully you, mom will help you beat him. Yi mother naturally see Lin Ningxue's mind, 2 words gave enough security, after all, teaching and educating more than 10 years what kind of people have not seen. Come on, talk to your aunt for a while. Yi mother pulled the future daughter-in-law's hand, which is the old Yi family great merit, but also beautiful and excellent unlike the son when he really picked up the treasure, she did not want to question the slightest. After all, the family brat also owes people so much. I'm sorry, Auntie, I shouldn't hide it from you.
Lin Mingxue apologized and said, Ye mother is heartbroken, silly child blindly say what, auntie over people know how much to pay for pregnancy.
Right.
Ye mother thought of what, and then took out a packaging exquisite box, and then opened it here and its inside is an excellent color jade bracelet.
Girl, this is for you. This ain't too expensive.
Lin Ningxue to look at the emerald bracelet will be extraordinary, hastily politely refused.
Ningxue, you do not know.
Looking at the hands of the emerald bracelet, Ye mother continued, this is the old Yi family heirloom dedicated to the daughter-in-law. In other words, wearing this bracelet is the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Said here, Ye mother smiled at the face value in front of her envy daughter-in-law, unless you do not want to be our Yi family daughter-in-law.
How will that, I accept is.
Future mother-in-law have said this, Lin Ningxue sighed, which let aside Yi Xian rolled his eyes, this mother to use in the students on the set of their own daughter-in-law to perform some excess of it. However, it seems that the effect is not bad.
Thank you, Auntie.
Wearing the emerald bracelet, undoubtedly this makes her temperament add a lot, it can be seen on this bracelet it's also quite like.
Girl, also called Auntie it?
Strike while the iron is hot, Ye mother directly once again a wave of divine assistance, with 10 years with those little brats fighting hard experience, take the future daughter-in-law is not easy. Paused voice, saw the future daughter-in-law face scarlet model laughed, come on, call some mom to listen to.
Auntie has always wanted a daughter to it. Mom.
Words to this, Lin Ningxue also did not quite sweet called out, the voice heard Yi Xian are a tremor, this girl is really a demon.
Eh?
Listening to the future daughter-in-law to change the mouth, Ye mother feel the whole person is light, that brat has accumulated how many blessings to the old couple to find such a beautiful and excellent daughter-in-law.
Good. This feeling is too good to be true. Gulu.
At a certain moment, Ye mother's stomach protest sound came, Yi Xian slightly smile, you chat, I go to cook. Yi Xian slightly smiled, you guys chat, I'll go cook.
Hearing her son's words, Ye mother froze, when did this brat learn to cook?
After all, the son's words made Yi mother a little surprised, after all, at home this goods are rarely even into the kitchen.
Auntie, you don't know if the young master can cook? A maid asked curiously, then looked towards the kitchen, the young master's cooking is superb. That boy.
Ye mother shook her head, and then looked toward the kitchen, and then in front of her eyes appeared her son's superb cooking skills, all kinds of cool operations, and immediately froze in place. The cooking is actually so good, the brat actually hid from my mother for more than 10 years.
Squirrel mandarin fish. Pagoda meat. Wansi tofu soup. Buddha jumps over the wall.
Road food presented at the table, really see Ye mother froze in place, is the sight of Lin Ningxue or gulping Shangjin, really visual and olfactory impact for a moment.
Fragrance, tantalizing exception.
This side of the maids are also by their own young master operation surprised, good guy they previously thought that the young master just do soup noodles powerful, did not think that anti-cooking actually all round.
And, this level of 5-star chef can't even compare. Gudu.
Can't help but swallow saliva sound from the throat out, finished, and so good already control a few can't help themselves fall in love how to do, oh. A mouthful of squirrel mandarin fish, Ye mother felt taste buds were melted, taste crisp tender, excellent aftertaste, good mastery of cooking, brat's powerful ah.
The first step in the process is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and what you're doing. Burp.
After a long time, Ye mother hiccuped, face satisfaction is not the slightest bit hidden, secretly belly, no wonder you can take such a beautiful and excellent daughter-in-law, there are 2 times. Worthy of being the son of the old lady, Ye mother then fell on the side of the eyes ate a lot of daughters-in-law, especially the proud body, 3 little guys certainly rations abundant.
Kudu. The beautiful maids on the side swallowed their saliva, envious, suddenly more like the ant how to do? After dinner.
Lin Ningxue perceived the double bears different, face reddens a point, naturally no is too much rations.
Time is not early, go to bed.
Ye mother of gods help toward the 3 packs of room, the meaning is very obvious, their own and the 2 little guys cannot share a room, and the 3 little guys rations cheap brats.
Aha!
Lin Ningxue gave someone a wink, and then the 2 went toward the room, Ye mother looked at the little 2-mouth model mouth corner curved up right arc.
This brat, but really let people envy. Click.
Close the room door, Lin Ningxue face flushed look at a certain guy, cheap you.
A little.
After emptying his inventory, Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction as he recalled the flavor, not bad, fortunately I didn't eat too much just now.
Humph. Absolute beauty delicately hummed, glared at someone. I first go to take a bath. Did small wolf left, head is over and over again floated the picture just happened, hate to find a crack to drill in, all blame that guy cooking to do so delicious why. Not much time, Lin Ningxue from the bathroom wearing pajamas to the room, even dressed in loose pajamas still cannot hide its proud body. Neezy, husband massage reward you. Virtue. Listening to someone's words, Lin Ningxue rolled her eyes, she obviously heard why that guy rewarded himself, just how can he be so hateful? Looking at the stunning beauty reflected in the warm yellow light, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but arc. A certain moment. Just like this, the woman in his arms curved up the arc and slept, a smile at the corner of her mouth mesmerized people, but unfortunately, this scene only cheapened Yi Xian alone. This niece seems to be exhausted. If only, the physique could be strengthened a bit. Detecting the host disliking his wife's weak physique, gifting the spiritual liquid unlimited. Note, this spirit liquid can enhance the physique, get rid of impurities, and can be used infinitely on the same object. Spirit liquid unlimited? Enhancement of physique? Listening to the system voice, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth arched, the unity is good worthy of being the perfect life system. Following that, call up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Abilities, God Grade Nurse, Driving Omnipotence, God Grade Music, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Wine God Possession, Cooking Grandmaster, Charming Aura, God Grade Bone Massage, Magic Omnipotence. Items, Imperial Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Kirin Dual Kidneys, Divine Kato Technique, Durex Infinity, 3000 Incan God's Eyes, Spiritual Liquid Infinity. Passive ability, Random Consumption Rebate billions of times within. Wealth, 18,032 million. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mood was undoubtedly 1 point better, and he became more and more excited about the future. But right now. After returning to his senses, his gaze fell on the wife of the overlord, first improve this niece's physique. At the same time, the other side. A villa room. Ding bell. The big battle stopped, Su Shala were wrapped in the bedding ear-ringing cell phone ringing, and there is a man bathing in the bathroom, it is Chen Xiaoyang. Hello, Xiao Shi. Seeing the incoming call as a girlfriend called, Su Qian'er deep breath to let the violent heartbeat calm down. Shallow, did not disturb your rest. Wang Xiaoxi's voice came from the opposite side. Su Qian'er looked in the direction of the bathroom and blushed. No, what's the matter? That's good. Wang Xiaoxi paused to organize her thoughts, swallowed her saliva and then said, Shallow child, you know who I saw today? Yi Xian came to us to buy a house. He actually lived in the value of 1 billion Imperial Palace 1 villa, and rounded out the Imperial Palace Villa Group all the villas left, costing 3 billion. Boom. The words of my best friend were like a thunderbolt, and her face was filled with dismay. That guy bought all the remaining 47 villas in the Imperial Palace. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the phone and get out of the way. Snapped. Cell phone off the hand and fell Su Qian'er but do not know. As for the opposite girlfriends, what she said next she did not know. Looking at the moment she sold her soul in exchange for a meager gain, compared to Yi Xian she undoubtedly lost. I know. After hanging up the phone, Su Qian'er hugged her legs and cried, she really regretted it so much. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sunlight poured over the stunningly beautiful face, and the girl appeared particularly charming. Well. After opening her sleepy eyes, what immediately floated away from her nose was the tantalizing aroma of soup noodles. This is, below that guy. Ahem, the noodles. Coughing dryly, I do not know what came to mind, Lin Ningxue's pretty face flushed red, spreading to the neck. Gulu. Immediately after, flat without a trace of fat belly fierce protest called up, although last night ate a lot but again by a certain guy emptied a lot. Moreover, who knows whether that guy has taken advantage of his own sleep to steal food inventory up, ba. What are you thinking about? Lin Ningxue only a trace of sleepiness dissipated, the face flushed not, Lin Ningxue, are you crazy? Following the fragrance, put on the clothes and left the room, after all, the maids and the future mother-in-law are in it. Baird. Just came to the living room, saw the future mother-in-law cannot resist the temptation to eat soup noodles, but also did not forget to praise, brat, the soup noodles have a hand. Come back and teach me, your dad likes eating soup noodles the most. As she spoke, Yi mother saw her own daughter-in-law, and her face was happy. Ningxue, you woke up. Good morning, Mom. Thinking about the jade bracelet she was wearing, Lin Ningxue quickly changed her tone and greeted her. Oh, good morning. In fact, this mom directly called into the heart of Yi mother, from the face of the pile of smiles has been obvious. Bastard. Do not hurry to give Ning Shueshang bowl of soup noodles, small young more complimentary.
Ye mother meaningful words, listening to Lin Ningxue face red, but also only have to hard head a should.
After all,
future mother-in-law was right, she was not less tired and now she was starving, it was all because of a certain guy.
Thank you, Mom.
Polite appearance, let ye mother look more and more satisfied, just like this Lin Ningxue beautifully ate love soup noodles, feel surprisingly good. Speaking of which, letting the future mother-in-law know about the 3 little ones in advance wasn't as scary as I thought.
Hey, self-family members thank what?
Ye mother happy, the face of the smile is not the slightest concealment, this kind of beautiful daughter-in-law if let those colleagues neighbors know, they must be doubly face. Thinking about it, ye mother herself did not realize that her eyes are flooded with bright aura, that picture alone think about let a person excited. Chapter 41 Ye God actually touched the head to kill the anchor, jealousy makes my mind twisted.
Ding bell.
During the meal, ye mother's cell phone rang and saw the caller ID.
Hey, big brother. Really, Little Smoke is awesome. Good, got it.
After hanging up the phone, ye mother looked to her son, Xiaoxian, later you go to the airport to pick up your cousin Ruyan. She got into Jiangnan University, ready to visit in advance to let you guide. After saying that, ye mother looked to her daughter-in-law and laughed, Ningxue, you don't know that when he was a child, Xiaoxian had the best relationship with his great-uncle's cousin Ruyan.
Now this kid is on fire, Ruyan that niece may be excited into what kind of it? Ruyan got into Jiangda University.
Yi Xian heard a stunned, mind floated a beautiful schoolgirl cousin, that girl can more than once said that must be admitted to Jiangnan University it, as for the reason is to go to the same university with cousin. Since little cousin Su Ruyan is his little fan, now after the fire can be imagined.
The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on the road.
After breakfast, ye mother sent her son and daughter-in-law to leave, and stayed behind to exchange feelings with her 3 granddaughters.
This is the cousin so beautiful.
Seeing the two together, Lin Ningxue are as stunned, really is a very beautiful girl, certainly has a lot of people to pursue.
It's not bad.
Looking at his cousin, Yi Xian does not care, this niece face value is wife 1/10.
Put. Listening to his own man's words, Lin Ningxue was immediately amused, could not help but anger its glance, blindly say what? I'm not as pretty as you say.
No a guy nonsense, but she's still heart-sweet, no matter what her man said true or false, as long as it is to praise her she is very happy.
Of course it is true.
Seeing the beautiful girl, Yi Xian up and down to continue, if the wife last night like, then this niece is more than 100 times more beautiful.
Go to go.
See a certain guy more and more said more and more outrageous, Lin Ningxue glared at it, would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world also cannot believe this guy's mouth. Between the cloying, the car has already arrived at the downstairs of Shang Hong Group.
If you don't want your husband to send you in.
Lin Ningxue listened to this, the corner of the mouth a twitch, send you a big head of ghosts, still think the last time is not enough to attract attention.
So
do not send also line, that niece kiss husband a bit, and then say husband you great. Listening to the words of a certain guy, Lin Ningxue brain a black line, this guy is really shameless, actually let himself in the group downstairs to say such words.
But,
compared to this, she didn't want this guy to send her to the group.
Humph, Bu kissed the mouth of his own man, cheeks flushed cannot be, ranting, husband, you the best line it. Oh, husband can go.
After saying goodbye, a foot gas pedal toward the airport, leaving Lin Ningxue stunned, thinking about the guy just teased his scene, not to mention their own really eat this set.
Eh?
It seems that this life is not able to escape from the heart of that guy's hand. A quarter of an hour later, the exit of Jiangnan Airport. Families, keep your eyes open later, my cousin will soon come. A beautiful girl is holding a cell phone outdoor live broadcasting, tall height and beautiful face value in the Fight Shark video circle a lot of powder.
Ruyan goddess, don't tease. Hey, how is it possible that your cousin is Yishan?
That is, wife if your cousin is Yishan, I will eat the bowl in front of the cell phone screen.
Well, I will give you all a Performance Optimus Prime force to stop a 5-speed fan. Crap, upstairs buddy you're ruthless.
Hundreds of fans in the live broadcast chatter, obviously these are Su Ruyan's hardcore fans, after all, Su Ruyan just opened the live broadcast from the airplane, and now it is only 10 minutes. Su Ruyan looked at the pop-up screen gas-puffing fragrant cheeks, good you actually do not believe me.
See later let you look good.
Say goodbye, my cousin if Yishan, 3 Carnival do not forget. Some interactions really piqued the interest of the fans, after all, if Goddess Ruyan's cousin is the god of Yi, not to mention 3 carnivals, or even 30 carnivals are no big deal. Just at this time, a dazzling supercar stopped sharply beside Su Ruyan, the first time to attract the attention of the crowd. Oh. Ruyan goddess didn't wait for Yishin, one to be looked at by the second generation. Mom, Lamborghini Poison latest model, $80 million. Bull, this is the proper God Ho Big Brother configuration. The crowd is talking, pushed the door to get off the car, here ran a handsome figure appeared in the field, Su Ruyan see that familiar face, the beauty of the eyes shook, cousin. Eh? Hearing goddess Ruyan's words, hundreds of fans looked in unison and exploded on the spot. Crap, it's really Yishin. This $80 million supercar is actually Yishin Oba's. Wow, husband so handsome I love you. Ruyan goddess cousin, it can't really be Yishin. The pop-up screen bombarded, and Yishin did not know the slightest thing about it, skillfully doting rubbed his cousin's head, Neezy, half a year gone and beautiful. A move to touch the head to kill, really envy fried the live broadcast room do not know how many cute sister imperial sister. My god. Ye god actually touched the head to kill the anchor, jealousy makes my mind twisted. I want to drill into the cell phone screen to squeeze away the anchor, and enjoy ye god touching the head to kill by myself, calling. Hey. Su Ruyan deliberately came to a close-up, looking at the pop-up screen of the cell phone screen, her face was full of complacency, so that you do not believe in this little beauty, and now you are dumbfounded. Cousin, you are so rich now. 80 million supercars, so powerful. Stuttered voice, speech is not shocking, said, look I wanna be your wife. Dang. Not finished, directly by Yishin ruthlessly knocked a melon crash, what nonsense, big uncle no fix to break your legs, dare to covet the beauty of your handsome cousin. Put. Sudden tart operation, really flashed to the crowd's old waist, crouch, Yishin good skin. Hey, cousin is still so narcissistic. Su Ruyan was not the least bit surprised by this, and then sighed, I didn't expect that this is only for how long, cousin you are on fire. Maybe, spread some gossip cousin I can become a big star. Yishin blankly glanced at him, and didn't say a word. Yishin blanked a glance, did not have the good sense to say, wait for your hair to grow out before saying it. Humph, stinky cousin. Listening to her cousin strike, Su Ruyan gave him a bad look. However, Su Ruyan's live broadcast instantly exploded, began to God analyze cousin that sentence, really the amount of information is not generally large. Gross, what gross? Here can have gross things. However, a move cannot be, Su Ruyan looked at the live broadcast room once again hit the idea of cousin, so good gimmick if not let cousin let some blood too bad. Chapter 42 I have decided that I am going to test the authenticity of Yishin. Cousin, say hello to my fans? Su Ruyan looked at her handsome cousin and arrogantly said, these fans don't believe you are my cousin. Yishin looked at her cousin and said, I don't believe you're my cousin. Hearing his cousin's words, Yishin looked at the live broadcast, and you're also learning from others to play live. Everyone. Yishin slightly smiled, captured an unknown number of fans. I am Yishin, Ruyan's cousin, the real thing do not believe to test. Yishin, I am Yishin's cousin, Ruyan, the real thing, do not believe to come to test it. Well, so handsome especially when smiling. I've decided, I'm going to test Yishin's authenticity. Well, count me in, he. Count me in +1. Count me in plus 10,086. Snowflake-like pop-ups whoosh appeared in the live room, the number of fans directly broke 3,000, the speed of soaring unprecedentedly fast. Hum. Su Ruyan at this time unsatisfied humming, cousin, at least this is the first time to show up in my live room, too casual. No way. You have to sing a song for my fans, hey it's best to be a new song. Ooh. Hearing the words of the anchor, the fans in the live broadcast room froze to the point that, good guy directly let Yishin sing a new song, this relationship is solidly hammered true cousin undoubtedly. New song? Listening to the words of Ruyan this niece, especially the small unsuspecting eyes, okay. Crap. This on, this promised. Not to push back a bit, good guy Yishin so good to talk. This is more or less the same. Su Ruyan heard his cousin super favor himself, face then satisfied, how, this time there is who do not believe. The fans. Well, Ruyan wife do not be so vindictive can be good. Wait for me. Then, skillful Su Ruyan pull open the suitcase, even the almighty fans have seen a few lace bar, which allows the crowd to have a good time, Yishin is stunned, this cousin is still as before the tiger. Soon, took out the stereo and microphone and other outdoor live broadcast equipment. You this niece. Yishin bitter smile, and then handed the USB flash drive to his cousin, look, help me play the accompaniment. Good Lou. Su Ruyan was overjoyed. Not only did he get into Zhengda University, now his cousin is also so powerful, want not to be happy or difficult. At the same time, the airport exit is surrounded by a lot of people, obviously the first time to recognize Yi Xian. But not yet, wait for them to think carefully, Yi Xian voice will come out. Next, this song, The Promise of Gardenia, is for everyone.
I hope everyone will support cousin more.
Su Ruyan heard this, the corners of her mouth royally smiled, counting him as having an eye.
The evening wind blew gently. You sang a love song in my ear.
Seeing the gardenia blooming by the roadside.
You said beautiful like me. Later we briefly loved.
Super high singing level, coupled with a unique magnetic full voice, instantly attracted the crowd at the airport exit, quieted down, and then attracted more people to pay attention to.
Wow, really good to hear. Su Ruyan listening to her cousin singing, eyes full of worship, followed by the emergence of arrogance. See, this is their cousin. Two-faceted, he. Sure enough. Let cousin to pick up their own good wisdom, too admirable.
Live fans can forget to send comments at this moment. They do not want to let the screen become unclear because of themselves, and even more do not want to be distracted by the comments.
However, at the same time, Imperial House Villa living room, Yi mother looked at her niece's live broadcast, really froze. What is that brat doing?
Let him pick up his cousin, how also sing up, these two people really can make trouble. Looking at the screen of his own handsome son, could not help but curve the corners of his mouth. However, this brat is really handsome, worthy of being the son of the mother. Perfectly inherited the genes of the old mother. Ye mother said so boldly, if you let ye father know fixed 100 unconvinced, joking nah, this bitch directly will their own face value gene negation, is tolerable. Also at this time, with Yi Xian live singing, live fans directly broke in 10,000, and this time the Fighting Shark platform Wang Chongshan also noticed, immediately the live seal push. A Fighting Shark live broadcast sensation, quietly staged. 10,000 attention, Yi Xian continued to sing.
If you heart only love the gardenia,
why but chose the rose?
Your love words say are too false. I cannot bear to dismantle it. If you heart only Emiya.
Finally how will still fall in love with her. Resonating song, as if transformed into a genie jumping in the hearts of the crowd, completely give a different kind of light and comfortable feeling, which is the current music world does not have.
Oh. Pa 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 pa.
The audience has been excited to ring out a thunderous applause. Mom, yeah, good, this song is too good.
Puff.
Su Ruyan heard here, the smile grinned to the root behind the ear are, cousin this excellent some beyond the expected, the eyes followed to look at their own live room, this look does not matter directly let its brain rumbling a sound.
Ah, this.
A pair of beautiful eyes staring at the live room, face written full of incredible and unbelievable, 100,000 fans, my day.
Moreover, the growth rate, every second is not less than 1,000. Their own live room, because the cousin fire?
I wanted to rub a wave of cousin heat to come, who had thought that this heat rubbed completely beyond her imagination.
Oh, good.
Fighting Shark platform headquarters, Wang Chongshan looked at this scene, really this unexpected joy is too good, seal push under more than a minute will live fans rose above 100,000, according to this, will become a hot search.
110,000. 13 million. 150,000.
A little, with the end of the song, the number of live fans broke the 200,000 mark, originally thousands of people concerned about Su Ruyan, at the moment the number of people directly breaking 10,000. In this regard, the corner of Wang Chongshan's mouth smile is getting thicker and thicker, at the same time, let Feng Ziqian once again increase the strength of the recommendation.
Lin Family Villa. Ah. Lin Xiaodao looked at the video in his cell phone and whooshed out of the room, mom and dad, fast brother-in-law sings again. Ah.
Lin's father and mother searched their eyes to see, and suddenly they heard the image of their son-in-law making a big splash. Good guy, the number of fans in the live broadcast broke 300,000.
Hey, awesome, worthy of being my brother-in-law.
Lin Xiaodao was thrilled, even the maids of the villa looked over curiously, their hearts shook with excitement, Auntie is doing things again and again. But, that said, Auntie is really handsome, more handsome than the last time I saw him, so like what to do?
I really envy Ning Shui.
Mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law's superb singing voice, staggering emotion, such a son-in-law, no one does not like it. Hear this, Lin father brain a black line, this old bitch do what and wanna talk nonsense, against the sky also seems to these days to her lesson is not enough, tonight we'll have to revitalize the son-in-law to let it know their own awesome.
Chapter 43 Incidental Crisis, a small try to crush the robbers trio. Cousin, really great.
Su Ruyan in the supercar gave a thumbs up, just now cousin is too handsome.
Right. Su Ruyan looked at the interior of the supercar, cooing and swallowing saliva. Cousin, this car really 80 million ah. Almost. Do not care to say, but let Su Ruyan staggered, if let it know that this is only its cousin 9 cows a hair do not know how it will feel. Hiss. Listening to his cousin's words, Su Ruyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. You are my cousin? Dang.
Su Ruyan just finished, directly by Yixian a melon crash pro, pain she a burst of bared teeth, the action of skillful obviously has not been 1 or 2 times.
I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Looked at the big grin cousin, girl usually reserved point, or who dares to marry you in the future.
Speaking, the two quickly came to Jiangnan University. Squeak. Supercar parked in front of the school. At this moment LSP trio has been waiting for a long time. See the boss car eyes bright, listen to the boss said its beautiful cousin to visit the school. Push the door off, Su Ruyan is to see the school gate. Boss. Chen Ziong 3 people rushed forward, up and down to look at the boss cousin. This face value is so high, then that Su Shanai are higher than a cut. Don't say we're thinking of you, my cousin is okay, right? Hey, too good. The trio hemmed and hawed and hurriedly went forward to greet. Good cousin. You guys are. Su Ruyan suspiciously looked at the 3 people in the field, and seemed to be very familiar with his cousin, and the fans in the live broadcast room narrowed their eyes in vigilance. I rubbed these 3 goods at first glance as not a good person. We are the boss housemates. My name is Chen Zion. My name is Dong Kuan, this guy is called Xiao Ming. Familiarize yourself with some. Su Ruyan curved the corner of her mouth. My name is Su Ruyan. Ruyan's sister, good name. Get lost. At this time, 3 fierce robbers came from the distance, holding knives, and saw Su Ruyan eyes. Stop. You're surrounded, you can't escape. Tidings division dozens of people surrounded, are wearing pistols weapons, obviously these 3 people they have long been tracked for a long time. Humph. Robbers trio cold snort, eyes full of determination, one eye stupid. Boss, that girl is watery enough. Speaking robbers old 3 towards Su Ruyan is surrounded up, the other 2 are tacit cooperation with the vigilance of the tidings division of the crowd, as long as the hostage taking they will have the qualification of negotiation. Damn, Ruyan's wife is in danger. Quickly flash ah. Damn, get out of the way, this gang of scum actually stared at the anchor. What should we do? Ruyan's wife is so beautiful, not ah. Done for, the anchor will not have an accident, right? Pop-ups whooshing up, really the scene in front of us is too sudden, completely unpredictable. What? Su Ruyan turned her head, just in time to see holding a knife vicious robbers toward their own pounced, and even the blazing heat in their eyes can be clearly perceived. Suddenly the pretty face pale. Snap. 1,000 pounds, the robber Lao San fantasized with this little beauty to talk about a few waves of business at the time, face bone broken, the next moment directly side flying out 5 or 6 meters away, if not the public occasion that cargo has long been smoked into a blood mist. Su Ruyan appeared in front of a silhouette, it was precisely Yixian. Crap. Chen Ziong 3 people looked at 5 or 6 meters away, life and death do not know robbers old 3, dagger is not know where to fly, boss, when so powerful. Sudden change, also attracted a lot of students around, and when they saw the field or color change. Yi Xian Sr. So powerful, Yi Xian actually have such a high level of skill. Good handsome, senior careful. Sharp-eyed students, apparently have seen the other 2 robbers staring at Yi Xian, the Department of Justice Captain Wei Ligua vertical hand signaling his men, once the 2 robbers have a different movement immediately shot to kill. Lao San. The 2 robbers are in an angle, and the 2 robbers are in an angle. The 2 robbers into the horns of the situation, towards Yi Xian knife stab like this, apparently to create confusion waste this kid, and then hold that beautiful girl hostage. Not good. Boss, careful. 3 people although some hands, but where have seen this kind of handheld knife ruthless roll, but although not dare to go forward, but still will be the boss cousin protection. Snap. Slap. Successive 2 crisp slap sound rang, the next moment 2 robbers were directly pumped over on the ground, dry before and after less than a second. Many fans in the live broadcast room, one by one, their eyes are straight. Crap, the vicious robbers were just flipped over. Yishin is so powerful. Good handsome hands, deep hiding ah. Phew, fortunately Yishin is here, otherwise the consequences dare not envision. Martyr, these scumbags deserve it. The spring-like pop-ups whooshed up, they had thought of all kinds of endings, but they never thought it would be like this. Yishin is mighty. The students at the scene were also stunned, looking at the field in shock. Senior, so cow. The trio of fierce robbers were subdued with such ease. Student Yi Xian, thank you.
Tidings Division Captain Wei Ligua deep sigh of relief. If something happens again today, then it cannot be justified. Previously there have been more than 200 murders. Now if Jiangnan University has an accident, the bad impact cannot be imagined.
The problem is that there is no way to get rid of the problem.
Yi Xian did not care to say, which let Wei Ligua to its impression of a few points better. Nowadays this kind of courageous people can be said to be few and far between.
And
these three people are excellent, more back several lives. Even if this action he is not sure 100% arrest, did not want to be famous outside of that Yi Xian to turn over his hand to suppress, his hands can be imagined.
Take away.
Wei Ligua glanced at the three people, after some thanks, led the crowd to leave, and it does not know that the more than 200 lives is the originator of the Yi Xian in front of the eyes.
Snap snap snap.
The scene immediately resounded with thunderous applause. Chen Ziong, three people deeply relieved. Look at the boss, eyes full of incredible. Boss, you turned out to be so powerful.
Nizi, scared.
Favored rubbed Su Ruyan head, pacified the little girl.
Also, okay.
Su Ruyan's mood is very complicated, of course, afraid, but in addition there is excitement. Obviously she is also the first time to see cousin this powerful. Thank you, cousin.
If not for you, I really don't know what to do.
Thinking about the scene just now, Su Ruyan still have palpitations. If really by the three robbers to succeed, the consequences cannot be imagined.
Okay, I've got it.
Comfort for a while, and then took out a gold card. This is the Kunping Hotel VIP card. After visiting the school will live there, I still have something to do. Glancing somewhere in the dark, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, because he vaguely perceived not weak killing intent.
You three, take care of my cousin, you hear me? Yes, boss.
Chen Ziong, three people after just a scene, cannot dare the slightest carelessness. Who dares to be unfavorable to the cousin? I abolished him.
Chapter 44, Words are not enough, the wrath of God is upon us? Boss, goodbye.
Chen Ziong, three people took a deep breath and watched the boss drive away in a supercar. The scene just now was like a movie floating in front of their eyes.
Cousin Ruyan, we will show you around.
Looking at the boss's cousin in front of him, the three of them were thrilled. The boss was too kind.
Thank you, three seniors.
Su Ruyan's face was slightly flushed. Just now the three of them had been protecting her.
Also, this thank you what? Dong Kuan patted his chest, not caring. Boss cousin, that is our cousin. That is. We take you to visit the school.
Xiaoming is very opportune to interject. Cannot let these two dogs out of the limelight too much, otherwise their own opportunities will be less. On the other side, on the way back to the Imperial Mansion Villa. Under God's eye, the incoming killer had nothing to hide, but he was stunned after seeing the figure in the field.
It's him?
Obviously, Yi Xian recognized the person at a glance. It was the young fresh meat from the stick country, Kim Taehyun, who was smacked into the coup by him at the beginning. Detecting the host's frequent encounters with enemies, gifting the supreme thunder control technique. Note, this technique can harness thunder for your own use, the specific advantages of the host to experience on their own.
Thunder control?
Listening to the system voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This ability wasn't simple, and there was also the word supreme.
Why don't we test it out?
Thinking of this, God's eye fell towards the field. Yi Xian's eyes changed, completely like looking at a guinea pig.
Buzz.
A foot gas pedal and then toward the suburban direction. Supreme lightning control technique would like to see what is not extraordinary.
At the same time, the eye of God field. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
A killer beside Kim Taehyun, looking at the hands of the sensing equipment. Gold-less, that boy went to the suburbs of Jiangnan.
Suburb.
When Jin Taixian heard this, his eyes looked towards the direction that Yi Xian's supercar was heading, looking for death. Originally also thought that killing him would be a bad influence. There is a way to heaven you do not go. After a pause in the voice, Jin Taixian's face surfaced a hideous and ruthless on, let this lesser reputation, the old man will be your tendons and skin.
Go!
Subsequently, Jin Taixian is with a crowd of killers trailing Yi Xian and go, and this line of hundreds of people's lives also from this moment began a countdown. It wasn't long before the open lawn in the suburbs.
I've been following you for so long, come out.
The corner of Yi Xian's mouth arched. Here is undoubtedly a good place to bury bones, although the next they are very likely to have no bones.
Swish.
Voice fell. The surroundings suddenly appeared more than 100 killers, each is not weak strength, obviously Jin Mingzhi in order to kill Yi Xian to pay a small price. Slap 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 slap. At this moment, a clap sounded from the side, then Jin Taixian came to the field, gaze playfully fell on Yi Xian.
Yi Xian. This day, I have waited too long.
Jin Taixian's eyes flashed hideously. Humph, that day forced me to withdraw from the circle, and even more so, let this young man's reputation is broken you can think of today.
Is it?
Looked at the eyes of the dead gold Taihyun, Yixian slightly shook his head. Pitiful people will be hateful. Is not it you are not curious about, why I will lead you to this place?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, he said. Hearing Yixian's words, Jin Taixian scornfully looked at the guy who could not wait to tear him to pieces. Why?
This young man would like to see what flowers you can say. Looking at Yixian's eyes as if looking at a dead man, he has plenty of time, the heavenly kings came also cannot save him.
Oh, the reason why I lured you here.
Said here, Yixian slightly smile reveals evil smile, is because, next you all have to die in this. Plain voice rang out, the scene was filled with dead silence.
The silence lasted for a few seconds. Po ha 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 ha.
Jin Taixian heard Yixian's words, actually laughed out loud, the surrounding hundreds of killers also did the same, looking at Yixian eyes full of ridicule, that kid is crazy.
Let all of them die here, what a big mouth. Is it?
Jin Taixian looked at Yixian's face, which was not fluctuating, and this handsome face made him incredibly jealous and disgusted. I would like to see, where do you get the strength?
If you want to die quickly, I will fulfill you.
Said here, Jin Taixian face icy cold smile, kill him.
Yes, Mr. Kim.
With a snort, a killing hand holding a saber then killed Yixian, extremely fast.
Kid, kill him.
This killer laughed hideously, then said, remember, some people are not for you to offend. Yixian looked at him with a light heart. Yixian looked at the cat and mouse killer with a light touch, and hooked up the arc. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, if you do too many bad things, you'll be punished by the heavens.
Now, I grant you the wrath of heaven. Pretending to be a god.
That killer snorted coldly, obviously did not take this kid's words seriously, as a knife-mouth-licking blood killer, he naturally does not believe in the wrath of God.
I would like to see, where is the wrath of God?
But at this time, Yixian a finger in the void press, the next moment, piercing law of thunder from the air splitting down, the horror of the thunder on the spot will be the screaming killer pierced into flying ash, and even did not have time to send out a miserable scream.
Quiet. Deadly quiet.
The scene was all dumbfounded, looking at the ground in the field flying ash around more than 100 people's eyes wide, face written with shock and disbelief.
How is it possible? The companion who was just alive and kicking was actually killed by the thunder. Hallucination.
MO cannot be their own hallucinations, after all, how can a person control the thunder, but also that kind of horrible thunder and lightning, or that there really is a heavenly wrath?
Asshole.
Kim Taehyun froze for a moment and came back to his senses. It must be this kid's blindfold, kill him for me.
Not bad.
This must be the case. Dozens of unbelieving killers look at each other and move, apparently to kill the boy, as long as it's death that the so-called blindfold law does not break.
Go to hell.
The killer's eyes are determined and ruthless, all of them are to make a killing blow, after all, this kid is too bizarre.
Stab.
Do not wait for the killers to think carefully, Yixian once again point in the air, the next moment dozens of thunder instantly split down, more than 10 killers then step into the just that killer dust.
What? Impossible.
Dozens of shovelfuls of flying ash fell to the ground, even the dagger was split into slag, gulp road swallowed saliva sound of suicide killers came out of the throat.
How can this guy? It's actually can really control the thunder, and kill 10 people in seconds. Afraid.
Undoubtedly, this moment they are really afraid, a time to feel the back of the spine cold. Kim Taehyun is more eyeballs wide open, in fact, the scene in front of him far beyond his knowledge.
The first step is to run away.
Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining nearly 100 killers flash to escape. Grandma drop, that kid is too weird, they do not dare to stay here for a moment more. Although the commission is very tempting, they have to have a life to spend it.
Want to go?
Seeing nearly 100 mice, the corner of Yixian's mouth arched. The supreme lightning control technique is stronger than he imagined, since the shot, then die.
Snap.
Crisp ringing fingers rang in the silent field, instantly nearly 100 killers on the spot bang into flying ash, and this is the supreme thunder control technique's another heaven-defying ability thunder field.
Chapter 45 Wife, Red Leaf Villa washed white waiting for your family man. Puff.
Kim Taehyun's feet were soft, directly fell to the ground, eyes full of panic looking at the empty field.
Even
the smell of blood is not the slightest, boundless fear will cover it. Once again look at Yixian original god has changed, how can that guy?
Is it really human? Nearly 100 killers turned into flying ash in an instant. Ta.
Just at this time, a footsteps into the ears, Jin Taixian heart tang raised in the throat, suddenly saw Yixian walk toward him.
You. Cooed and swallowed hard, Kim Tae-hyun was scared out of his wits and looked at Yi Xian with devilish eyes. What are you going to do? Don't come over. I am warning you, my father is the second largest director of the SB Entertainment Company. You dare to touch me, he will not let you go. Zila. The void finger a press. The next moment, Jean Tae-hyun words have not finished will be horrible thunder pierced into flying ash. Bizarre scene if let outsiders see will be shocked off teeth. In this way, the unparalleled clamor intent to Yi Xian will be cramped skin of Jean Tae-hyun, the end of the miserable life. Originally it's can have a very good cozy rest of the life, but unfortunately, he should not offend Yi Xian. However, he also counted credit. After all, if not for him Yi Xian would not have been gifted the supreme thunder control technique by the system. Breeze, hundreds of flying ash just like this floating disappeared between heaven and earth, as if nothing had happened, completely evaporated. This lightning control technique. Looking at the field, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sighed, very powerful awe. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Abilities, godly nurse, driving omnipotence, godly music, martial arts master, wine god possession, culinary master, charming aura, godly orthopedic massage, magic omnipotence, supreme thunder control. Items, Imperial Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Kirin Dual Kidneys, Godly Gato Technique, Durus Unlimited, 3000 Incan Killing Angels, Godly Eye, Spirit Liquid Unlimited. Passive abilities, randomly consumption rebate within a billion times. Wealth, 18 billion 32 million. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was in a very good mood, and it was really hard for him to not be happy with the supreme lightning control technique. However, after returning to his senses, Yi Xian looked out in the direction of the Stick Country, the second largest director of the SB Entertainment Company, but it was a trouble. He himself was fine, but if that old man made a move against someone close to him, after all, even with 3,000 blazing angels, he couldn't ensure 100% safety. Detecting the host is worried about the threat of the enemy. Gift Evidence Collection Card X3. The thought has just fallen. Yi Xian ear has heard the system voice, not surprisingly is the last evidence collection card. This system, it's quite a good one. In fact, this scene has made Yi Xian feel the power of the system. Unified Sun, use the evidence collection card. There is no hesitation, directly use the evidence collection card, and this time the object has clearly become Jean Tae-hyun's old man. Ding. The host's collection of incriminating evidence against Kim Myung-chul was successful and took 002 seconds. Within a short time, the system had collected the evidence of Kim Chul-soo's crimes with divine speed, and what awaited Kim Myung-chul next was an endless nightmare. Very good. Yi Xian hooked up an arc and then said, send it to the Stick Country Inspection Division. Yes, host. The system then anonymously sent it to the Rod Country with a tawdry maneuver that Jean Ninger didn't even know about. After doing everything, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't feel too bad. Afterwards, he drove the car and was about to leave. Ding bell. Just at this moment, a cell phone rang, and the caller was definitely Mom. Hello, Mom. Yi Xian answered the phone, greeted, if let Mom know just now he with a domineering posture abolished hundreds of people do not know how it will be the reaction. Well, Xiao Xian. The opposite side of the mom voice, followed by, tonight you and Ning Shui will not need to return to the villa, in the outside of the two-person world it. I can only help you to this point. Beep beep beep. Said, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak has hung up the phone, leaving a little confused Yi Xian. Ooh. Mom, this is a God help can ah. Listening to his mom's order, Yi Xian hooked up the arc, so that means it can be openly and honestly with the hegemon's wife. In other words, the Red Leaf Villa is a good place. Thinking of this, Yi Xian is quite looking forward to then a foot gas pedal toward the villa and go, at the same time also send a message to the beautiful wife. At the same time, Hongsheng Group President Office. Ding dong. Lin Ningxue, who had finished her work, looked out the window and stretched her waist at the approaching night, when a message came to her ears. The guy's message? See the message display is a certain color embryo scent, cannot help Lin Ningxue subconsciously curved up the corner of the mouth, afraid that only that guy's information can make it so. In the sunset reflection, at this moment, the beautiful beauty of the face value of super beautiful. Wife, Red Leaf Villa whitewash waiting for your man. Mom said let's have a two-person world bad smile JPG. Looking at the information in the phone, Lin Ningxue FaceTang cannot help but a red, this guy crazy? I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. Machete JPG. After sending the message, Lin Ningxue still did not forget to hum, but her head is uncontrollably floating in the Red Leaf Villa tonight may happen a scene, even the heartbeat is much faster. That horny bastard, I'm afraid I'm going to cheapen him again tonight.
Thinking about a certain unscrupulous guy, Lin Ningshui couldn't help but sigh. Just why was she quite looking forward to it? So strange.
A quarter of an hour later, the headquarters of the baseball country SB Entertainment Company. Creak. Several military trucks sped in and stopped in front of the headquarters of the SB Entertainment Company, followed by the doors opening. Snapping, snapping, snapping. Snapping, snapping.
The sound of military boots on the ground in a steady rhythm is heard. Every soldier is loaded with guns and ammunition in an unprecedented lineup. The number of troops is no less than 3,000, in addition to no less than hundreds of inspection division people.
Sir, the SB building has been surrounded. Aha!
The head of the war minister nodded, and then to the inspection division director breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go, Director Park."
Good.
Park Jae-nan looked at the SB Entertainment Company of the Kingdom of the Stick in front of him. Kim Myung-chul is really bold. If he isn't shot, I won't be able to do my job as the director of the inspection department.
Rest assured. The war minister under the recruitment, beloved with a team of soldiers straight into the SB building, passed down the order, the resistance on the ground.
Yes, sir. The voice falls, the believer solemnly ordered to go down. In fact, this action is too important, that Kim Myung-chul is a madman, not only stealing and selling state secrets, but also assassinate dignitaries. Jesus came also cannot save him.
Boom.
A few minutes later, Jean Mingger office room door was broken open. On the spot was controlled. Jean Mingger, you involved in treason and assassinate national dignitaries, you are now under arrest. Every word you say will be evidence in court.
Of course, you can arbitrarily ask for a lawyer. Take away.
Park Jae-nam's cold eyes fell on Kim Myung-chul, but waiting for his son's good news, Kim Myung-chul fell to the ground with a pale face, alarming the military. He already knew that the matter had been exposed. The whole person's face was like ashes, just like a dead dog was dragged out of the office by elite soldiers.
And it does not know, everything here is because he connived. Son offended should not offend people.
The entire SB Entertainment Company therefore fell into an unprecedented hot discussion, hot search naturally less, but that is all afterwards.
Chapter 46 Ruyan Goddess intent to break the blood taboo, Punch Duck. Red Leaf Villa. Ding dong.
The doorbell rang, and through the cat's eye saw her man. Lin Ningshu's face couldn't help but redden for a minute, pushing open the door of the room.
Well.
The door to the room opens, hurricane good-smelling fragrance to meet the face. In front of the eyes of Hurricane appeared a wearing a thin as cicada wing pajamas stunning beauty, and it's God's eye under the actually vacuum.
Wife, good fragrance.
Looking at the body in front of a whitewashed beautiful wife, Yixian naturally will not waste a princess embrace will be held in its arms, unbearable surplus a grip slender waistline touch super great.
Click.
Pilgrimage to close the door, so the battlefield quietly from the living room transferred to the sofa.
Not much time.
The villa living room will ring the sound of heavenly music, very good to hear. I don't know how long here omit 30,000 words.
This niece, now awesome.
Looking at the sleeping beauty in her arms, thinking about the dragon and phoenix just experienced, I have to say that under the enhancement of the spiritual liquid, this niece's physique is more than twice as much as before. In addition, coupled with the unicorn double kidneys as well as the God's Kato technique, its combined effect is completely exponential growth.
Hiccup.
Looking at the overlord's wife in a daze, Yixian hiccuped. After all, just now the ration stock was all dried up by him. A hiccup is a rich ration flavor, evocative. Especially, at this moment, the absolutely beautiful beauty leaned in the comfortable man's arms, the corner of her mouth hung up with a happy arc, beautiful in the warm yellow light reflection to the extreme.
Boo.
Bowed his head and kissed on this beautiful face. The touch is very good, the feeling is very marvelous, completely unable to use words to describe. This girl, really wear clothes can defend, take off clothes can but really a demon.
Between feelings, this scene if let outsiders see may envy into what kind of appearance. Ding dong.
This time, Yixian's cell phone rang a message sound, point in a look his cousin is live, at this moment it's just come to Kunping Hotel. Ruyan this niece, focusing on the war to forget her. Looking at the cousin's live room, the heart of the guild 01 seconds, and then thought of what the light of the eyes, they are not only this niece cousin, always have to support it is not.
By the way, brush dial money is not too much, right?
Thinking of this, Yixian logged into the Do Shark account. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money from the company, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. Contemplating for a moment, Yixian summoned the system. It would be a shame to have free labor to put aside.
I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. The system was surprisingly fast, and soon responded. Ding.
The host spends 10 million, triggering a 30-fold rebate, obtaining a wealth of 3 billion. Recharged successfully, Yixian swiped money to earn 3 billion in blood. and this is also counted as the first gift given to himself by his cousin, Toolman. Looking at the cell phone screen, Yi Xian didn't think much about it and directly started rewarding.
Kunpeng Hotel, Hall. Family members, see, this is the Kunpeng Hotel, the residence arranged by the cousin.
Entering the Kunpeng Hotel, the live broadcasting room was reduced to a pop-up screen. I go, this hotel is luxurious enough. Well worthy of being Yi God, really will not treat Ruyan wife. Look at that and so on, without a few million cannot take down it. TSK, rich people tenderland, poor people hella. Anchor, you still lack sister-in-law not, I want to have a monkey with your cousin. A variety of pop-ups swished through, many show love cousin as well as ask for Yishan contact information, which makes Su Ruyan directly choose to ignore. After all, cousin so powerful, how can she betray cousin it? Between the crowd lamented and spit, but the screen above suddenly was occupied by the Fantasy Star reward. Yi Xian rewarded Ruyan Little Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 100. Yi Xian rewarded Ruyan Little Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 200. Yi Xian rewarded Ruyan Little Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 300. Suddenly operation, directly shocked all people, is the live broadcast of Su Ruyan all froze. Yi Xian. Cousin has rewarded me with so many fantasy stars. Su Ruyan really froze, the screen was full of fantasy stars, watching the fans boiled on the spot. I knocked, cousin really still out. Yishan, this operation, too luxurious, worthy of being the person who drives 80 million supercars. Bullfork, a fantasy star $5,000, this wave is more than a million. Cough cough, sure enough poverty limits the old man's imagination. Originally diving live fans, immediately full blood resurrection have hot comments, the number of people in the live room is with the explosive state sword. This wave alone, let Yi Xian dry to the list of one. On the other hand, Kunpeng Hotel outside the cab. Worry. Chen Ziong, three people looked at the live broadcast, the whole person is numb, boss, this is crazy. Damn, money cannot be so spent, too loser. Dongko and Xiaoming, two people sour not, the boss do not be so bossy, with its compared to them dimension shoes are not worthy. No comparison, there is no harm, with the boss together with the pressure is good. The driver's master glanced at the live broadcast. Driver master glanced at the live broadcast, could not help but froze, brothers, you know Yishan ah? Of course. After some familiarization, the driver master was full of excitement. So you guys are Yishan housemates, fade ah? I am a fan of the god of Yit. After a pause in the voice, the driver master waved his hand, hey, that today free to send you guys. Ahem, big brother, how embarrassing this. Hi. Driver master bravado, what is this, rare to meet you guys ah? The words have not finished, the four will be live broadcast another wave of horizontal reward shock to. Yi Xian rewarded the Smoke Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 400. Yi Xian rewarded the Smoke Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 600. Yi Xian rewarded the Smoke Fairy Dream Starry Sky X 800. Looking at the whooshing soaring reward, Xiaoming sucked in a breath of cold air. The boss is going to do. Is he going to spoil cousin Ruyan to the heavens? 4 million, heartless ah. Dong Cohen's mouth twitched, his eyes even more than jumped wildly, boss, this is also too scary. Worthy of being the god of Yi, great. Driver master eyes full of admiration, on their own idol is a point of high regard, this operation is simply take the money is not money. Kunpeng Hotel has entered the room, Su Ruyan froze in place. Cousin rewarded 800 fantasy star. Fiber fingers in the face ruthlessly pinched a hand, pain hissed, family members, this is actually true. Hey, not ashamed to be this young lady's cousin, too spoiled. Su Ruyan immediately followed by heartless, cousin, love you meowda. Family members, seriously, if not for the blood taboo, I want to marry cousin it. Su Ruyan said, but heard the fans rolled their eyes, the envy of the heart is like a torrential river stretching on and on. I plants grass, Ruyan wife not with this. Just got the cheap still sell good, hum. 4. Finished, such as smoke goddess intent to break the taboo of blood, rushing duck. Mama yeah, so cousin give me a bunch of, boing boing. In the villa, wrapping his arms around the beautiful person Yi Xian pop-ups, of course he was in his eyes, just when the fans thought it was over, Yi Xian did it again. Chapter 47 Color Embryo, actually in my sleep kiss me. Ding dong. Just at this time, Yi Xian received a private message, cousin don't reward, private to cousin me is not good. Love you JPG. It's okay, small money. Yi Xian smiled slightly and typed, cousin will give you the money to buy candy. Wow. In the Kunping hotel room, Su Ruiyan looked at the message sent by her cousin and felt sweet to the core. Cousin is so spoiled, I am not afraid of being proud of myself. Not ashamed to be his favorite cousin. Su Ruiyan loves this feeling of being spoiled by her cousin, although she can't break through the blood taboo, but this is not bad. At the same time, the president's office of the Fighting Shark platform. This is. Wang Chongshan looked at the reward hot list, the corner of his mouth smiled bitterly. Good guy, again by that kid to dominate the hot search. Hey, are young people nowadays so good at playing? Looking at the reward in the live broadcast room, Wang Chongshan is quite emotional. To his cousin or so, it is difficult to imagine that the niece of Ningxue will be spoiled into what kind of situation. The reward continues, as if it never ends. About a quarter of an hour later. The screen full of dreamy starry sky reward finally ended. The final reward list top amount stopped at 10 million. Congratulations to Yi Xian for being promoted to the title of Emperor of Fighting Shark. At a certain moment, celebratory sounds appeared across the entire network of fighting sharks, and this scene directly shocked cousin Su Ruiyan. This. Su Ruiyan looked at the reward list one in a daze, her pretty face filled with shock. Cousin, the reward amount soared to 10 million. Emperor title. The scene in front of her eyes is really like a dream. She did not expect her own live room actually someone to give her reward amount to the Emperor's title, and that person is still the favorite cousin. So much so that she wanted to kiss her cousin and give him a loving hug. What to do? Cousin, Ruiyan loves you. Mua. From cousin's private message mua mua mua. Unfortunately at this moment Yi Xian has already embraced the overlord's wife to sleep into the dreamland, apparently unable to accept the love from the cousin, nearly breaking through the blood taboo. Since several private messages have not returned, Su Ruiyan muttered with a small mouth, cousin must be asleep. Forget it. Cousin does not pay attention to the live broadcast. Su Ruiyan also lost interest, waved his hand. Family, I'm going to take a bath, see you tomorrow. After saying that, taking the cell phone is into the bathroom, leaving the confused fans. Crap, Ruiyan wife, how can you be like this? Ruiyan goddess, you've gone too far, send some benefits can die off. I don't care if you kill or bury, beware of pulling the plug on you. Don't do that, just turn it off after you've showered. Oh. The anchor shameless, I no longer like you. Bring me 40 meters long big knife, I want to fight with the anchor. Although off the live broadcast, but the netizens' trolling is unprecedented high. Su Ruiyan obviously did not anticipate a casual sentence, actually attracted the fans this big reaction. Royal suite bathroom, Su Ruiyan while bathing, while humming to appreciate the body, murmuring, I do not know the future of this little fairy will be cheap which guy it. If, the future boyfriend can have cousin half excellent dream can laugh awake. Ding dong. Not a moment later, the doorbell rang to interrupt Su Ruiyan's thoughts, which made Su Ruiyan froze. This point, hua. With suspicion, wrapped in a towel from the bathroom out, this scene if you let the fans see the live broadcast, I do not know how many people want to have blood gas turbulence. Through the cat's eye to see is a beautiful sister, open the door to the room, after all, she is now but only wrapped in a bath towel, if you let the bad guys in can be how good. You are. Looking in front of the eyes no matter the body face value are extremely good beauty sister, Su Ruiyan asked suspiciously. Ms. Su, how are you? Yen Ruyu revealed a gentle smile very infectious, then said, I am the president of the Kunpeng Hotel, I do not know Ms. Su is still satisfied with the hotel? Kunpeng Hotel president. Su Ruiyan froze, this point in time to ask, is not too dedicated point and people are still beautiful president. It is very good. Su Ruiyan nodded and said truthfully, then Yen Ruyu looked to the side of a large bag, Miss Su, this is Yi Xiao, let me send you clothes. Eyes fell on the staff hand carrying a large bag, each piece is a big international famous brand, a single look is worth a lot of money, and Yen Ruyu's eyes naturally no say. My cousin. In fact, this kind of treatment Su Ruiyan a little confused, naturally because of the cousin they are so on their own, just this is too far right. Ahem, beautiful sister that what my cousin is actually what identity? Dry cough, Su Ruiyan asked the most concerned about the problem, 80 million supercars, and that gold card, and now is the president of the Kunpeng Hotel personal service, which with the fingers of thought are not right. Miss Su, you don't know it yet. Yen Ruyu smiled slightly and patiently explained, this Kunpeng Hotel is Yi Xiao's. Poo cough cough. Sudden words, almost did not let Su Ruiyan was choking on her own spittle, a pair of eyes incredibly so straight staring at Yen Ruyu. What did you say? This kind of luxury hotel is my cousin's. Not bad. Yen Ruyu was not surprised, then said, Yi Xiao said, you have what needs the hotel will do everything possible to meet you. Moreover, you can stay as long as you want. Ahem, okay. Su Ruyan coughed dryly, then surveyed the luxury hotel, curiously asked, your hotel should be worth a lot of money, right? To know, this place can be more luxurious than the 5-star hotels in Rongqing, but she can't believe that this is her cousin's.
Aha!
Yan Ruyu nodded, patiently said, Miss Su, this hotel ye shall let redecorated, now worth almost nearly 2 billion. Hiss. Su Ruyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As for how the staff put the big bag into the room, she did not remember, until clicked off the door of the room it's only reacted.
My God!
Looking at the room and the big bag, Su Ruyan feel like a dream, these brand name, at least to hundreds of thousands of it.
The next day, early morning.
The golden sunlight poured in through the window, the room the last wisp of darkness dispersed, bathed in golden sunlight, beautiful face more charming 1 point, which if the outsiders see will not be able to resist wanting to encounter some.
Well.
At a certain moment, Yi Xian opened his sleepy eyes. Suddenly reflected in his eyes is that the beauty to the extreme face, from his point of view to look at the past like a world fairy, the corner of the mouth cannot help but curve up the arc.
This niece is so beautiful.
Looking at his own wife from a close distance, Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva, followed by a slapdash kiss on his stunningly beautiful wife's vermilion lips.
It felt soft and cool and comfortable. Well.
Perceiving that the Zhu lips were attacked, the absolute beauty also woke up, and suddenly saw that a certain guy had succeeded in stealing a kiss, and her face was reddened by 1 point.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
In fact, Lin Ningxue didn't expect that guy to actually take advantage of people's danger.
Actually, in my sleep, kiss me hum.
Lin Ningxue hummed, fiercely glared at a certain guy. This color embryo own woke up to take advantage of even if their own sleep are not let go. This is excessive awe.
Thunk.
Yi Xian heard this, a melon crash knocked on the beautiful beauty of the person clean white brain. What to say? When the husband cannot kiss, not to mention kissing, is to talk about a few waves of business and how.
You.
Listening to a certain guy tiger wolf words, Lin Ningxue hastily covered that guy's mouth. This asshole crazy, what all to the outside say, although the room only 2 of them.
What are you talking about? Humph, I don't care about you.
For a while, Lin Ningxue hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into it. Too damn, why would her head appear in the picture of herself sleeping with that guy to talk about business?
How can this be, Lin Ningxue? This is still you.
I'll see how much my baby doesn't want to do that. Then I see how much my baby does not want to care about your man. Speaking, the big hand began to be dishonest, and soon the double bears to control, which makes the beautiful beauty cluck silver teeth clenched, and cannot wait to whack this guy.
Damn.
So bully yourself, really good.
Cluck Yi Xian, still not take away, see I do not let you look good.
Obviously, it can't last more than 3 seconds to break through the defense directly, open teeth and claws towards a certain guy to pounce over. Some mutual harm is inevitable. A little mess, Lin Ningxue leaned in the arms of a guy. In fact, a lot of fuss and let that guy took advantage of an unknown number of cheap. How can she be the rival of that colorful embryo? Not to be eaten, crumbs are not good.
Ding dong.
At a certain moment, Lin Ningxue's cell phone received a push message. This station reported that yesterday the country of the Stick SB Entertainment Company's second largest director Jean Mingzhi is the father of Kim Tae-hyun, suspected of treason and assassination of the country of the Stick dignitaries. Evidence is now in prison. In addition,
SB Entertainment Company in the matter is not investigated before the unlimited blocking of the company. Lin Ningxue saw the news report, pretty faces full of incredulity. What, SB Entertainment Company actually be blocked? This is unbelievable. SB Entertainment is the biggest taxpayer in the country. Actually said blocked on the blocking.
Yi Xian's searching eyes to see is also stunned. Why there is this thing he naturally clear very, can be said that it is to make SB block the originator. Only, Yi Xian did not expect that the evidence of guilt to cause such a big sensation. Yi Xian, you this guy. At a certain moment, the beautiful beauty glanced at someone beside her. How not surprised at all.
What's wrong with that? It's not like it has anything to do with me. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Put. Make a man your big head ghost, blindly think what?
Listening to someone's unscrupulous words, Lin Ningxue rolled her eyes. To make people you go to make, I do not want.
Chapter 48. Brother-in-law lent me 100,000, and so I New Year's money back to you. Sunrise, Imperial House Villa. Blame you.
Looking at the sun high up, the beautiful wife glared fiercely at the guy next to her, otherwise it would have been back. How can I be blamed? Obviously you don't let me stop. Not waiting for a certain guy to finish, Lin Ningxue hurriedly covered his mouth, and his face swooned. You still say?
You too unfair. I didn't lie again.
Thinking about the Red Leaf Villa scene, it is true that so far it is reminiscent of people. I have to say that after the enhancement of the physique, this niece's combat power has increased a lot. Humph. Lin Ningxue hummed not to look at a certain guy, because I'm afraid to control cannot pounce on him to bite him to death, too hateful, this guy let this point of their own can die off.
Young master morning. Young lady morning.
Accompanied by the maid's nice greeting sound, the two came to the living room, and at this moment Ye mother just teased the 3 baby granddaughters to play.
Giggle. Seeing Papa Mama come back, the 3 treasures excitedly danced their little hands and feet, as if welcoming Papa Mama's arrival. Until after lunch. I will go back to Rongqing first.
Packing up her luggage, Ye mother said reluctantly, after all, there are still a bunch of rabbits at school.
Mom, then you take your time.
Between conversations, a group of people came to the villa outside. Lin Ningxue face flushed and said, although the certificate but after all, has not yet held a wedding it.
Eh?
Ye mother listened to her daughter-in-law's concern. The heart is beautiful, Ningxue, that boy to dare to bully you, you give mom said, mom to Jiangnan beat him.
Well.
Lin Ningxue nodded her head, hearing her future mother-in-law say bullying her words, her face could not help but be more red. One point, that guy that what counts as bullying himself, should cough, not count it.
I will go to the group first.
I don't dare to look at someone, Lin Ningxue's small wolf driving the car away, which makes Yi Xian some puzzled, that niece what situation, woman heart under the sea needle.
I don't know, but I'm not sure.
Yi Xian cannot think of Yi Xian, do not want to turn around and push the 3 little guys into the villa, there is that time with 3 little cotton jacket one cannot. At this time, the living room LCD TV is playing a game of chess, but Yi Xian obviously can't understand.
Detecting the host dislikes the chess skill is not refined, gifting the divine chess skill ability.
Note, this ability host chess can be a god, hanging chess god chess saint without pressure.
Chess ability?
Listening to the sound of the system in his ears, he looked at the screen again and couldn't help but frown at the chess game. What kind of bullshit chess game is this? Obviously, under the divine chess ability, the game in front of Yi Xian is completely unattractive to the eye. No, even looking at the game so vegetables feel a little difficult. Perhaps, it is the side effect of the divine level chess ability. Just he did not know, the screen in the game but 2 professional high 8 paragraph chess player, if let the 2 masters hear Yi Xian belly, I do not know whether it will be angry spit blood.
However, after watching for a while feeling quite skillful. Unity Sun, give me register a chessnet account.
Yi Xian summoned the system, led it to register their own account, kill on 2 sentences to relieve boredom.
Very quickly.
Under the system efficiency, Yi Xian is encrypted account registration success, LD nickname 4-inch grass does not grow, quite forced. Click on the invitation, soon as a LD half a wisp of light smoke chess player, both are amateur a paragraph.
Snap. The opposite side of the half a wisp of light smoke holding black discs first hand, when the next black disc fell in the Tianyuan position, very fast.
Subsequently, Yi Xian also landed a white disc.
It didn't take long for the imperial capital, somewhere in the chess academy. Oh. An old man's eyes appear surprised, this inch of grass, not simple ah. Could it be that he is a chess master like himself?
A few moments of contemplation, Tang Bingwen thought so, and his other identity is Lin Ningxue's grandfather.
Pap.
With the passage of time, Tang Bingwen frowned up, a few minutes later looked at the losing game of chess some incredulous.
Chessnet is really deep.
Actually, the first game of the registered account lost, the opposite inch of grass is not born chess power at least with their own general.
Between murmurs, Tang Bingwen continued to click on invite to battle. Kneeling for the 2nd time in a row. 3 consecutive kneels. 4 consecutive kneeling. An hour later, Tang Bingwen laughed out loud, it's a pain in the ass. Too painful.
Although he is now kneeling for 10 games, but is rare to play chess soundly, of course, if you let it know that the opposite side of the inch of grass is their nephew's son-in-law, I do not know what kind of reaction it will be.
Ding dong.
Yi Xian received a private message at this time, little friend, why not add a contact how? Yi Xian received a private message at this time, little friend, why don't you add a contact method? Yi Xian returned a sentence, and then added the WeChat of Tang Bingwen, the two are not aware of each other's identity, fate has to say that sometimes it is very marvelous.
After getting acquainted, the two became friends for a while.
Yi old brother, chess is great ah.
Tang Bingwen, who has always disliked exchanges, typed with rare enthusiasm. Tang old brother is not bad.
After communicating for a while, Tang Bingwen sometimes ended the chat.
This Tang old man, quite interesting.
Yi Xian smiled faintly, then got up and packed up and took the 3 little ones out for some air.
Ding bell.
Not a moment after leaving the villa, Yi Xian's cell phone rang, and it was clear that the caller was brother-in-law Lin Xiaodao. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Just connect the phone, the opposite side of the voice of thieves. My sister did not next to you, right? No. You have something to do, this tone? Lin Xiaodao contemplated for a moment, small face red, cough cough that what brother-in-law, you have money. Lend me 100,000, and so I New Year's money back to you. 100,000? Listening to his brother-in-law's words, Yi Xian revealed a meaningful smile. Xiaodao, you wouldn't be asking your little girlfriend to watch a movie for dinner. Ah, brother-in-law. What do you say, what little girlfriend? Was poked and prodded in the heart. Lin Xiaodao is like a kitten that stepped on the tail, but this move is undoubtedly not to beat yourself up. Hey, brother-in-law, when did you know? Yi Xian faintly smiled, that is, when attending your parents' meeting, your brother-in-law I am the one who came over. Ding dong. Just at this time, Lin Xiaodao's cell phone received a message. Construction Bank, dear Construction Bank user, your tail number 6213 account number, 1 million RMB arrived on September 10, 2024, please pay attention to checking. Construction Bank. This is. Looking at the message in his cell phone, Lin Xiaodao was not calm. Brother-in-law, this is 1 million, consider it a sponsorship from brother-in-law. When you get your little girlfriend, you can get married with your sister. A bit of fun, really. Lin Xiaodao face red to the root of the back of the ear. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? That way, my parents will definitely break my legs. Thinking of the picture of getting married with her brother-in-law, Lin Xiaodao had a chill. The picture was too beautiful to look at. Brother-in-law, I love you to death. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaodao was so excited, 1 million. Brother-in-law even gave him 1 million. Hey goddess, I'm coming. Chapter 49. In the future, remember to wash your hands before eating, or else your husband can have a punishment. Oh. This kid. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian smiled slightly. That kid is still quite good at it. I don't know. If you let the old father-in-law and mother-in-law know, will be what kind of reaction. Their own move is also counted to the old father-in-law's family to pass on the generation to do a forces not. Ding. The host spends 1 million, triggering a 300 times rebate, gaining 3 billion in wealth. Between thoughts, ears suddenly came the system sound. A small earn a wave mood is quite good. Following, call up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Abilities, Divine Nurse, Driving Omnipotence, Divine Music, Martial Arts Master, Wine God Possession, Culinary Master, Charming Aura, Divine Orthopedic Massage, Magic Omnipotence, Supreme Thunder Control, Divine Chess. Items, Imperial Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Kirin Twin Kidneys, Divine Kato Technique, Durus Unlimited, 3000 Incan Killing Angels, God's Eyes, Unlimited Spiritual Power, Incriminating Evidence Collection Card X2. Passive ability, Random Consumption Rebate within billion times. Wealth, 24 billion 32 million. Looking at the wealth soaring by a large margin, Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in a curve, very much looking forward to what other interesting abilities and items will come next. Time quickly, Yi Mother Pro arrived. Squeak. With the supercar stopped, pushed the door to get off the car. Hair and a beautiful figure came to the villa. The young lady is good. The maids greeted each other respectfully, and Lin Ningxue nodded her head, which she had already taken for granted. Well. Just entered the villa, Lin Ningxue smelled the tantalizing aroma of rice coming from her nose. This is that guy's cooking. Gulp swallowing mouth flavor, without a trace of fat belly is also indisputable. Grumble protest called, which makes the beautiful wife face tinge a red, apparently on a certain guy's culinary resistance is almost zero. Back. Just in time to open the meal, come and eat it. Looking at Lin Ningxue's appearance of swallowing fragrant zing, Yi Xian smiled, while the absolutely beautiful beauty gave an O sound and was about to open the dry rice mode. Dang. Before picking up the chopsticks was Yi Xian favored rewarded a melon crash. The pain of the pouring city people cover the brain well. The small face is full of innocence to look at a certain guy. What are you looking at? Wash your hands without eating. Speaking, clamped mouth braised meat into the beautiful wife's sandalwood mouth. Look, first go wash your hands. Originally also born a little angry, Lin Ningxue suddenly taste buds wide open, threw a guy a look, as if to say that you know how to look. That kind of playful look. Look at the maids were all stunned. Young lady, this is also too cute. No wonder the young master will like. They are all a little fond of it. However, young master and young lady dog food is so sweet. Look. Qingqing Jiaran returned to the dining table and spread out her two slender hands. This has been washed, so you can eat it.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. In the future, remember to wash your hands before eating, or else your husband will be punished. Oh. Spoiled voice heard Lin Ningxue face numbness, only then reacted to this as not the red leaf villa, the face of the Tang flushed up, spread to the neck. Obviously, it is also felt from the maid's envious eyes. Damn. Seems to be that guy again teased. How can this be, Lin Ningxue? Next time you can pay attention to do not be set up. It's all that guy's fault. Came to the dining table, Lin Ningxue simply turned on the dry rice operation, no longer talking to a certain guy, because I was afraid that I would not pay attention and knock the maids again. After dinner, the family walked around the villa complex for a little while. Wow. After feeding the 3 little ones, Lin Ningxue came out of the bathroom, thinking about a certain guy just operating. The face cannot stop the halo red. That guy actually cannot wait to grab rations with the 3 treasures. Ding dong. Just want to talk, is to see the light reflected under the handsome face, since Lin Ningxue angled to see the past more handsome 1 point, and at this time it was attracted by a private message. Ye old brother, have time to kill a few games. Then, Lin Ningxue saw his own man note Tang's chess friend, couldn't help but froze. Yi Xian, you still know how to play chess? I know a little bit about it. Yi Xian said unconcernedly, then typed back, good, elder brother Tang. Hey, is it? Seeing his own man will play chess, Lin Ningxue also came to the interest, then said, by the way, my grandfather is a chess master. Chinese Chess Academy vice president to come, when there is time to introduce you to know. When the 2 of them were talking, the Imperial Capital Chess Academy. Old Tang, the inch of grass is not born, agreed. Phone zipping, the president of the Chess Academy, looked at the private message. Together with the surrounding Chess Academy executives were all eyes bright. During the day they studied the afternoon game between Lao Tang and Siyu and Xiaobu Shang, and came to an unanimous conclusion. That is, this inchgrass Bunsen is incredibly powerful. Tang Bingwen took a deep breath, focusing on the linked big screen along with more than a dozen of his colleagues, while he was obviously going to play another game with the old brother Yi, whom he had just met. The game began as before. Pi. This game Yi Xian executing black rooks in the distant star position. Obviously the game opening will give phone zipping and other people a profound and unfathomable feeling. Tang Bingwen contemplated for a moment, and landed on the star position with a solid move. Then, the opposite side of the inch of grass is once again black drop, even thinking time less than half a second, which makes phone zipping a group of mouth twitching. We must know, the old Tang is not an amateur 1-paragraph chess player, but the existence of professional high 8 paragraphs. Old Tang, accelerate. Not bad to force out this kid limit. Surrounding colleagues have rallied, while Tang Bingwen nodded his head and similarly accelerated. However, with the passage of time, a group of old man eyebrows knit more and more tight. Minutes later. A few minutes later, Tang Bingwen lost the game. The Chess Academy, a group of senior management, is not too surprised, although unexpected but reasonable. Because they realized that inch of grass is not a live chess strength is afraid enough to resist phone director. Old Tang, I'll try. At this point, another vice president of the Chess Academy introduced himself, thinking that he might be able to win by playing a different way. I'll try. Elder Tang's group watched on, only to lose the game in a shorter period of time. I'll do it. Just like that, kneeling down for several games in a row, Yi Xian directly fell to half of the Chess Academy's senior management. Even phone zipping himself was only able to hold out for a minute or so more. Demon. Ghost talent. After kneeling for more than 10 games in a row, a group of old men in the Chess Academy made a series of noises. They were convinced that inch of grass is not born chess actually on top of Feng's director. Ding bell. Just at this time, Feng Ziping's cell phone ringing. After connecting the phone to look at the screen again looked more complex. This inch grass is not born information is specially encrypted, cannot be found. Hearing Feng Ziping's words, the scene fell into silence. With the identity of the director of Feng's authority actually cannot be found, that the identity of the grass is not born. The crowd again looked at the chess game display of the grass is not born. Eyes have changed. The grass is not born identity is afraid of more extraordinary than they imagined. Such a scene, if let outsiders know, absolutely will be the entire chess world set off a bottom. Chapter 50, maybe my brother-in-law was overwhelmed by my charm. You this. Lin Ningxue frowned and looked at her own man. Yi Xian, you call this a slight understanding? Although she doesn't know much about chess, but due to her grandfather's sake she can naturally see that a certain guy's chess skills are very high. As for exactly how powerful she doesn't know. Oh. Looking at the arms of the good people stunned look, Yi Xian hooked up the beauty of the beautiful chin bad smile. How, want to play a game with the husband? The stakes are, lose a son to talk about a wave of business is not too much, right?
Some guy's words, listening to Lin Ningxue brain a black line, fiercely glared at someone, that bastard is a colorful embryo.
Put. Business you a big head of hell, just no set me.
Obviously, Lin Ningxue becomes smart. If really fell into that guy's aggressive, afraid of maybe to lose how much sun, then that bastard will definitely let her not die but also lose half of his life. This point she has no doubt, after all, how strong its combat power she has the most say.
How? What kind of man is your family man, you are not unaware of it?
The face is not red, heart does not jump said, but attracted the beautiful beauty of the white eyes, as if to say to give you a look at their own experience.
Jingling.
Just at this time, Lin Ningxue's cell phone rang a voice. See, as the younger brother caller cannot help but stare.
Dagger, this brat at this point to call himself?
There are some doubts, after all, that brat usually this point has long been asleep only right.
Hello, sister.
Just connected the phone, the opposite side is the voice of Lin Xiaodao couldn't help but be overjoyed.
You kid, what happened good, so happy?
From the tone of Lin Ningxue has guessed 7 or 8 points, after all, siblings so many years this tacit understanding is still there.
Hey, not ashamed to be old sister. Lin Xiaodao he asked, by the way sister, my brother-in-law in front of you did not? Your brother-in-law? Glancing at a certain guy, Lin Ningxue deliberately lied, no.
Oh. Lin Xiaodao heard, then excitedly said, sister, you are too discerning, find me such a good brother-in-law. Lin Ningxue heard a black line on her head, suddenly looked at a certain guy. This brat ate the wrong medicine. Big night to call herself to say that she found a good brother-in-law for him?
Sexy embryo, what have you done? Yi Xian heard the words of the niece and thought of the $1 million love fee that was sponsored during the day. No. This is strange. Lin Ningxue was suspicious, then asked, how come I got you a good brother-in-law?
That of course. Lin Xiaodao naturally do not know the old sister full of nonsense, because brother-in-law is beside the old sister, and if not he this road phone, perhaps already started to talk about business operations. You do not know sister, classmates are envious of me. After a pause in the voice, Lin Xiaodao God help said, many students sisters and aunts and so on, let me put the love letter to my brother-in-law, but also give me a lot of sugar, hey.
Sister you can thank me, I can help you stop a lot of love rivals.
I've helped you stop a lot of love rivals.
Listening to the words of the brat, Lin Ningxue pretty face a cold, love rivals your head, your brother-in-law has you say so good. Obviously, this Lin Ningxue expressed unconvinced.
If that guy is not in front of her, she may not ask, but if he is in front of her, she can't let him be too powerful.
Aha! You think my brother-in-law gold and talented, but also super will spoil people, more importantly, especially love me, hey.
Said here, Lin Xiaodao cannot stop pleasure up. Lin Ningxue naturally do not know that he is just finished with the goddess of the small girlfriend to see the movie, and the goddess has agreed to him as a formal girlfriend it. Try to ask, the goddess promised to be a girlfriend he cannot be happy.
I don't care, sis.
Lin Xiaodao immediately set out the position, you must help me look after brother-in-law, cannot let other women snatched away here. Otherwise, where to find such a good brother-in-law in the future?
Ahem.
Lin Ningxue really heard some blush, glared at a certain guy, you kid, your brother-in-law gave you what enchanted soup?
It is not.
Lin Xiaodao listened to his sister's words, expressed very unconvinced, I recognize this brother-in-law, the other I do not want. If you dare to break up with your brother-in-law, I'll sever my relationship with you. The words came to this point, Lin Xiaodao said under the excitement of the words.
What?
When Lin Ningxue heard the words of the old Lin family's little ancestor, her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity. Brat, what's wrong with you?
How dare you? Believe it or not, turn around and I'll beat you up.
Listening to the elbow to the outside of the brother, Lin Ningxue hate teeth itchy, this brat himself usually white pain him, small heartless.
Cut. On you, come on.
Lin Xiaodao has brother-in-law backing, completely unafraid of bloodline suppression sister, you dare to beat me, I will let brother-in-law teach you a hard lesson.
Put.
Lin Ningxue listening to his brother a broken stern words, this is still its first time to see him so maintain a person, just that color embryo was really so good, a time to be its broken relationship to the gas laugh.
Okay. Sleep your sleep, I watch your brother-in-law is.
Lin Ningxue glanced at the guy beside him, then said, your brother-in-law if you dare to dip into the womanizer, see I do not beat him to my own do not recognize.
This I believe.
Lin Xiaodao the heart of this loosened up, secretly self-satisfied thought his sister was afraid of him to cut off blood relations with it.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Ningxue looked at the calm guy on the side.
You this guy in addition to handsome point, also did not Brat said so excellent well. Lin Ningxue scrutinized for a while and made an evaluation.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Yi Xian careless smile, the secret between men this niece understand what, and then laughed, may brother-in-law by my charm by dumping.
Put.
On you still charm cheat ghost it. Viciously pouted at the eyes of a guy, in the warm yellow light reflection appears particularly charming, which makes Yi Xian rolled over in wall thudding good people, hooked up with the gangster bad mouth, Ningxue wife, you are anti-dea, it seems that the husband to your lessons are not enough. So what, see if I do not bite you to death. Under the close distance, was staring embarrassed Lin Ningxue opened her mouth towards a certain color embryo shoulder bite, grinding teeth when I want to use this to get back to the city, and even revitalize the wife's platform is not impossible, don't think that this young lady is good to bully. Just like this, a battle to hurt each other quietly started.
Chapter 51 Blindly What, who is your woman? The next day, early in the morning. Well.
Beautiful beauty struggled with sleepy eyes from sleep to wake up, into the eye is a bath golden sun handsome side face, with Lin Ningxue angle to see super handsome. Immediately after, think of last night to talk about hundreds of millions of business scenes seen, the face of Tangs can't help but halo red up can't help but angry at a glance, this guy is really too bad, don't know to let this point of their own.
What's even more annoying is that there is no mercy. See this lady not lessen you.
Speaking, squinting up the crafty eyes of the Qingcheng wife, the corner of the mouth grinned out of the bad smile while this guy is asleep, this time not lesson when lesson. Can't help it, I pinched the guy's face, feel super good, playful Lin Ningxue at the moment less than 3 centimeters away from his own man. The man looked at his own lips, could not help but face slightly halo a red, heartbeat accelerated ghostly kissed the mouth of a certain guy on the mouth.
Ha!
Beautiful beauty eyes bright found a new continent like, looking back at a guy, no wonder this guy stealing advantage of their own, which feels quite good. This guy, no this lady is not enough, to no longer kiss. Thinking of this, Qingcheng wife looked at the handsome man in front of her, Ju lips will want to print again to go, the corners of the mouth are already hooked up with a successful arc. But at this time, the original sleeping Yi Xian opened his starry eyes without warning.
Nizi, what are you doing?
A sudden scene, directly led to the failure to get the good people froze in place, head immediately boomed, the brain lost the ability to think. How could it be, how did that guy wake up, how did he wake up? The face immediately tangs red halo up, run red to the neck, hate to find a scene to drill in, finished, this lady a world of fame, oh.
Abominable.
That guy, why cannot wake up a little later?
I coughed, did not do anything.
Hard Scalp said, how could she admit that she and that guy sleeping when he stole a kiss, so that guy is not happy to the sky.
You that what, when you woke up?
Holding a hint of luck, Lin Ningxue thumping press accelerated heartbeat asked. Yi Xian slightly smile, side body looking at the arms of the beautiful beauty, have to say that bathed in golden sunshine under this niece beautiful.
Wake up for a while.
Stuttered voice, language is not shocking to death said, you wake up before the husband woke up.
What?
Hearing the words of a certain guy, Lin Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Xian, doesn't that mean that I just stole a kiss from you, oh no?
Hey, it's more or less the same.
But it feels so much better than a husband stealing a kiss from his wife. Speaking of which, Yi Xian looked at the stunning beauty's Ju lips, which made Lin Ningxue almost didn't storm out directly. Lin Ningxue's face was red to the bone, and a pink fist whacked up, Yi Xian, you are shameless.
How can you do this to me?
Real stunning wife angry to go crazy, that guy has long been awake not to say, and now also a book to say it, how so, to give themselves a step not to say it is also good I want to strangle him how to do, but I seem to be unable to beat him. Do not wait to think carefully, is to see a guy close at hand, seems to have a premonition of what Lin Ningxue heart tongue mentioned in the throat.
What are you going to do well?
Words just said half, its lips will be blocked by Yi Xian, so the French kiss quietly online.
I don't know how long.
The most beautiful beauty is like this leaning in the arms of their own men, angry at a glance, this guy is too bad, they do not just kiss him a little bit to so vengeful to their own it.
Right.
Warm coexistence for a long time, Lin Ningxue thought of something, today there is a wine party, later with me to participate in the next.
The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money.
Yi Xian heard as stunned, then nodded, good, take the opportunity to let people know you are my woman.
Put. What are you talking about, who is your woman?
Listening to a certain guy's explicit words, Lin Ningxue glared at him, this asshole how what the words of the tiger and the wolf are said outwardly, this is if it comes to the wine we'll still have to. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it to the reception.
Hubby gave you the following to eat.
Between the words deliberately aggravated the tone, which made Lin Ningxue hate to find a crack in the ground, obviously head floating in certain images. However, when she came back to her senses, a certain unscrupulous guy was already gone from the room. Looking at the empty room, Lin Ningxue brain a black line, head floating just that guy said, cackling silver teeth ringing, thanks to that guy left, or else may want to have some grinding teeth In fact, that guy is too angry. Not long after. Well. Tantalizing aroma through the doorway into the nose, which let Lin Ningxue taste buds wide open. After all, last night exercise is not small. Gulp. Just then, without a trace of flab belly issued a protest sound, a bone up and left the room, following the scent de downstairs. Hurrah! In the living room table, already placed a large bowl of steaming soup noodles, and here the fragrance is even stronger, which let Lin Ningxue only a trace of sleep instantly disappeared. Voodoo. Cannot help but swallow a mouth of fragrant gene, and at this time Yi Xian just came out from the kitchen, kneesy, up. Eat while it's hot. See bathing in the golden sunshine lazy beauty, Yi Xian hooked up the arc of this scene has some flavor, spoiled full of magnetic voice resounded. The first time I saw this was when I was a little girl, and it was a good time. The sound of good behavior from the mouth of the absolute beauty of the wife sounded, gulping mouthfuls of flavor will begin to eat noodles. Baird. Delicious soup noodle entrance, that kind of feeling makes Lin Ningxue have to sound, really delicious to bursting table, that guy under the noodle truly no words. I feel like I will never get tired of eating it for the rest of my life. It's over. To that guy fell deeper and deeper how to do, really hard to imagine without that guy's day how he should live. Thinking of this, once again looking at a certain guy cannot help but hooked up the corners of the mouth with a beautiful arc, full of overflowing all the happiness. Wow. Maids on the side looking at the beautiful scene, eating the young master and young lady's dog food, envy don't want to, mama, this dog food is sweet 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 sweet. Young master two people want not to be like this even to save money cannot always give them to eat dog food although the dog food is very tasty. Hiccups. A few big bowls to eat, Lin Ningxue had beautiful hiccups, but the head of the thought of that guy under the noodle, cannot help but emerge last night picture, which makes its beautiful face surged a trace of flushing. Damn, Lin Ningxue you this is how, cannot think again Chapter 52 Dog bites me, should I bite the dog? Jiangnan, One Piece House. The color embryo, later low profile point no did not. Lin Ningxue looked at the side of his own man urged, today can participate in the reception, non-rich that is expensive. I'm not sure. Favored to scrape down the beautiful beauty of the small nose, laughed, your man is not looking for other people's trouble. I'm not going to be able to do that. Glanced at a certain guy, if this guy's hands general okay, but who let his hands powerful, a shot is completely will be offended to death. This guy really make people love and hate, it seems that we can only try not to let those people mess with our own man. Thinking of this, Lin Ningxue already had a countermeasure. Soon, came to the reception venue. Drop. With the sound of the elevator, Lin Ningxue elegantly held Yi Xian arm into the cocktail party, but the two super high face value entrance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Ooh. That kid, that's the lucky kid whose marriage proposal was successful. TCH, it's a pity that Lin Ningxue had this kind of a beauty cheap a white boy. Came to the field, the surrounding people are talking about spit, but this scene heard Lin Ningxue pretty face sank, hurried to explain, Yi Xian, do not pay attention to them. Don't worry. Yi Xian looked at the field, pasted in the ear of the good people said with a smile, the dog bid me a bite, I do not want to bite the dog a bite not. Puff. Listening to the words of a certain guy, originally also worried about that guy is not happy Lin Ningxue, an inattentive laugh out, that kind of pouring a smile do not know how many people envy the field. Voodoo. Road swallowing saliva sound from the throat, this girl is too beautiful. If you can be a good knight, is to die is also willing. That kid, he's so lucky. TSK, it seems that Lin Ningxue was that little white man not less moisturizing. Around there is no lack of words of the tiger and wolf, and Yi Xian to this slight smile, big hand so unbridled wrapped the unbearable surplus of a grip slender waist, touch very good. Crap. Martyr, that kid naked provocation. You. Lin Ningxue naturally perceived a guy bold, the face of Tang's halo red 1 point, but thinking about the relationship between the two now but did not resist, but with. Today will be cheap you, but cannot go overboard oh. Whispering voice ringing in the ear, Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth, Niz, you this is too good for your family man pointed. When I go back, my husband will reward you. Walking between, big hand in the waist between the rubbing, which let Lin Ningxue cannot help but angry eyes a guy, but now in public she is not good to attack.
Put. Virtue, you are trying to take advantage of more cheap it. Pouting glanced at someone, and this treatment is obviously full of only Yi Xian one person to enjoy. Invisible Yi Xian do not know how many people envy on Jack Shu. At this time, a rich second generation kindly voiced greetings, then before the two people is the emergence of a young man. This person is Jiangnan chapter group Big Young Zhang Xiaokuan. Zhang Xiaokuan. See people, Lin Ningxue pretty face changed this bad, that guy how to come, to know when it's with Zhao Tianyang general pursuit of their own, and this Zhang Xiaokuan chapter group can be stronger than the Hongsheng group as well as Zhao's group. I am not familiar with you, please call me Lin or full name. Cold bully total temperament all open, even between the eyes or with people do not want to get close to the severe on, which let the surrounding crowd sucked in a mouth cool air. Good guy that little white man what virtue and ability, can be this kind of a special thing so treated. Ning Shui, you. Shut up. Zhang Xiaokuan words have not finished, directly interrupted by Lin Ning Shui. She is afraid that guy misunderstanding, compared with this she is more willing to all the contradictions fall on their own. This kind of hard tone let Zhang Xiaokuan feel like being ruthlessly slapped, all face lost. However, soon its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Kid, I'm warning you. Threatening meaning full, undoubtedly said, in the future away from Ning Shui, otherwise this young let you in Jiangnan no foothold. Wow. This word out, the scene for the vibration, such a threat cannot be big, that is the chapter group Big Young people have the qualification to say this. And how is a no background white boy comparable? You. Lin Ningxue just want to go forward for their own men, even at the expense of letting themselves with the chapter group break, but was behind a big hand wrapped around the waist to stop. Neezy, I have been very restrained, right? Hooked up the gangster bad smile, continued, but this good's to provoke me. Is it? Subsequently, the boss's wife will be protected behind, joking, he is a man with a system, how can he hide behind a woman? Let me have no foothold in Jiangnan. Said here, Yi Xian stepped forward and smiled, you count for something. Crap. Surrounding the crowd to see the situation, are falling through the glasses, the good guy is really a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, this kid crazy it, know the chapter Xiaokuan is who? Dare to Jiangnan this territory, to chapter group Big Yun so speak is completely looking for death. Asshole, you a small animal. Snap. Zhang Xiaokuan words have not finished, directly by Yi Xian slap knocked over on the ground, bang ruthless head hit the ground, and then in the shock of all people, a foot on its head, on this point of patience, also dare to compete with the old woman. Click. With the sole of the foot slightly force, chapter less Kuan face bone broken, around the crowd look to Yi Xian eyes are changed, Inima, this kid is a ruthless person. Just, under such a way can be Jiangnan Zhan family completely offended. Yi Xian, are you crazy? Lin Ningxue on the side are scared, this guy people do not just threaten him a little, now will be beaten so miserable, that is the chapter group Big Young Ah. Good boldness. Just at this time, a young man came to the field, from its body breath is obviously an expert. Kongdong sect disciple, Lu Chuan. Please teach me. The voice fell, Lu Dust narrowed his eyes to a start, from the aura alone is not bad, clamor in the field immediately quieted down. Kid, Zhang Xiaokuan is my friend. Lu Dust proudly glanced at Yi Xian, did not put it in the eyes, after all, he is in the young generation of Kongdong sect disciples strength enough to rank into the top 5. Since you hurt my friend, then you have to pay the price. Thumbs. Fierce punch straight into the yellow dragon, ruthlessly towards the heart of Yi Xian smashed, extremely tricky and vicious obviously out of the not leave the slightest bit of mercy, the person if smashed in at least is also seriously injured. Snap. Did not look at a fist smashed Lu Dust, backhand palm draw, Lu Dust immediately side fly out 5 or 6 meters away, the mouth is spilling blood constantly shocked to look at the opposite side of the guy. What the hell Kongdong school, never heard of it. You. Lu Dust just said a word, is a poof of blood spray, on the spot was angry fainted, but Lu Dust and do not know it's this time out for the Kongdong faction brought how disaster, of course, this is the aftermath. Chapter 53 This is the cousin with the Kongdong sect on the bar. You ah. Lin Ningxue hurriedly pulled it aside, fearing that it would cause any chaos. This is not my fault. Yi Xian looked at the field and said unconcernedly, I have been very low-key, but the strength does not allow it. Who let the two goods so weak? The surrounding crowd looked at the field, Dao gaze to Yi Xian is full of scorn, this kid good powerful hands. The reception is in this kind of atmosphere quietly passed. At the same time, Longhu Mountain Kongdong sect. Inside the hall. Boom! An urgent sound of breaking through the door rang out, followed by a wolfish and anxious figure coming into the arena. Palm sect, something big has happened. Brother Lu Chuan, he has been beaten up.
The other party also threatened that my Kongdong sect is dogshit.
Poof.
The moment these words came out, originally wanted to reprimand the Kongdong sect's headmaster Zhang Tiancher sprayed a mouthful of tea out and stood up from his seat.
What did you say?
In fact, Zhang Tiancher could not sit still. Kongdong sect is one of the 8 sects of the Wushu Association, and it is the vice president of the Wushu Association, so crazy words are a provocation to Kongdong sect.
Sifu, you see.
Speaking, the disciple will play the game video, such a scene to see the field full of anger.
How dare you? This kid is defaming my Kongdong sect, looking for death.
If this son doesn't pay the price, how can my Kongdong sect gain a foothold? The Kongdong sect elders were all green in the face, especially Lu Chuan's master, the third elder click. The teacup in his hand should be shattered, and then turned into crumbs rustling down.
Senior sect master, this brat must be made to pay the price.
Third elder Fengkue was furious and abnormal, narrowing his eyes, beating my disciple in the front, insulting my Kongdong in the back, the sect master's brother to give a war invitation.
Yifeng was just about to return from his travels, so he made an invitation in his name.
Hearing the words of the third elder, all the people are shocked. Chen Yifeng, that is the Kongdong school big disciple strength is very high, have its horse that kid will lose. A few minutes later, the Wushu Association official microblogging, in view of Yixian denigrated my Kongdong school. 3 days later, Kongdong school big disciple in the Jiangnan suburb of Lakeside Pavilion battle. At that time, I hope to invite people from all walks of life to watch the battle.
As soon as the microblog came out, the netizens immediately boiled over. Crap, what the hell?
The Kongdong sect, one of the 8 sects of the Wushu Association, has issued a war invitation to Yixian. Hey, gossip, it is said that Yixian beat up other people's disciples, and said that the Kongdong sect is nothing.
I go, Yixian so just. Cough cough, how long has it been? Yixian is messing things up again.
Netizens were buzzing about it and soon pushed this tweet onto the hot search. No doubt Yixian was on fire again.
Kongdong sect.
They knew it too well. It was an existence that even had a place in the Martial Arts Association. Yixian was in trouble now.
Although Yixian is powerful, those previous murderers were easily subdued, but the Kongdong sect is not a vegetarian. Things were brewing. Koanpeng Hotel.
Su Ruiyan looked at the fallen screen, her eyes full of dismay. This is cousin in Kongdong sect barricaded.
Battle post.
Subsequently fiddled with the cell phone, then saw the official microblogging of the Wushu Association, naming the name, undoubtedly cousin undoubtedly. 3 days later, but also all parties to watch the war. Kongdong sect is too shameless. After reading the hot search, Su Ruiyan took a deep breath and directly went to the cousin to the phone. On the other hand, on the way back to the imperial mansion.
Jingling. Yixian, who was driving, received a phone call, and saw that it was his cousin. Yixian laughed. Neezy, give you a chance to perform. Cut. Who rare.
Out of the blue, do not know online frying pan Lin Ningxue, mouth so say, but is to pick up a certain guy's cell phone to connect. Hello.
Good sound makes Su Ruiyan froze.
What is that, sister-in-law it is? Su Ruiyan heard a nice voice, and can be so close to the cousin has guessed the identity, which makes Lin Ningxue face ting a red. But soon, learned that the incoming information Lin Ningxue frowned not calmly.
What did you say? This is good, I know.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Ningxue opened her cell phone, and it was not surprising that her own man was on the hot search again, and she could not help but freeze in place, and the next warpost was actually true.
What's wrong?
Seeing the appearance of a stunning beauty, Yixian smiled. Cousin said what, let you this reaction?
You still have the nerve to laugh. Look at you, do a good job.
Speaking, will Martial Arts Association microblogging Kongdong faction warpost photo in front of someone.
Battle post?
Looking at the microblogging in front of him, Yixian froze. This what Kongdong faction crazy. Then took the cell phone, on the spot sent a microblogging, typed a word sent out, war.
Looking at the over-the-house-like operation, Lin Ningxue confused. Yixian, you crazy how to send out? Yixian, why did you go crazy and send it out?
Yixian did not care to laugh. They want to finish, your man to play with them is. Moreover, I also want to see this Kongdong faction is what cow ghosts and snakes god.
You
Want to say something? Lin Ningxue bitter smile, looking at a certain guy bland look. This color embryo is really the emperor is not anxious to die eunuchs.
The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night.
Yixian a microblogging sent out. At the moment the netizens instantly exploded.
I plants grass, Yixian even agreed. Bull, not ashamed to be the old man idol. Hey, 3 days later the lake pavilion really let people look forward to. Kongdong sect, Yi Xian child is dead. Ye god do not fight with me home to have a monkey does not smell it. Monkey +1. Monkey plus 66,666.
No surprise, just 10 minutes of Yi Xian's word microblogging is on the hot search, so it is even more stunned under the eyes of the crowd.
Jiangnan University, dormitory. Ding dong.
Shen Ziyan, who was operating his blind monk, glanced at the message and then clicked on it when he saw that it was related to his boss.
Crap. Shen Ziyan stood up like a zombie. The whole person was no different from a crazy person. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the situation.
Dong Kuan is going to the toilet, immediately clamped off the Xiang direct cursing, just almost the phone to fall into the toilet. Penis, you crazy.
On the other hand, I wanted to smoke a cigarette. Xiaoming, hands a shake, did not fall to the ground. The second wind. Old 3, old 4, come on, boss girl was dry.
The words out, Dong Kuan Xiaoming froze, the mind of the secondary Yuan surfaced certain images a chill. Worry boss when taste so heavy.
Chapter 54 Every win a game, eat mouth inventory is not too much. Really? Dong Kuan Xiaoming heard here, lightning came to the body of the second, interested. Let me see. Hey, appreciate the boss male enhancement.
Between the two people talking, the eyes looking for eyes to look at the eyes suddenly opened, and that is when they realized that the oldest two mouth of this dry is not the other dry.
Ahem, it turned out to be this dry.
The two looked at each other, and both could see the other's disappointment, and were happy for nothing.
What the hell? Shen Ziyan looked at the reaction of the two goods. What does it mean to do it this way? How can you do it without doing it like this? Obviously, it's not in the same channel as the two people's thinking at all. However, the boss was bullish enough. Back to God, Dong Kuan looked at the boss microblogging. 3 days later, the Lake Pavilion TSK. Sure enough, the boss can become the focus no matter where he is.
Xiaoming staggered and lamented, Grandma, he should have this ability to be afraid of not finding a girlfriend.
Fortune is not the same as misfortune. Jiangnan, Zhang Family Private Hospital. Snap.
Intensive care ward, Zhang Xiaokuan slap hard on the hospital bed, followed by hissing backward breath of cool air, really pulling the wound.
Mad, good.
Seeing the online hot comments, Zhang Xiaokuan was excited. That thing looking for death actually agreed to the warpost.
He, old man can't play with you.
Narrowed his eyes, Zhang Xiaokuan eyes flashed resentful plan to know, Chenifeng he certainly knows, as a good friend Lu Dust of the eldest brother, according to him, that Chenifeng's strength with Kongdong faction elders are almost less.
If you don't let more people see such a grand scene, wouldn't it be a pity?
Mumbled out, then Zhang Xiaokuan under the excitement dialed the Water Army chief phone. Hey, give me momentum publicity.
Is that online that Yi Xian with Kongdong faction thing?
Give me to hire 1 million, no, 10 million Water Army.
A little, hung up the phone.
Zhang Xiaokuan mouth corners spread a shadowy arc, although the immediate state of affairs is a big fire, but in his case far from enough.
Yi Xian is it?
Cold smile, then Zhang Xiaokuan looked toward the Jiangnan suburb of Lake Pavilion direction. I let you jump again 3 days time.
After 3 days, this young man let you lose your reputation, begging for life, begging for death. As for Lin Ningxue, that bitch.
Then Zhang Xiaokuan looked to the room on the wall of a photo, eyes flooded with hot aura. Lousy sooner or later let you know that this young powerful.
At that time, see how high and cold you are. At night, in the room. Pattering.
As the sound of bathroom bath water stopped, then the stunning beauty wrapped in a towel came to the room. Her face could not help but rise up a touch of halo red. This is the first time she wrapped in a towel and came out after taking a bath.
Voodoo.
Good-smelling fragrance came to the face, especially wrapped in a bath towel. Beauty can only cover half of the double bears, that career line, so that it cannot help but swallow mouth saliva.
This niece is really a siren. Sure enough, you men all like to see this. Lin Ningxue for this also deliberately searched on the internet. I have to say that the effect is surprisingly good. Hey, you this niece. A hand will be the stunning beauty into the arms. On the wife of this kind of appearance, I am afraid that there is no boy to carry it. Cut.
Lin Ningxue glanced at his own man. The two feelings warmed up a lot. This time this water to the channel, after all, has long been open and honest to know how many times.
Cute spread dog food, not a moment. Ding tong, a private message rang.
Ye old brother, chess sing competition has entered the second round. Old brother to help you get airborne quota is not interested in playing 2 games. Obviously, the message is not someone else's. Tang Bingwen is also Lin Ningxue grandfather, just the two sides do not know. Just chess sage tournament?
The airborne quota? The good people in the arms, sniffing a good smell. Wife, watching your man killed 4 sides. Good.
Big hand grasping double bear, Yishan typing, if let Tang Bingwen know this time its mouth ye old brother is sleeping his baby granddaughter, do not know what will be the reaction.
Put. You amateur a paragraph also want to kill quadrangle? No good gas good people white it's a glance, the heart is hate, this wrongdoer left the big bear can die off. That there is nothing.
Yishan smiled faintly, then joked, wife did not hear a sentence.
As long as the guts, can let the teacher maternity leave.
Listening to the words of a certain unscrupulous guy tiger and wolf, Lin Ningshui brain a black line, this color embryo blindly say what courage, what teacher maternity leave, the two have to do with it, cough cough.
Great.
Opposite Tang Bingwen naturally do not know their granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law putty spread dog food, of course, he could not know, after all, here is the space belonging to the young couple is not.
Then I wish ye old brother to win the name of chess saint.
Opposite Tang Bingwen continued to type congratulations, joking, with the strength of Ye's old brother to push all the players in the chess academy, if not become a chess saint that would be strange.
After all.
Conservative estimates, this inch of grass is not born ye old brother's chess power is afraid of professional high 9 dan level, that is already almost a legend of the existence of the world's countries in the history of the chess world have this title are not more than 10 people. You can only imagine how awesome it is to be a professional 9 dan level chess player.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. Tang.
Yishan typed back, and then entered the Chess Sage tournament page, also knowing the rules of the match. Very simple, first round needs to win 10 games in a row, the second round needs to win 20 games in a row to enter the third round of screening. Such screening conditions, it can be said that the difficulty is exponentially soaring. Soon, the first round began.
Ichiro Chiba. Lin Ningxue looked at the nicknames on top of the game from the side, and her eyes then landed on the rank, Professional 5th Dan. Bastard, you just met a professional 5 dan player at the beginning of the game.
In fact, this kind of game is a little too fair, people professional 5 paragraphs, this goods only amateur a gap between the mud.
The difference between the two is more than mud.
Listening to the words of the beautiful girl, Yishan knocked on the door of this niece's head with a melon crash. Good guy, you are gloating?
Well. Eat pain. Lin Ningxue 2 delicate hands cover the brain, as for the bath towel has long been unknown to a certain guy thrown to where to go, not convinced to hate said, deserve you later by others' abuse. Pap. Immediately hit the dumping city wife fart, good you a small Ningxue, actually elbow to the outside corner. The guts are getting bigger and bigger, turning over the sky still. Looking at the haughty beauty, Yi Xian hooked up the gangster bat arc digging pit said, Neezy, dare to make a bet? Next, every game I win, eat a mouth of inventory is not too much, right? You.
Listening to a certain guy lost conscience words, Lin Ningxue hate can't wait to bite it to death, but when see that Chiba Aikiru professional 5 level, beautiful eyes sure a ruthless heart, good, I promise.
However, she is unaware of the next it's being eaten by some skeptical life.
Chapter 55 early to know, will not agree to that guy's bet.
Agree.
Under the click, the second round of games began.
Meanwhile, the Fusan Chess Association Exchange Group. Go Ichiro.
Not bad for a first-class amateur.
Must have gone through the back door.
Looking at the encouragement of his companions, Shiba Ichiro glanced at the game. Don't worry, this level doesn't even deserve to be allowed to play me in normal times.
Humph.
After sending the message, Shiba Ichiro coldly smiled, inch of grass, really big mouth.
Snap.
Then the black disc first move, a piece settled full of disdain, after all, he is Fusan chess genius. However, as the game progressed, Shiba Ichiro's eyes grew wider and wider.
This is impossible.
Watching his opponent crush his maneuvers, Shiba Ichiro knew that he had lost the game. After all, eating inventory was much more interesting to Yi Xian than playing.
What? How could?
Fusan Chess Elite Exchange Group immediately exploded. That amateur section of the inchworm actually won Shiba Ichiro.
I'll take him on. I'll take him on.
Just like that, Yi Xian received a message inviting him to fight.
Well.
Mei Mei ate a mouthful of inventory and hooked up the corners of her mouth. It feels pretty good.
Go to hell.
Lin Ningxue hate glared at a certain guy. This asshole is too hateful, just so cannot wait, thinking about just a scene hate to find a crack in the ground.
Professional 5 dan chess player so weak?
Thinking about that guy's chess skills just now, that Shiba Ichiro won without any pressure at all, and for a while, she looked at someone inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to that guy's bet.
What's going to happen now?
At this time, Yi Xian casually clicked an invitation to start another game of chess.
A few minutes later.
Unsurprisingly, Yi Xian had won 2 consecutive victories again, and had apparently taken his reward in a big way.
3 consecutive victories. 5 in a row. 10 consecutive wins.
I don't know how much time passed. Perfect chop 20 consecutive victories. Lin Ningxue suddenly felt pain. That guy 20-mouth inventory is simply outrageous.
Too abominable.
Moreover, fortunately she didn't feed San Bao, or else she would have to be sucked dry by that guy.
Hey, wife want hubby to play another game.
If there is such a reward, he can play 1,000 games, no, at least 10,000 games.
Of course.
If this thought is known by Lin Ningxue, not Chase will be killed. 10,000 games, that picture cannot be imagined.
I'm sorry. Lin Ningxue glared fiercely at someone, and after realizing it, her face was red. You did it on purpose. Too hateful.
20 games in a row, and the lowest level of the other side are professional 3-dan chess players, are all devastated. This already explains everything.
That asshole.
How can you do this to yourself? Too heartless, do not know at all pity, How, or husband let you return how?
Then, in battle and rest keening Phoenix ringing a certain moment from the room. Fuson, Chess Elite Exchange Group. What, this is impossible. How could I actually lose to an amateur first-class kid? What kind of a person is that? He's not a chess master's trumpet, is he? Check, let me find out. Will make the inch of grass is not born to lose his reputation.
You a word I a comment refreshed the exchange group. Really they were abused this time, miserable, pretentious, they have never suffered such a blow.
Shiba Ichiro Villa, face gloomy staring at the screen, damn. Inch of grass, today's shame of his day old man will be reported. Click. Took a deep breath, then Shiba Ichiro dialed a phone. Hey, Uncle Sasaki. I want you to help me check someone. Yes, all the information on that person called Inchworm from Chessnet.
After hanging up the phone, Shiba Ichiro's face flushed with a grimace, followed by staring at the Inchworm message in the screen. Don't let me know who you are.
The next day, early morning. Squeak.
A car stopped in front of the Imperial House 1 villa. Pushed the door off the car. Her Lin Xiaodao came to the ground.
No need to find.
Lin Xiaodao atmosphere took out a red banknote and handed it to the driver's master, which made the driver's master bright. Hey, thanks young man.
It's okay.
Lin Xiaodao in a good mood, today specially come here ready to give brother-in-law a big surprise. As for the Imperial House Villa is also chatting with brother-in-law when you see the positioning.
The first thing I want to do is to get my hands on the villa, and I'm going to do it.
The eyes then fell on the villa, cooing and swallowing saliva. Imperial Palace Villa, king of the house. The internet said that the value of 1 billion. Brother-in-law actually live in such a luxurious place. TSK.
Ding dong.
The doorbell rings, then the door opens. Herrera, a beautiful maid sister, to open the door, which makes Lin Xiaodao eyes light up.
Sister, you are so pretty.
Lin Xiaodao looked at the costume, and his head floated. The goddess must be the same as this sister when she grows up. He.
Brother, who are you looking for?
The beautiful maid looked at Lin Xiaodao and asked with a familiar face.
Aha! I'm looking for my brother-in-law.
After a pause in her voice, Lin Xiaodao continued, I was chatting with my brother-in-law. He positioned himself to be here and wanted to give him a surprise.
Brother-in-law, could it be the young master?
The pretty maid pondered for a moment, then looked at the boy in front of her. You are the young lady's brother, young master Xiaodao, right?
He,
pretty sister, I am Lin Xiaodao. Oh, so it's young master Little Dagger. The pretty maid nodded her head. No wonder it looked so familiar at first glance. It turns out it looks like the young lady.
Young Master Dagger, please come in.
Then the beautiful maid guided Dagger in, and then Lin Xiaodao was shocked by the beautiful sisters in the living room.
Wow.
Lin Xiaodao had shock written all over his face. Every maid sister was so beautiful.
Butler Hikari, young lady's younger brother, young Master Dagger is here. Oh.
Hearing the maid's words, Angel Hikari looked over with searching eyes, and Lin Xiaodao looked at the face value that was so beautiful that it was suffocating, and his face couldn't help but redden. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Older sister, this heart is also too big.
Little Dagger, young master good.
Angelic Hikari arrived in front of her own young master's brother-in-law in a graceful manner. The super fragrant flavor made Lin Xiaodao's cheeks redden 1 point more. My god, where did brother-in-law find such a beautiful goddess housekeeper? So envious, too envious.
Hey, pretty sister good. After saying that, just this naive and angelic Hikari hugged. Sister, I like you so much. Luckily, I also like you it.
Angel Hikari patted Lin Xiaodao's back, which makes Lin Xiaodao a jolt. Heartbeat suddenly accelerated, especially the double bears slightly deformed. Lin Xiaodao, what are you doing this? You have a goddess of the little girlfriend of the people, but the pretty sister is good incense, how to do? Chapter 56 Sister, my brother-in-law cooking so good.
Embracing and separating, the fragrance still exists.
Giggle. Not to wait for Lin Xiaodao to savor, but on the side came three budding good-sounding laughter, which let Lin Xiaodao swish living ghost general look to the three baby carriage, waving small arms and legs as if to welcome their own little one.
This.
Lin Xiaodao was numb on the spot, blindfolded. Beautiful sister, whose child is this?
Doesn't young Master Showdown know?
Angel Hikari suspiciously looked at the young master's brother-in-law and truthfully said, this is the three children of the young master and the young lady.
Boom. Hearing this, Lin Xiaodao was struck by lightning, dismay written all over his face.
Bleaching pretty sister, you said that this is my sister and my brother-in-law's child. At this moment, Lin Xiaodao's heart set off monstrous waves. No wonder old sister hasn't been going home much in the last year, and as soon as she goes home, she thinks about leaving, it turns out.
My sister-in-law and my sister-in-law, this is, to go crazy.
Right at this moment, Yi Xian and Lin Ningxue came down from upstairs, and suddenly saw the guy staring at Sanbao in dismay.
Lin Xiaodao.
Lin Ningxue saw her brother, the whole person felt bad. Why are you here?
Finished. His biggest secret was discovered by this little ancestor. What if this little brat wants to kill and exterminate so badly?
Sister, you and brother-in-law have already had such a big child, and there are still a full 3. The almost screaming voice resounded in every corner of the villa. The villa maids looked suspiciously at the young lady's brother. What's the situation? The young master of the knife doesn't seem to know that the 3 little ones exist.
Shut up.
Lin Ningxue's face flushed red, spreading to her neck. The death stare looked at Lin Xiaodao and shivered. This damn bloodline suppression.
Do not speak, no one will take you as mute. I coughed.
Lin Xiaodao was defeated under his old sister's bloodline suppression death stare, and coughed dryly. Sis, you're hiding this too deeply.
However, sis-in-law, you are awesome.
Looking at the 3 little ones, Lin Xiaodao was thrilled. Originally he came because he wanted to give his brother-in-law a surprise, but he didn't expect to find a heavenly secret. Brother-in-law and elder sister have children even if, but also at once 3, brother-in-law is really an idol.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this.
Lin Ningxue directly ultimatum, narrowed his eyes, warning you, this matter if let parents know, I kill you. Hiss. Under the stern eyes, Lin Xiaodao cooed and swallowed his saliva. Having such a powerful older sister is simply a disaster. However, it's still brother-in-law who is powerful. Such a powerful old sister can be tamed.
Cough, 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 how could it be?
Lin Xiaodao immediately took a stand and was certain, I swear, I will never let mom and dad know. Glared at Lin Xiaodao, just wanted to say something and heard Lin Xiaodao's stomach grumble in protest.
You brat, I will make you noodles to eat.
Said, Yi Xian rubbed his brother-in-law's head, and then it was towards the kitchen. Lin Ningxue wanted to say something, but thinking of a certain guy cooking, could not help but swallow the mouth of the aroma. That is to say, that guy below yuck, under the noodles quite delicious.
Thinking about this, Lin Ningxue will to the mouth words swallowed back. Ooh.
Lin Xiaodao heard his brother-in-law's words, surprised to look at his sister. Sister, my brother-in-law will also cook.
Aha.
Lin Ningxue nodded slightly. She did not say that her brother-in-law's bottom was delicious, because this was her last insistence.
Not long after, the aroma of soup noodles overflowed from the kitchen. Well.
Lin Xiaodao smelled the fragrance, his eyes lit up and swished to look over. Sister, my brother-in-law cooks so well. Although I haven't eaten it yet, from the smell, my brother-in-law's cooking skills are definitely not bad.
Cough, 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 not bad.
Lin Ningxue said, without trace, swallowed a mouthful of flavor, but drew a blank stare from Lin Xiaodao. This is called okay?
Look.
Not waiting for the siblings to think about it, 2 big bowls of steaming soup noodles were placed on the table. Hungry, eat while hot. The first time I saw this, I was so excited, I couldn't stop thinking about it, but I was so excited. Lin Xiaodao was so excited that he opened his appetite and took a bite of the soup noodles.
Oh.
Soup noodles tickle the taste buds, which makes Lin Xiaodao's eyes bright aura grow 1 point. Brother-in-law, your soup noodles is the best I have ever eaten. Said, is to continue to eat the bowl of soup noodles, beside Lin Ningxue although did not speak, but buried dry noodles behavior has already explained everything.
Tastes good.
This is Lin Xiaodian's true feelings at this moment. This is Lin Xiaodao at the moment the real feeling, and then thought of the old sister's super high vision. No wonder can be taken by brother-in-law, this cooking certainly role is not small.
Burp.
After the delicious soup noodle breakfast, Lin Xiaodao hiccuped. The side of Lin Ningxue's face also floated contentment. Really, to that guy's cooking skills, completely no resistance.
Sis, this is too happy for you, it's really not enough.
Lin Xiaodao first tasted brother-in-law cooking, completely fell into the body without skin, glanced at his own sister, blamed. If you know brother-in-law has this cooking, he has long come.
What are you talking about? Lin Ningxue glared at a certain brat. What too happy, not enough. I know that this guy is good at cooking, not even a few days, right?
Just, this matter she naturally cannot say. After all, if let it know that he alone outside the birth of a child, into the ears of the parents, that is definitely a disaster.
Right, sis, when are you going to tell mom and dad about the 3 kids?
Lin Xiaodao glanced at the little guy who was looking around and playing not far away, and asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. Lin Ningxue heard, brain a black line glared at Lin Xiaodao. Go, adult things, children less involved. When it's time to tell mom and dad, I will naturally say.
Oh.
Lin Xiaodao seemed to understand, nodded his head, recalled just soup noodle flavor. The corner of the mouth cannot help but raise the arc, so to say, in the future, will not have the blessing of the mouth. After breakfast, Yi Xian left the villa with his brother-in-law and the stunning beauty.
Brother-in-law, where are we going?
Lin Xiaodao looked at the lengthened supercar and curiously said. Naturally, I'm going to buy something for you, feel free to buy whatever you want today, brother-in-law, I'll pay for it. Hearing her brother-in-law's bold words, Lin Xiaodao's eyes were filled with a bright aura. Really?
Great, brother-in-law, I love you.
Listening to the words of brother-in-law and brother-in-law, Lin Ningxue rolled his eyes. These two people are really enough, do not see that they are still it.
Chapter 57. Hey, brother-in-law, my sister is jealous. Shopping center, Dior flagship store.
Just came to the store, Lin Xiaodao saw a familiar figure, Xian students. Seeing his crush goddess little girlfriend, Lin Xiaodao's heart went up in his throat, and then he jumped all over the place.
Dagger.
Wang Xian saw the little boyfriend, little face immediately red, like their relationship was found abnormal, and this scene Yi Xian see door clear.
Yi Xian. When Wang Xian's father saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up. It's really you. Yi Xian's father's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. It's really you.
Yi Xian's eyes then fell on Wang Xian's father, who was wearing gold glasses, and was quite elegant.
Yi Xian, brother, dad, and I are your fans.
Wang Xian is also excited to see her idol, while this statement is heard on Lin Xiaodao's face is full of consternation. Future father-in-law, oh no, uncle is actually brother-in-law fan, this relationship himself is not already half successful.
Yes.
Yi Xian probe hand rubbed Wang Xian head, which makes its excited face halo red. Brother-in-law is on the side looking at the little girlfriend giggling.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law. Yi Xian, God help, a wave of said, small knife but often mention you to me, said you or he knows the most beautiful little girl it. Wang Xian heard the words of the idol, the eyes stole a glance at the small boyfriend, the face of the Tang halo red, really Cough, he. Lin Xiaodian dry cough, followed by he smile. Brother-in-law do not want to put people's hearts out, but in the morning also embrace Yen's sister, is not it Xian disloyal?
Of course.
Yi Xian smiled faintly, then gave his brother-in-law a look. Knife, didn't you say you want to choose a bracelet to give to Xian students?
Come on, look at how about this one.
Under the eye of God, Yi Xian pointed at the most expensive bracelet in the children's area and said, I have to say that the selling style is very cool, it looks very high class.
It's so beautiful.
Wang Xian look over, eyes full of like, Lin Xiaodao see this a jolt, crouch, brother-in-law display bigot, in front of the face of the future father-in-law to the goddess of the little girlfriend to send gifts, so exciting.
Well.
Lin Xiaodao's mind boomed, after all, the future father-in-law is in front of him, he cannot dare to be too much, if they were found to be in love that picture he dare not imagine. Mr. Good Eye, this is our flagship store, focus on the latest models of children's luxury bracelets, using pure handmade, but also well-known designers spend half a month design price is a little expensive 58888 RMB.
What?
Originally came in to shop around Wang Xian's father to listen to this, could not help but froze, so expensive, ye god I see or forget.
I think it's a good idea to forget about it.
In fact, it's already 2 to 3 months salary for $50,000 to $60,000.
It's fate to see each other. Wrap it up for me.
This.
Good sir.
The clerk's sweet voice rang out, which made Wang Xian's father sighed, although he knew that this amount of money is nothing to Yi Xian, but not to him. There is also this hair card, comb, this set of clothes is also good. A series of divine help, see Lin Xiaodao worship dead brother-in-law or, brother-in-law this is too good for himself right. To pay the bill, Yi Xian directly to the brother-in-law girlfriend sponsorship spent several $100,000, plus the brother-in-law will be able to brush a large sum of money.
Ding.
Host spending 1.1 million, triggered 2,000 times rebate, gained wealth 2.2 billion. Pay the bill and end up outside the flagship store.
Goodbye, Mr. Dagger. See you tomorrow, Mr. Qian Qian.
The two little ones waved goodbye. Lin Ningxue looked at the two and felt something strange, but she didn't know where it was strange.
Hee, Dad, let's go.
With the little boyfriend respectively, Wang Qian smile bouncing look at their bracelets, bright crystal good like, this is the knife students to give their first gift it.
Qian, it's rare to see you so happy.
Then she smiled and asked, it seems that you and Dagger are very good friends.
Of course. Wang Qian's heart is pounding as if it's going to jump out at any time. Dagger is not his best friend, he's just his boyfriend. Of course, this relationship must not let Dad find out, or he will definitely break them up. Then you have to get along well.
Wang Qian's father sighed, carrying a gift of hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hand. This is equivalent to your father's 3 or 4 years of my salary.
Dad, what well?
Wang Qian face are red, but the heart is sweet. Dad, this is not against them together, a time so naive thought. But, on the other side, Yi Xian continues to brush money with his brother-in-law.
Ding.
The host consumes 1.3 million, triggering 1,000 times rebate, obtaining a wealth of 1.3 billion.
Ding.
The host consumes 1.5 million, triggering a 500 times rebate, obtaining a wealth of 7.5 billion.
Ding.
The host consumed 1.25 million, triggering a 2,000 times rebate, gaining a wealth of 2.5 billion.
Half a day passed quickly.
Lin Xiaodao is so excited that he is going to crack, although he does not know how much money his brother-in-law has spent, but it is definitely beyond his imagination.
You looked at the hands full of brats, could not help but white-eye someone, so spoil him, you crazy. Hey, brother-in-law, my sister is jealous.
Listening to the words of the stinky brother, Lin Ningxue brain a black line, this brat blindly say what, when he was jealous, obviously not at all.
Lin Xiaodao.
Lin Ningxue glared at his brother, open teeth and claws pounced up, this brat is too hateful. Looking at the scuffling siblings, Yi Xian faintly smiled.
Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old.
Abilities, Divine Nurse, Driving Omnipotence, Divine Music, Martial Arts Master, Wine God Possession, Culinary Master, Charming Aura, Divine Orthopedic Massage, Magic Omnipotence, Supreme Thunder Control, Divine Chess. Items, Imperial Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 80 million Lamborghini Poison X1, Kirin Dual Kidney, Divine Kato Technique, Durus Unlimited, 3000 Incan Killing Angels, God's Eyes, Spirit Liquid Unlimited, Incriminating Evidence Collection Card X2.
Passive ability, Random Consumption Rebate within a billion times. Wealth, 3,503.2 billion.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth hooked up the curvature, but this scene just happened to be the stunning beauty to see. Lin Ningxue thought that this guy is laughing at her, cannot help but cluck and bite the silver teeth. Seriously, at this moment, she has a kind of strong want to let the Olji family to break off their children and grandchildren impulse. Of course, if its mind is known by Yi Xian, I do not know whether it will be held down to revitalize the husband. Chapter 58 I am curious, you eat shit in the morning, did not brush your teeth, mouth so stinky.
Happy.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and then you'll be able to get your hands on a new car.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to get it done.
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
After a pause, Lin Xiaodao said, if I were a woman, I would like to marry you.
Dang.
Just finished, Lin Xiaodao will be a melon crash knocked in the head, out of the helicopter is precisely Lin Ningxue, but this full face red, spread to the neck.
This brat blindly say what they were pinch,
when they were that guy pinch cannot help but look down at the eye, do not know what to think of, face tang more red a point.
Boom.
Just at this time, heard not far from the open air to build a ring for sparring, it is a stick country taekwondo expert, and the strength is very good kind. And on its opposite side, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure, it was Lu Duan, the originator of the online Kongdong sect warpost here. A combination of chain kicks, a downward chop sent him flying out of the ring, and then ruthlessly smashed into the ground.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Wiping away the corners of his mouth that were overflowing with blood, Lu Chuan's face was alternately white and red, and he was furious.
Brother-in-law, that stick dog is too abominable, can you defeat him?
Lin Xiaodao looked at the taekwondo expert of the stick country in the ring and asked his brother-in-law expectantly.
This kind of goods.
Looked at the ring on the stick country expert, do not care about waving his hand, not exaggerated, your brother-in-law I hang 10,000 completely not a problem.
Put.
Lin Ningxue heard a certain guy bragging on the side and couldn't help but glare at him, you this guy, not bragging can die ah.
Ah, this is the god of Yi.
Idol, oh my god God Yi is so handsome. Well, I heard that the god of Yi is also super powerful. Clattering, with Yi Xian appeared, immediately surrounded the ring of people as to leave most of the people, has not yet had time to be proud of the stick country taekwondo masters confused to look over, the brain a black line. At this moment, it was as if an invisible slap slapped him hard in the face, and inexplicably a strong hostility surged towards the guy who appeared.
It was him.
After Lu Chen saw Yi Xian, he hurriedly hid into the crowd, jokingly, he had made a big embarrassment at the reception in the first place.
Kid.
Stick country expert Park Jin-ye's unkind eyes looked over, the corner of his mouth arched, I heard that you have good hands, come up and fight with me. Let me see if your Chinese martial arts are all embroidered pillows. Speaking in broken and fluent Chinese, the whole face is full of provocation, but also to Yi Xian erected a middle finger. Seriously, you Chinese are capable of fighting or not?
Thinking about just a dozen consecutive victories, Park Jin-ye's self-confidence is full, however, the onlooker's lungs have exploded. Crap, brother-in-law this bastard is too much.
Lin Xiaodao are not able to see past it, on the spot ruthlessly glared at Park Jin-ye, this goods what class also dare to clamor with brother-in-law.
Not interested.
Looking at the despicable agitation, Yi Xian shook his head disinterestedly, a weakling like you, the qualifications to make me fight are not even there.
Wow.
The moment these words came out, the room was filled with clamor, and their hearts were in a state of euphoria.
Damn it. Worthy of being God Yi, this opening is a second. You.
Park Jin-ye's eyes widened, he did not expect the Chinese boy's mouth to be so poisonous.
Chinese sick man.
When Lu Chuan heard this, his eyes were filled with killing aura, does this guy think he has to live long?
Worry.
When Lin Xiaodao heard this, his small face turned red, brother-in-law, this cannot be tolerated.
This person is so excessive. Lin Ningxue can't stand it anymore, such vulgar words are provoking the whole country. Bastard.
You're a sick man, you're a sick man, you're a sick man, you're a sick man. I drafted 8 generations of ancestors, bring me 40 meters long machete. Obviously, this moment Park Jin-ye completely caused the anger of the crowd. I'm curious, did you eat shit in the morning without brushing your teeth, your mouth stinks so much? Originally, Yi Xian did not want to make a move, but it was just that the other party did not give him a chance not to make a move at all, since he came up to find death, then let him be fulfilled.
Ahem.
Lu Dust heard a sudden turn in the painting, really this cursing words are too unexpected, even around the angry crowd of resentment of the gas are eliminated most of the time. Eating shit in the morning without brushing my teeth, I can't help but have a full picture.
Playing a game is not impossible.
Yi Xian looked at Park Jin-ye with an unfavorable gaze, but I have a condition, if you lose. Kneel on the ground and say, Dad, I was wrong.
Wow.
When this statement came out, Lin Xiaodao's eyes went straight in anticipation, sister, my brother-in-law is playing too big.
This guy.
Lin Ningxue was also shocked, this asshole to die the other party lost actually let people kneel down and call him dad, but also said that he was wrong.
This kind of condition, only a fool would agree. Yell.
Lin Xiaodao saw the opposite side of the Park Jin-ye hesitation, not afraid of things big God help, how, stick dog bastard, will not dare to do it.
Bastard. Park Jin-ye heard this, angry, who do not dare. Come on.
Cold smile, then hostile, if you lose, I want you to say in front of everyone that the Chinese people are sick.
Snap.
Park Jin-ye was about to say the last word, but was slapped hard knocked over in the ring, and at this moment not far away from his body suddenly appeared a figure. No one even knew how Yi Xian appeared and when he moved.
Crap.
Lu Dust eyes wide, incredibly looked at the field, and then the video and the phone will be slowed down 10 times, even so only see a residual shadow.
Voodoo.
Seeing this, Lu Chuan swallowed hard, I drop a mother, that really is the speed that people can achieve.
That Yi Xian, so strong.
A time Lu Dust to 2 days after the Lake Pavilion competition, unprecedented worry up, this kind of existence a peak senior brother really opponent.
Cheer Gowie.
Lin Xiaodao put up his fist and jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law bull. Too dope. Listening to the brat's words, Lin Ningxue could not wait to hold him on the ground and beat himself up. What this guy said about the words of the tiger and the wolf, what is bullish, what is there to that? Sure enough, follow that guy cannot learn good things, their own before how good brother are brought by that guy waste. Puff. 2 teeth have disappeared, one side of the face is swollen into a pig head, Park Jin-yi directly by a slap to doubt life. Look at Yi Xian, eyes are full of fear, this guy is simply not a person. Chapter 59 Brother-in-law, you teach me, I let my sister to return you. Under a slap, the room was filled with silence. Cool. Looking at the ring skeptical stick country experts, people's hearts are very relieved, the comical scene with just clamor contrasted sharply. Well done. Lu Dust just emerged this idea, is the eyebrows tightly knit, that guy let himself face lost himself crazy? However, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. You. Taekwondo master Park Jin-yi, eyes wide, full of disbelief, how can it be? Unbelievable. As a Taekwondo expert of the stick country, he had defeated an unknown number of Chinese people, how could he be defeated by that guy in one move? Willing to bet. Glancing at Park Jin-yi in the arena, if it wasn't for this guy rushing to seek abuse, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this kind of trash. I am ready, you can start at any time. Of course. After a pause in his voice, Yi Xian continued, you can also choose to cheat, after all, the stick country has always been so. Kid, you. Park Jin-yi's face color is iron blue, he never thought that his self-proclaimed must-win again will be this kind of result. But right now, so many eyes are watching, if he is cheating, it will definitely hurt the dignity of the kingdom of the stick, then what awaits him is not as simple as losing face. On balance, Park Jin-yi clenched his fists. Today's shame will be repaid 100 times in the future. Dang. One knee hard kneeling in the ring, eyes wide with anger, father, I was wrong. Wow. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Worry, what kind of bloodshed did they see? That stick dog Park Jin-yi really knelt down, and also told Jishin that he said, I'm wrong, Dad. Nima. This plot, TV dramas wouldn't even dare to act like this, right? Get lost. Listening to Park Jin-yi count out and admitted his mistake, Yi Xian flicked his hand and left, forgiving this stupid son. Puff. Looking at Yi Xian's back, Park Jin-yi finally spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire face pale. He knew that in the future he would become a person who would be spurned by the martial arts community in the country of the stick. But, if not kneel, then it is not as simple as spitting, he does not want to kneel, but dare not kneel. Snap. Watching the sudden reversal, the surrounding crowd immediately rang out thunderous applause. Worthy of being Yishin, this operation is bullish. Grandma, this time give me another beat to try. Pfft, what the hell, deserve to vomit blood. Yishin, son good, call a father. 66666, awesome my brother, from now on the road to powder. Hey, just ask who else. Listening to the boiling discussion behind, Lin Xiaodao hard excited, brother-in-law Two-Face. What kind of expert is this? In front of my brother-in-law, the scum are not counted. Look at you. Lin Ningxue white-eye someone, this guy is out of the big headlines, afraid of this matter to rush on the hot search, really Compoint can die off. Just know that the publicity. Lin Xiaodao heard this, white-eyes his own sister. Hey, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaodao hee fawning, just that trick, have time to teach me that. I let my sister return you. Knock. Just finished, Lin Xiaodao's head was ruthlessly rewarded with a melon crash. I'll let my sister return the favor. The murderous gaze fell on the little ancestor, and he said in a bad mood, if you want to learn, why do you want me to return the favor? To return their own return. Cut. Lin Xiaodao did not think, unconvinced grunted, what, my brother-in-law enough not to sleep with me sleep, or can turn to you. Pooh cough. Suddenly the words of the tiger and wolf, really will Lin Ningxue choke not light, a pair of beautiful eyes incredible look at their own brother. Brat, what words are you saying? In a flash, Lin Ningxue's face flushed red, spreading to her neck. What sleep? This brat, where did he learn that? Can't it be that guy brought his brother to the ditch? Right. It must be so, this brat has been tidied up by himself since he was a child, how could he possibly say such a remark? Damn it. That guy, how did he teach Dagger to become like this? On the other hand, Park Jin-yi left in disgrace. Bastard. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, his eyes narrowed. That kid must die. Killer. At a certain moment, Park Jin-ye's face appeared ruthless. Yes, hire a killer and let that kid die in pieces. I'll lose my reputation, and you won't be able to have a good time either. With a cold smile, Park Jin-ye took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Who? Just when it was about to dial the phone, a cold wind came from not far in front of itself, and when it looked at the past, it was a slender woman wearing golden armor. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the master, and you will die. Snorting sound, the golden sword flashed. The next moment Park Jin-ye's into a corpse fell to the ground, followed by a rich bloody smell filled with open, and the field has long been no golden armor woman figure. The person who shot, it is the angel hot heart, where the master has a dangerous person, are the blazing angel must kill list. A quarter of an hour later. Is that the Park Jin-ye of the stick country? Looking at the body lying not far away, Lu Dust tightly frowned, fainted. No, so thick blood smell does. Obviously, Lu Dust realized what, and when the close distance to see after the vomited, greenhouse flowers, he has never seen this kind of scene. Dead. All of a sudden, Lu Dust, face pale, looked around the wretched to the extreme away. How can that Park Jin-ye how will die? He body clearly very good. Can't it be that Yi Xian killed him? No. Soon after, Lu Chuan negated this speculation. It couldn't be him, he didn't have the motive or time to commit the crime. This matter must not be told, otherwise, I'm afraid that I will become the first suspect. Fear. At this moment, Lu Dust is really afraid, the mind over and over again floating just picture. At this moment his only thought is away from the murder scene as far away as possible. If this scene Park Jin-ye spring in his memory, I do not know whether it will crawl up and fight with it. Martyr, to help the old man to report a police can die. Chapter 60 Inches of Grass and a violent battle of chess geniuses from various countries. Imperial House Villa, Room. The pattering. Listening to so came the sound of water. Idly Yi Xian with the god's eye perspective under, saw the aesthetic picture, which led at a burst of blood and she overturned. Motherfucker, that nymphette is really a demonic spirit. Ding dong. I don't know how long, Yi Xian was interrupted by a message sound on his cell phone. This is? After seeing the message, Yi Xian froze. The third round of the chess sage competition has begun. I have nothing to do, why don't I play a couple of games? As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire the god's eye once again, and it's true that women will only affect the speed of the draw. Withdraw god's eye and log in to chess.com. Shiba Sadako invites you to play. Lola Takizawa invites to be born without a blade of grass. Mishkin invites inches of grass. Successive pop-up windows appeared, looking at Yi Xian froze. What the hell? But also good. After contemplating for a moment, the corner of his mouth arched up or clicked to agree. Inch of Grass is not born to accept 10 consecutive invitations, hereby announced. Chessnet immediately released a pop-up window. Obviously Yi Xian unintentional move triggered this function. The first time the world window exploded. Nani? Fuck, that Chinese inchworm was actually invited by 10 people in a row. Hey, not only you guys look at the people invited, they're all chess geniuses from various countries. Inch of Grass is not born, this person has not heard of Do not know, but from the name of this year's age is probably not big. However, the older old man who will rise so middle nickname. Unsurprisingly, this pop-up window immediately a lot of people search for Inch Grass is not born into its room, but see it's but amateur paragrapher almost did not a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Crouch. What is the situation of this China Inch Grass is not born? Just a minute, there have been no less than 1,000 people flooded into the in front of the screen Heron Chess Academy. Many old men are watching. Intuition tells them that this night, the name of the Inch of Grass will certainly move Chess Network. Soon, the first person in the room to play against was Sadako Chiba. Mud, quickly start. Chiba Sadako was actually a professional 6-dan chess player. That's not good, and she's rumored to be in her early 20s. What the hell? The number of viewers is already over 1,000. I'm looking forward to the next action, let the storm come even harder. With the comments boiling over, Chiba Sadako can't wait to avenge her brother's death, and starts with a black disc. Snapping. A sun fell, and it came to the Tianyuan position. Yi Xian was also not willing to show weakness to play a white stone. Humph. Fusan Villa, Chiba Sadako cold snort, and then once again operated a black disc. She did not believe to her professional 6-dan chess player will lose to that Inch of Grass. This lady is sure to win. Chiba Sadako narrowed her eyes, but she did not know what kind of existence she was facing, not to mention her professional 6-dan, or professional 9-dan, or even professional 10 dan in front of Yi Xian is also the existence of dregs. If she knew that Yi Xian was a god of chess, she was afraid that she would kneel down on the ground and call for poop, begging to be spared.
Not surprisingly. 5 or 6 minutes later, Chiba Sadako looked at the screen with a stunned face. What?
This is not possible, 18 sons lost.
In fact, Chiba Sadako directly doubt life, how can? The comments section exploded a piece of pot. My plants are so powerful, it's amazing to see the god of chess. In 5 or 6 minutes, with an 18 disc advantage, he has completely defeated the professional 6 dan. Livestock, Chiba Sadako must be a great beauty. Is it really good to do this? Ahem, this kind of operation really let Chiba Sadako inch grass not born. Upstairs, you are not right. Not right plus 10,087.
However, in this kind of comment between, the game room viewer number already soared through the 10,000 mark, which in the chess network viewer number of view, already with those professional 8 or 9 paragraph chess player public game equivalent.
Undeniably.
Inch of grass does not give birth to fire.
Moreover, if such a record can be maintained, it will surely be a hot mess.
Soon, the second game was against Fusan's Takizawa Lola. As a Fusan chess genius second only to Sadako Chiba, it was clear that her level of play was already comparable to a professional 6 dan, but she just wasn't rated.
Snap.
With the black discs falling, Takizawa Lola was abused 1,000 times, and eventually lost with 20 discs. Obviously Yi Xian's hand is getting more and more ruthless.
The beast
This guy, actually to their Takizawa this too hateful.
Following. 3 consecutive victories. 4 in a row. 5 consecutive victories.
Soon, the 10 chess geniuses from various countries who invited Yi Xian to battle were all defeated by a slap in the face. Even through the screen, the 10 chess geniuses were all red in the face, as if they had been slapped hard by that inchworm.
Abominable. Bastard. Inchworm, you big shot.
The 10 geniuses vented from everywhere, their eyes full of anger, itching to drill into the screen and follow the network, strangling that inch grass Bu Shang to death. Do people leave a line, later to meet? This guy directly does not give the opportunity to meet later.
Motherfucker, is this fair to them? Saki Gamura invites inchworm. Jack John invites inchworms. Buffeting invites inches of grass.
Following that, the next 20 games were directly invited by higher-level chess geniuses. Yi Xian naturally came to the rescue. He couldn't wait for the third round of screening to end quickly.
Crap. Crap. Crap.
The scene of heartlessness really will watch the game of chess friends shocked. Horse, this kind of picture they do not say to see, is to hear have never heard of. Motherfucker, that inch of grass is not born. This is the bare bones to do things. Yi Xian did a series of operations. God's eye raised some after the corner of the mouth hooked arc, while abusing vegetables while full of eyes. This feeling is not to say, quite good. Of course. This treatment, if you let the chessnet chess friends know, I do not know whether it will carry 40 meters long machete to find its fight.
Yeah, poo, this is really good for them. Oh. Eat?
Not much time, not knowing that someone took advantage of the big cheap Lindingxue, wrapped in a towel to a guy's arms, a series of action line clouds and flow.
The third round of the Chess Sage tournament has begun? Lindingxue, although not too interested, but after all, this time with their own men, she obviously on the heart of some, in the warm yellow light, the beautiful beauty of the people looking at the side of their own men handsome side face, the corner of the mouth cannot help but hooked up with the fascinating arc. This guy is quiet when it is also quite handsome, well, humming. At this point in time, an abusive game was staged once again, and this is just the inch of grass swept the beginning of the chess network.